man. There's a lot of new teams, a lot of hype in the arena right here. So I think we're about to see a very, very exciting match. And I think you guys are just as pumped. I can see it.
It is in the air. You can actually sense how much intense everything is going on, and you have seen how the teams have just approached the stage. But I want to ask you the same question, Naisha. I want to say, how do you feel? But also, I want you to tell us, what do you expect to see in the M5 wildcard?
Oh, well, I just feel like expect the unexpected here, right? That's what the wild card's all about for #1. And you saw from the parade, there's a lot of expectations here. And we kick off with a home crowd favorite for Malaysia, of course, TM SMG. But I think there's going to be surprises. So if there's anything that I could say, I hope to see some prizes. And I also hope to see who those next 2 teams to join the 14 heading into the Philippines.
I think that it is the first time that we have a wild card event, but this first time offers second opportunities for those who couldn't make it and who couldn't ace it to make it to the M5 World Championship that will be held in the Philippines. So today we're having second chances, and today wouldn't have happened if it weren't for our sponsors, right, Naisu?
Our sponsors indeed. This M5 World Championship is powered, of course, by Moonton. It's presented by Kadia and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
What else do we want to say, Arashi?
Well, I mean, thank you for all the support, man. This event would not be possible without you guys. So thank you very much for making this all happen, because I think everyone is so excited to see what these other wildcard regions can bring to the table.
And a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture. Kadia aims to change the world of gaming and esports. Of course, do not forget to follow Kadia Gaming on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about the giveaways. And by saying the giveaways, actually, I think that we will have a lot of giveaways, a lot of opportunities to give the audience the chance to feel how exciting things are and how generous things can be.
And there's more, because right now in-game there's the M5 Pass. It's available now for everybody to go ahead and grab. You can see here on the desk as well the beautiful Yuzhong skin. Grab that, the Dragon Shade, and you can also level it up just like last year what we saw with the Beatrix. It's got a Prime version as well. It's called the Cosmic Dragon. So be sure to log into the game and get that pass now.
Exactly, get the pass and accomplish all the activity tasks to reach level 75 for completely free. So get a ton of exclusive rewards, and make sure you get your friends into it as well. You know, give them the pass maybe, and then you can grind together, because doing it alone, that ain't any fun, man.
Well, actually, if you are the one who's selling and buying, so the M5 Pass, I believe that it has a lot of gifts within, and I think that right now we have to narrow things down. We have to see what is up, what is the next update, and what does it have. Of course, we will see maybe some adjustments to items, some adjustments to heroes, and we will see how will it affect the meta. Will it be crucial or like critical or not?
Here's the latest patch update, 1.8.30. Moscow revamp, exciting, new outplay potential right here. But what really stands out is that Guinevere buff, man. The second skill, the spatial migration, makes it so flexible, so dangerous. And we're seeing this hero just pop up in all these different roles. So I think it's a great addition to the meta. Some people might think it's a bit boring, but I do think that this very aggressive play is great for the whole situation, for the whole esport meta. Along with that, the Flash of the Oasis getting nerfed means it's more balanced. It's still in the meta to be built, but now it's not broken, built as a first or second item. You build it situationally after you've completed your first initial core items.
And actually, like, I don't want to see the same thing gets repeated over and over and over again. But before we get to that point, we see here that we have the group standings. Group A with 4 Miracle, Nightmare, and Falcons, and SMG, where they are right now playing on their home ground. Group B will have Imperio and KPG, LG, which is Lergon, and Umbrella Squad. So which group out of the two would you say it's a death group, Naisu?
Right now, I think Group B, a lot of kind of questions up in the air there. I think a lot of people are going to have their eyes on that group specifically. But also, there could be surprises for Group A, right? How do they handle that? How do they deal with the pressure here for the wild card? And also, taking a look at today's schedule. Day number 1 of the wild card, you can see it. We're kicking it off. SMG versus Niightmare, of course. Followed up, KBG and Imperio. That is a match alone that I cannot wait to see unfold.
And actually, also, I'm looking forward to see that Lil Gun game against Umbrella Squad. But before that, we will have Falcon's team going up against 4 Miracle. So today is actually full of, I would say, let's get back to the point where what I was saying, that maybe we will see something different, because today it's an international event, it's an international stage, and there are players from all around the globe. I don't want to see a meta forcing itself today. I don't want to see a meta forcing itself during the whole series. So I want to see the variety, and I want to see how much it's different between each region and another. So do you think that we will see multiple cases or multiple strategies?
I think definitely so. This is what's so exciting, right? There's so many regions out there with a completely different meta than what we're used to seeing in all these previous tournaments. So I think bringing a bit of that, unique flair is something we're all looking forward to. And along with that, hopefully, in future, more regions will start joining us as well in the wildcard series. So we can see, again, that it's not just all these top-tier, quote-unquote, big regions that can make meta gameplay. There's also very unique styles that we're just missing out on.
And also, SMG playing on their home ground, as I said, they have the support of their audience. And actually, I wanted to call it the player number 6. So right now, we can see that we have when the Jokers become serious. They are both famous that they are Jokers within the team. They make a really unique atmosphere, and today they will get serious.
What I love about this is Jokers, right? The reason why they're Jokers, these guys are jolly guys, right? We've had the opportunity to talk to them, even at the hotel and everything. But that's the thing, right? Even though they're fun outside of the game, when they just step up, right? Typically, when you're looking at these guys, these players, especially in the roam role, they have to be able to carry through the game, help the team get to where they need to be, so that they can, get the win, basically.
So actually, they are the roamers. So basically, mostly, they are the shout callers as well. But before we head into the game, let's see the rosters. Let's see the lineups. We have Miko and Jasmine, Jokster, and among how can I say? Wait. Oh, this is the team SMG. So Sasa, Saxan, Smooth, Stormy, and Miko. Sorry, I just got messed into that huge amount of big names. So the Malaysian team is now on the screen, and we can see that you have the main lineup, the lineup that played in this country, in Malaysia, and they were so near, so close to get that title. So right now, they get a second chance.
They're going to be very hungry to try and find success right here, considering how close they were. That's exactly what's so scary for their opponents today. And speaking of them, we're going to see them later, right? But I think the big problem here for them is also the huge hero pool for Stormy, right? He has a lot of mages in his arsenal with the current dynamic meta, with all these new heroes popping up. It's going to be very dangerous to see how much flexibility they have in the drafting phase.
And actually, also, after talking about Team SMG, I think that Team Nightmare will appear with us in a bit, and this team will actually bring something new to the table, and they are not a new guest to the international stage. And actually, by mentioning the international stage, a fun fact is that SMG team has been already to an M series, an M3. They have performed really good at that M edition, but they get a chance to go to another M if they get the ticket here in Malaysia, and they get the ticket here from the wildcard.
And that's the thing. So if we're talking about the matchup, right, I mean, Team SMG, a lot of people have this certain expectation for them. They went full 7 games back in their MPL, right? They brought it, and they, like you heard, they were basically 1 hit away from securing that championship for them. Now they have to get the second chance here. But across from them, right, Niightmare, this is a team that has been around for, in terms of the esports Mlbb scene, this is a while, right? They have been together for quite some time, and I believe this is also the lineup from MSC 2021, if I remember correctly, right? These guys have been playing together, the synergy. Anytime we talk about teams we talk about their synergy with each other. Niightmare has that, right? They're a reason why they are where they are, but that's where we have to compare it, right? They're up against the first obstacle in front of them is technically a Titan from Malaysia, right? Team SMG, they have their imports, of course, but overall, this team has solidified themselves around that, and it's worked great for them. That's my biggest question, though. Is Niightmare, granted, they have the synergy they have the experience that they have from the years, is it enough to actually go ahead and start this day with, technically it would be an upset, guys, right? I mean, come on, let's be honest. It would be an upset if they are able to beat Team SMG, match number 1 here in Malaysia.
I think everyone loves an upset, but I think the home crowd has an opinion of their own here. We'll have to see, man. I mean, SMG, they're great, but they're also high profile. Everyone has seen what they can do. There's a lot of information on them. So I think Team Niightmare, in a way, has a chance to really surprise them, especially in the first 1 or 2 games, right? Before Team SMG can really get a read on what they like to do, how they want to play. And usually when there's this kind of lack of information here, it all comes down to the roamers, which is why we're highlighting it so much. Who can really get the advantage here, get into position first to start up all the ganks, to try and make sure that their team gets the vision they require to really get an edge in the beginning of the game.
And actually, after speaking a little bit about how will the match go, I'm wondering, will we see an outstanding hero? Will we see, actually, this question, I think the answer is already here. I think that Guinevere will be most picked or like most banned based on like the past period of time. She's played in the mid lane, in the room, and like everywhere, just not in the gold lane yet. Maybe we'll see it in the gold lane.
You never know. It's a wild card.
It is a wild card, so maybe we'll see a wild pick as well. So actually, after seeing that, I remember that there was a time where there was the almighty Fredren. Like, yeah, he just had his moment, like more than he actually, he got so much recognized that at some point he was the most picked and the most banned.
Yep. And are you saying you feel like that might happen with the Guinevere, right? Because if anything, since we took a look at the way the patch has changed things, right? The landscape here, even from recent tournaments internationally, right? We saw just how much he was picked up. And that's what I'm wondering. If there's been enough time for them to basically adjust to that, right? The fact that Guinevere is locked in now quite a bit, do teams have an answer for it, right? For the most part, right? Because even with that small change, the way that the spatial migration works, it's deadly for a lot of these teams that like to play certain ways. So I feel like now you've had, honestly, it's not that much time, right? You have to have an adjustment for that and an answer to that.
And also, I've seen Team SMG and especially Saxa making a lot of, I want to call it Joker picks. I don't know how it's like Joker picks. Because you can, it's also Flicks picks, but in Mina we call it Joker picks. I see. So it can work in multiple places. So at some point, I think also at the finals of MPL MY, Saxa managed to get that Benedetta transferred from the XP lane, which was like the natural lane that we see Benedetta being played into the jungle. He takes it into the jungle and he makes an outstanding performance out of it. So I just think that Team SMG will bring up something new to the table. And will we see the hospital meta, Arashi?
The hospital meta. I mean, we'll have to see, man. We're going to go straight into the drafting phase right here. This is the beginning of all the games here. This will make or break the gameplay in the game. Like you mentioned, man, we have to see if the hospital meta does make an appearance and which heroes will be used to try and make that happen. Because with the fact that the Oasis getting changed right here, it's not going to be as simple. And I think a lot more focus can be put into the jungle as well. Because as you mentioned, flex picks can move into the jungle. And with the change towards the Retribution, towards the Lord that now does more damage, what you pick and what you use in the jungle becomes even more important.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, get your snacks, fasten your seatbelts, because I welcome you on this marvelous international journey that we will start. We will start it right now, actually. We already started it with this amazing first match where Team SMG, the home defenders, are going up against Team Niightmare, who might, just might, give them nightmares tonight. So, we right now see that the draft already started and the Guinevere is already banned alongside with the Matilda. So maybe, yeah, that's an indicator that we might go towards the hospital meta. But on the other side, there is the 1-1 and the Arnold. So far, Naisu, I see that there is no focus on a certain role.
Here's the thing. I'm glad Guinevere's banned out, right? So, because Arashi, you were there, you saw how MPLI went and everything, it was picked up so much, so now this leaves us to that, right? What is going to change here? What is the priority? Especially as we talked about how the supports have changed, even with the flash of Oasis change, right? What do teams want to lock in first priority-wise? Arashi, you probably have a better answer to this one.
I think we've seen a lot of teams prioritize the gold laners, because in the late game, that's what really matters. And there's a very limited amount right here, especially with SMG banning away the Wan and the Bruno as well.
Yep.
It seems like they're trying to get something that's advantageous, but also maybe it's a bit of a fighter-centric kind of draft, because with the emphasis on marksman, usually you want to have tanky heroes that can only be taken down by the marksman. And for Niightmare, they're banning away a lot of these support heroes with the Guinevere, but as MG, they're showing aggression right here, picking the Joy that is no longer as safe as it used to be, now more vulnerable to crowd control. So we'll see if Niightmare go for it, try and go for something that can really shut it down. Maybe a suppression.
Maybe we'll see something different. You never know. Maybe we'll see Menstar coming up. Maybe we'll see Kufra being picked. Even suppression here, as you said, maybe we'll see a Franco or a Kaja. So what I've noticed while I was like making my studies about Team SMG is that they don't like to go up against Bruno at all. So it's mostly it's not that they are adapting or like taking big from the enemy. They are not just, look, for me, how can I explain this? There's three types of draft for me. There's target ban, and there's the meta ban, and there is what you cannot deal with ban. So I don't think that Team SMG can deal with the Bruno. That's why it is banned for a long time for them. But so far, you'll see that the Fram is joined in so fast alongside with the Benedetta.
Okay, I like the fact that they picked up the Faramis, right? This is a hero that constantly gets picked up just because of the way that you have the Netherrealm now, you can count on that. But I love the fact that we saw the Benedetta, right? First phase from Niightmare for now, which technically, like you mentioned before, like we've seen history-wise, it can be somewhat flex. But let's just go ahead and assume that it's going to go in the XP lane. Great, flashy hero. You can split push as well with it. But that begs the question, what if it does go in the hands of the jungler, right? What if it does go for too easy for Lexi? He likes to opt for these more aggressive, assassin-style play style in the jungle. That could work for them here. But the response, Lilia gets picked up as long as the Terizla, as well as the Terizla.
And those are great options here to punish the Faramis pick. We've seen it just rise in popularity, especially MPLI. But now with the Valentino available, it seems like SMG won't go for that. Don't seem that they feel like they're able to deal with it. So they go with the Terizla to really go in for a combo. And then they have this Lilia right now with AoE, technically DPS, a lot of magical damage again and again. So the Netherrealm from Faramis, it's going to be a big weapon for Niightmare, but it also can be something that SMG can take advantage of to really shut them down here.
And also, like, if the Valentino was still available for Team Niightmare and they managed to transform this Faramis to the roaming beauty, I think that it has a lot of ultimates on the other side from Team SMG. There is the penalty zone and like tons of other ultimates that haven't been even revealed yet. So it is a good choice for them, but I don't know if it's gonna make up or like will it be good in terms of taking damage from Team SMG, because so far the marksman is not up yet, or like the gold laner is not up yet, and they already have a lot of damage. Mart is being in from Team Niightmare, and the first phase of drafting is done.
You know what else is a surprise as we wait for the second phase here of bans is Nolan is still open, right? Nolan is a hero. Yeah, it's a hero that teams love to just go ahead and take that risk. Okay, we see a swap. I don't know if that's actually happening, right?
It's magic.
As we talked about the Benedetta, that's out of the picture right now. We don't know. We'll have to confirm later. But with that being said, now you have the Martas there. I was asking about the jungler matchup, and now if that's the case, then you focus on the utility. You focus on those objective, that objective play style, and kind of build around that. We'll see it once again once we get through this second phase of bans, really how they want to round this out.
I think for Niightmare right now, it's just a great combination. There's a lot of damage built in, and especially with the Netherrealm, a big issue is that in the early game, sometimes you lack damage, you can survive, but you can't really output enough damage to take your opponents down. With the Martas in the picture, that's a whole different story, especially with the resets coming in from the decimation. I think that might be enough to really push SMG away. unless they get something big, some big teamfight ultimate, they can really deter the whole roster of Niightmare from really fighting and contesting that neutral objective.
Well, do you think that after banning Hilda, do they want to give the jungler a little bit of space?
A little bit of space. I mean, it's possible, especially for the Joy right now, a lot more vulnerable to the Hilda. That is definitely something they're considering. Along with the mid lane, high wave clear presence here with the Lilia, there's a lot of chance for SMG to go with that 3-mana roam strategy, and then from there focus on to the EXP and gold lane.
Yeah, but Naiso, after we see that the drafting phase is totally finished, I can tell that Team Nightmares are mostly afraid of the rumor because they have Matilda in the ban, Angela alongside with the Minotaur and also the Kufra. So from Team Nightmare, I don't know if that's a plan to just like take some options from Team SMG's rumor or not, or will it be just focusing on some picks that will stop them or like will make them stumble during the game? After taking that suppression hero out, I don't know what SMG is planning to do.
Ooh, they go for the Cho right here, though. This is exactly why we were talking about it earlier. There seems to be a Roamer showdown, and it's going to be a Teresa in the hands of Jasmine, trying to bring the spice here. Big AoE combos from Niightmare against the pickoff, the damage, the burst coming in from SMG.
This is like the OG tank, basically.
OG
tank. Tigreal I feel like at some point when everybody picked up Mlbb, they played Tigreal. That's what I would assume, right? And with that, it'll be interesting to see if it actually works that way, if it actually works out here. Once again, I was also wondering, right, do they actually have that Khalid in place? It was not the Benedetta. We'll find out once we load in. But interesting lineup here, guys, and it looks like it is.
Yeah, after seeing that both teams have already made it up and already like put up their final touches, let's say, and having all this perfect draft. I don't know who to lean towards, but now heading into the land of dawn, we will witness the first game and the first match in the M5 wildcard here in Malaysia, in SMG's hometown. We will see that Team Nightmare is up to the test, and Team Nightmare are now heading to the jungle.
Oof. They're in the hot seat for sure, and early on you can see SMG here just pressuring away the members of Niightmare as much as possible. The Tigreal, man, this is why it gets so confusing. The Joy is now weaker to crowd control, and with the Tigreal changes a few patches ago, that crowd control comes out more suddenly compared to usual. So that is something that Team SMG needs to be very careful about.
Yeah, they want to bring up surprises, and even since the beginning, you have just said it, and also Nice said it, he's an OG tank. He has been here for a while, have been here since the beginning. Tigreal being big by Team Nightmare, I think he's going to add a lot to this match, and there will be a massacre happening between both teams, Team SMG and Team Nightmares.
Well, we have to see, man, for SMG right here, the fact that Miko is on the Cho means that he's going to be so slippery, so difficult to catch. He's going with the agility and the wilderness blessing, so he's going to be as tanky as possible, but he wants that mobility to maybe bait out some spells, some engagements from Niightmare Esports. Maybe that will be a window for Sasa on that Joy to just come in and deal a big amount of damage.
And right now, I think this is the term that we can use and say it is the calm before the storm. It is the silence before the storm, because so far we are 2 minutes in and there's not even a try to invade, to go inside the enemy's jungle or to do anything aggressive against the opponents generally. So we are 5 seconds away from the next turtle. Who's going to take it? We're going to see.
It's going to rely a bit on the EXP matchup as well, but you can see no one is level 4, and this Khalid is just struggling a bit slightly. He has regen, but the damage reduction on the second spell here is just not as strong as it used to be, so he needs to be a bit more careful.
Okay, now that the turtle's up, first one of the game.
Ooh.
Looks like it's going to be a full force. Jasmine going to go in. That might be the focus. Penalty zone to jump in, 5-2. Too easy for Lexi. Will be able to get the turtle. Still going to be fighting for it. And they back off. No bodies dropping, but objective secured for Niightmare Esports.
Everyone's still safe, but the turtle goes for the favor of Team Nightmares. And even with having that turtle, there's no much to add to Team Nightmare.
That's crazy. Jasmine able to just push multiple people away from the turtle. That is something that Tigreal can do really well. And I think Team SMG were just caught slightly off guard there. Miko went in for a play as well, but with a Netherrealm, just wasn't a chance. So they're playing it very safely here, knowing that later on, Sasa can be a lot more impactful compared to too easy for Lexi on the Martis in the mid to late stages of the game.
Yeah, we want to see some kills, we want to see some action happening in the Land of Dawn, because so far it's just like so peaceful in the Land of Dawn.
This could be it right here, Yasu. First blood from the hands of Stormy. You can hear the crowd go wild for it. First blood in the hands of Team SMG.
Team SMG gets their first blood, and now they are sending a hostile message. Look at Miko is going back.
Smooth gonna jump in once again with the penalty zone. Soul should be fine, even with that revenge strike, and they go ahead and disengage for now.
Look at how aggressive Jack is on the Khalid, man. Just going in with the Raging Sandstorms. That's a big engage tool, and for now, he can't afford to do so, but later on, he needs to be a bit more conservative. Whoever lands the bigger ultimate between Jack and Smooth in the EXP lane, that can really swing the tides of the battle. For now, even though Niightmare Esports technically has a lead, Team SMG are the ones with a bit more of a gold lead, so their farming patterns for sure is a bit better compared to Niightmare Esports.
And right now I can see that there is like a little bit of poking each other. They are trying to get some of that HP from the enemy's team, and also like to break some shields from the enemy's team. So Team SMG so far is a little bit peaceful, as I told you. Even though they are now defenders, I think they have to be the most aggressive players, and so far they haven't shown their teeth yet. They haven't shown Team Nightmare what happened in the finals and how were they so aggressive.
I think this is a big problem for Team SMG. If they mess up here, the resets, the decimations is just such a big risk. For Niightmare Esports, it's not exactly the same kind of deal, but look at Miko.
Miko's gonna go ahead and zone them out the best he can. You also have
down. Team Nightmare gets the turtle, and they also get the fight.
Oh, Miko, he's in trouble here, gonna get dragged, and Jasmine gets another kill on this Tigreal.
That is just crowd control advantage at its best. You would think that Jasmine on the Tigreal is going to be a bit too telegraphed, too easy to avoid. But right there, he just gets the play onto Sasa. And of course, Jack with a great follow-up. The fact that they have two Purifies also means that they have a lot more ways to really bait out spells from Team SMG and turn it around. The Netherrealm as well, right there, really just messes everything up for Team SMG.
Yeah,
if they were able to get the Martis, then that fight could have went in a better direction for them.
And maybe if you looked at the statistics, Team SMG, every time they lose the early game, is so hard for them to come back again. So Team Nightmare now have the advantage of the kills, but there's no so much difference in terms of the gold, and everything again goes back and scrolls back to the safe zone. There's nothing happening in the Land of Dawn right now except for people waiting.
Miko gonna find his target. Jasmine has the Netherrealm there, but it's multiple bodies. Here comes Candy with a blazing duet. Gonna force them back a little bit more. No one goes down. Niightmare Esports saves Jasmine.
That's going to be the way of the Dragons burnt out. So now there's a chance for Niightmare Esports to really turn it around. But look at the damage of the torn apart memory. That long range is something they need to be a bit more concerned about, especially later on when Sasa has some more items to work with.
There's not a certain strategy that's happening right now. No one is going like for, I would say, protect the king. And the king here is the marksman. No one is focusing on the gold lane, neither the XP lane, neither somewhere in the map. But they are just focusing on the neutral objectives and getting the best use out of them.
Funny enough, if you look at the turret situation here, it's even until Sasa now takes one down. But look at Soso.
They're trying to get out. Sasa with a clean torn apart memory, able to get the kill there. And that's exactly what they need. Turtle now up, two in the hands of Niightmare Esports. Team SMG wants to fight this. Miko gonna get away the dragon. Jack goes in the raging sandstorm. They find Miko. He falls. Ignore the turtle. They go. Swoop goes in. Finds too easy for Lexi, and now they should be able to go ahead and get this turtle.
Man, that's a 2-4-1, but the turret falling down in the bottom side. And the turtle isn't guaranteed secure just yet. Seems to be a bit of miscommunication between Jasmine and Jack. With how much your opponents move with the Sacred Hammer right there, that Raging Sandstorm might just miss. And that could be catastrophic for the side of Niightmare Esports.
Whenever you do mistakes, you have to deal with the consequences. And right now, Team Niightmare are dealing with the consequences of the miscommunication that's happening within the team. So far, they do have a turret. So far, they are ahead in kills, but they are not taking the best use out of it. So it is not. Oh.
Miko once again gonna find Jack. Can't really do much there. And then Flex as well. They grab another kill.
Easy kill for Team SMG right here, but Wind of Nature, rushed by Sasa, knowing how important that physical damage immunity is. Now with the Saksa as well, has the Holy Crystal, so Joy damage is going to be ramping up pretty nicely for them. This is where Niightmare Esports needs to be a bit more careful, because now Team SMG, they can absolutely strike back, and they might get one more turret in the bottom side.
It doesn't feel like it's the way of Dragon more than it is the way of Miko. So far, Miko is dealing a lot, or like making a lot of fancy ultimates, but right here, it is so nasty. They just took out, they just stole Faramis' ultimate. They just took it away from him even before the Lord comes, even before any action happens. Team SMG is just using their momentum and getting more and more and deeper into the game.
Miko knows, once again, Jasmine gonna spot him out. So we'll be able to hold him at bay. But the job here for Team SMG is that tier 1 turret. They get it down. They're 30 seconds away from the first Lord.
And they are taking whatever they want. It's like they are walking in a garden, and whatever they see, whatever they want, Team SMG gets.
Looking at the items right here, we've already mentioned it a lot in the previous times we've been on duty here, but the Clock of Destiny just isn't as good as an item anymore. With Enchanted Talisman though, whoa, Jack!
Jack's gonna heal back up the best he can. The Saksa has the damage, takes him out in the 1v1. Now will also take the purple from the hands of Niightmare. Right now, Team SMG is in full snowball mode.
Saksa, Sassy, you can call them like sassy players, because right now they are just showing off. Right now they are just melting enemies down. They are melting Team Niightmare down.
Gonna be another one. Implosion gonna be used with the Blazing Duet. That's the combo they're looking for. They take out Miko, but can they survive the fight? Stormy gets a kill, and they're on the run. Body after body's gonna fall from Niightmare. Team SMG answers back.
It's a big combo, but it isn't as clean as it needed it to be. And Sasa will just basic attacking again and again, outputting an insane amount of damage just like that with the Lord. A 5k gold lead, and you can really see the disparity in experience here. Niightmare Esports look lost, and they don't really see a way, at least an easy way, to really come back in this game. Let's take a look at the instant replay by Kadia, where Jasmine lands a 3-man implosion. The Blazing Duet comes in as well as the Mortar Coil. But afterwards, when they went with the Netherrealm, Sasa is just all the way in the back. And look at that damage, dude. 4 hits, and anyone in the back line, anyone that's not a tank, just gets deleted.
Yeah, that's when the goal difference speaks. That when the strength actually speaks. And right now, Team Niightmare are buried by the mistakes they have done throughout the early game. Right now, they are in the defensive mode. Right now, they are behind their inhibitor turrets.
Right now, they got to deal with this Lord. Is only the first one. Should be able to make quick work of it, as Niightmare does. But are they going to lose anything more? Saksa going to jump in behind enemy lines. Will back off, though. So right now, Niightmare holds on to their turrets for now.
They didn't really use the waves as efficiently as they could right there. Fortunately for them, Niightmare were able to just defend. They have the chance to use the Netherrealm there to try and prevent a tower dive situation. So Team SMG do the right thing. Played a bit safely for now, but here's a problem for Niightmare now. They have to deal with so much damage. There's a Joy, a Lilia, and a Brody. So unless they get all these core members, core damage dealers from the side of SMG, it's going to be very difficult for them to come out on top in a fight.
Still going for it. Another clean kill. Stormy does it again. There's the kick with the way of the dragon, the way of the Miko. Jasmine the target. He falls in the jungle. And Team SMG is relentless right now.
Right now, Team SMG cannot do any, or like Team Niightmare cannot do anything against the force of nature. Right now, Team SMG have a huge ton amount of damage that Team Niightmare cannot take in. They are just getting hit it one time after another.
Gonna lose their base turret here in the mid and the bottom. Niightmare hold on to the top right now. Team SMG knows the lead they have. It's nearly 9,000 gold. And it's showing. Miko gonna get dragged, still has the immortality though.
Ooh.
Taking a couple shots, he won't go down. And right now, we're 14 seconds away from the Lord.
Niightmare Esports, man, they're trying to defend, but with too easy for Lexi on a Martis, and yet being 0, 2, and 4, he's just way too behind right here to really do anything meaningful. The Team SMG, they will most likely bait Niightmare Esports out of their base for a fight. If they fall for a combo in the middle of the jungle where the AoE of Stormy will just do an insane amount of damage, this could be the end, or it is the beginning of the end.
Right now, I think that there is something that I always used to say is whenever it is their game, you cannot give your back to the other team because right now, any mistake can cause you the game.
This could be a mistake here. Too easy for Lexi. There's the penalty zone. They're going to find it. Nether Realm already going to be used as well. Soul can't get away from Stormy as he gets the double. And now they're ready, full force. They might not even wait for the Lord here. Team SMG with a massive lead. I set on the top lane.
Well, Sasa moves all the way up there, so they're not going to be brute forcing it just yet. They're going to bring in 2 waves at the same time, more or less right here. That is the right way to try and mount an aggression to end the game. But look at Saksa coming in alone.
Saksa going to push them back. Jack is trying to heal up. There's the kick from Miko. Cammy goes down. Another body going to drop. And this could be it. Team SMG trying to push in. Jasmine trying to buy some time. He does well for now. Lord making his way. Soul able to find one. Smooth chasing him down. It's Stormy working on the crystal. And they can't stop him.
It is finished. It is the first game happening here. Team SMG takes it back home. The first game goes for Team SMG. They have done it. They have made it. Consistency always beats talent. And right now, they have consistency. And right now, they have the talent. And right now, they have the first point of this match.
It is match point definitely for SMG, showing why they are absolutely the favorites and showing that they can come back from an insane early game loss. And Niightmare is back to the drawing board for them. It was looking so good for them, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Tough game there. Again, it looked like it would be, you know, somewhat even for the most part. That early game was going well for Niightmare Esports. They had great, actually, composition. You know, I loved what they had, and when they tried to get the combination off, with the implosion, with the sandstorm, with the blazing duet, it would have worked great, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They got too far behind, and they weren't able to catch back up there.
They couldn't make it throughout the game. They couldn't make it until the end. Team Niightmare have fell down to the momentum of Team SMG. Team SMG used every opportunity possible to get the best use out of the game, and they have got the first point, and it might be a match point for Team SMG.
It's definitely one more game to go right here. Unless, of course, Team Niightmare can adjust. Because, like you mentioned, Naisu, it was looking so good in the early game. But I think the mid-game, where things are a bit more random, where things aren't always, you know, default, right? Laning phase, everyone goes to their lanes, does their job, that's great. But the mid-game is a bit more adjustable. And I think that's where Team SMG showed the difference in experience, and they're able to actually outmaneuver the members of Team Niightmare. Even though they were losing in kills, they were still able to get towers. They're still able to get a farm advantage. And I think overall, when that's the case throughout the whole game, eventually the goal difference is gonna look pretty significant.
Yeah, it was significant, you know, and at the same time, one of the things that you can see there from that game is they really could not solve the issue of how can they get past Miko. You know, when we were comparing earlier the two roamers here, for example, that's the thing. Miko just had a better time zoning out who he had to be. He got the right targets, which allowed the snowball to happen much quicker. And it just was difficult, you know, at that point for them to really find an answer. A lot of times, even too easy for Lexi, couldn't get close enough to the objective because of the fact that Miko was planting himself right there. So those are some things that Niightmare Esports can actually learn from and kind of adjust, hopefully, for game number 2.
Yeah, they had a good early game. But after the early game, everything just started to fall down. Everything just started to look bad or worse for Team Nightmare. They couldn't continue that momentum. So let's see together who is the MVP of the first match. And here we will see it after seeing that Yuzong skin. MVP of the match, Stormy from Team SMG.
A 7-0 and 6 KDA. No, 87% kill participation. He was just a big portion, a big problem for Team Nightmare, and it's exactly why Team SMG were able to actually get a roam lead, even though they were actually behind on gold, even though Team Nightmare are the ones aggressing, but he's always able to just clear the lane so much faster, abusing the Lilia, and in the middle of a big team fight, if he has not locked down and focused down, he can just purify and still output an insane amount of damage, which is why, even though there's a Nether Realm used from Team Nightmare, it just wasn't enough unless you can get Stormy or maybe Sasa, right? Shut down one of the big carries. And this is the result, man. The MVP of the game. Definitely a well-deserved one.
You know what I loved about this? And it's not just the stats here, right? It's not just because he's 7-0 and 6. But the fact is, if you go back and look at the game, I know we're going to look at highlights here in just a second. You're going to see his placement. His placement was clutch here, Arashi.
This was really, really good. And let's take a look at some of the highlights here, brought to you by Grab Unlimited. Looking here, this is like one of the earlier fights, and you can see that there's a bit of disconnect here with how Team Nightmare really wants to approach these fights. They keep going in, not together, but one by one, and sometimes the spells don't even land in synergy. So in contrast to that, as you mentioned, Aisu, SMG really seems like they have a plan going through most of these fights, and they know who they're going to target and how they're trying to go in or out of the fight after the initial action has elapsed.
And you can call it whatever you want. The performance of Team Nightmare was really good, but the performance of Team SMG was just unforgettable. And throughout this highlights, we can see how much Team SMG was on point.
And here, look at that. I mean, they're just grouping together, and the Lilia damage, man, you just cannot ignore it. And in the previous fight, it was Sasa as well, just left up. So they have great combos, but the combos are landing on the members that Team SMG are happy to essentially give up in exchange for a winning dominant fight. And afterwards, with Sasa just getting the items, getting more power spikes, that's what we're talking about.
Look at Stormy here. This is what I'm talking about. Even with that wombo combo from Nightmare, he's just there on the edge, right? He's just unleashing, and it was a great combination, like I said, from Niightmare Esports. They had a lot of those. The Implosion, the Sandstorm, the Blazing Duet, but unfortunately they weren't able to actually catch Stormy either, so he was just usually sitting on the side, unleashing, and he scaled up so quickly because of an amazing early game that he had.
Yeah, he's just like standing for and controlling the strings and moving everything around for Team SMG.
I think it's great, man. I think the targeting for Team Nightmare definitely needs some work right here. Because even in the earlier fight, it's not just Stormy, man. Sasa as well is just left out of control right here. So I think they have to try and ration out their crowd control. It's great if you can get a huge wombo combo onto like 5 people. But if that doesn't include the main carries, I think you have to save one of the crowd control for someone else. And eventually, with how much goal ahead they are, like almost 10K at this point, it's only a matter of time before Nightmare, with their mid-game snowball composition, just start to fall off.
Yeah, and even though at the late game there was a really good moment where Tiger had like 3 into his ultimate, he just couldn't deal with the amount of damage, or like his team couldn't make an output damage that was enough to get the best use out of this ultimate.
By the way, usually we see Khalid come in with a more aggressive emblem set, but here he goes with the Concussive Blast and the Festival of Blood, so a bit more utility focused, and unfortunately in this game he was just forced to go 1v1, 1v2, where maybe the more aggressive emblem build would actually benefit him for maybe going for a 1-for-1 trade. But with the utility build, he's just forced to always stay together in these big team fights, and he can't really go head-to-head against Smooth in the laning phase and after. So that could be something they can try and use as well, right? If they want to get a strong EXP laner, also play around him a bit more and use him to snowball. Because if he was ahead, then maybe there's a chance for Team SMG to have Smooth taken away from the fight due to the superior 1v1 potential.
What do you think was the moment for Team SMG to get in control and to get in charge of everything?
I believe it's that one fight where initially, right, the implosion Sacred Hammer combo just pushes everyone away from the Raging Sandstorm. That was a bit unfortunate. And in doing so, they're just fighting in the jungle, clumped up together, right? That is also something they can try and reduce, because they have a lot of mobility, man. The Faramis has the Stampede. You can have a Battle Mirror image coming in from the Claude as well. So every single one of the heroes from the side of Nightmare actually have dashes. So if they can play around that and avoid the AoE coming in from SMG, I think they can have great potential. Looking at the item builds, I mean, look at Sasa, man. He is quiet in the early to mid stage of the game, but he has the most gold right here. He was just farming a storm. Whenever it's a objective take, sometimes SMG back away, but when they're doing so, they're contesting it and just trying and do something with 4 members, and they're allowing Sasa to just farm up a storm on the other side of the map.
But what's interesting for me, if the game went a little bit further for Team Nightmare, I think that by that wombo combo between the Tiger and the Claude, something might have changed for Team Nightmare.
Well, looking at the cards right here, the rich guy is Sasa, as we've already mentioned. The carry, of course, is Stormy. This is why right now, with the Clock of Destiny also not really a core item, a lot of mages are just transitioning into that secondary carry instead of just being more of a utility, because for the longest time, it's all about clearing the wave and then helping out your jungler or helping out your side laners. Now, it's also about being able to actually output that damage, and sometimes you can even do more damage than your gold laner in the late game, depending on what pick you go for.
Interesting thing here too is, like I said, Miko, right? I know it's called the Forgotten One, but this man was, you can't forget him. He was everywhere where he needed to be, right? Even at one point, like as you said, it wasn't the way of the dragon anymore, it was way of the Miko, because every target he found is exactly who they needed at that given moment, right? To lead them into an objective, to lead them into a tower take, to lead them into a better team fight situation. And that kind of happened, that fell in place, right? And if you look back at the draft, aside, well, you can kind of say Guinevere could be a roam, right? So it could have gone in the hands of Miko too. It was literally hack of Miko, right? All the bans were all towards Miko. But because he picked up, you know, it's almost like, yeah, you can ban all these heroes, but I still got the Cho there, right? Almost every roamer has this Cho pick that allows them to dictate the pace of the game.
I think it's great that you can't really just expect to just target ban one person and get away with it, right? It has to be a bit more strategic, a bit more planned, because now the hero pools of all these players, it's not that simple, you know? It's not like they only play 3 heroes, and without those 3, they're done. They have a lot more options available. And if you look at the teamfight participation here, I think what's noteworthy is, of course, the 100% teamfight participation here from Cammy, but it's also showing that, for the most part, for Nightmare, they're just willing to go for a full-on team fight, whereas for SMG, they're very happy to go for a 1v1, a 2v1. And the fact that Miko was able to find all those pickoffs is part of why Team Nightmare, towards the end there, they were just so concerned on where they were going to go, where they should be positioning, because if they're not careful, Miko will find a pickoff yet again. So when they're stuck together like that, you're going to lose out in the macro department.
Yeah, it wouldn't look so good when things just like fall down. And Team Nightmare at a certain point fell down, or like they lost track of their ideas. And at that exact moment, that's where SMG controlled and dominated the whole game. So after this game and after knowing that Team SMG will be on match point,
internationally, I'll be speaking in Malay, Rose will be speaking English. And now, I will speak in Malay.
Okay.
Bila interview je, asyik-asyik muka Ciku, asyik-asyik muka Gary.
Kan?
Ciku memang sejak live stream ni suka berbual depan kamera?
Saya pun tak tahu, dia macam tiba-tiba. Saya datang nak tengok, tapi dia kena interview pula.
Chico said he loved being in front of the camera. It really builds his own character. Not only is he a professional player, but he wants to entertain the fans.
All right, guys, before we start the entertainment part of this interview, I would like to show you guys the tifo that MPL Malaysia came up with to show our support for the Malaysian representatives for both Homeboys and SMG. I'm pretty sure Gary and Chiku has signed on it as well. I signed on it. Lafel has signed on it. So that is us showing Malaysia hospitality and supporting the Malaysian talents.
Yes, hashtag Pantamangala basically means we never give up. And I will have to say, we Malaysians are very tall. Imagine going up all the way up there and then signing. We're at least 7 feet tall.
Right, exactly. All right, so let's head right into this, okay? Let me first ask, Gary, in your opinion, which two teams will be qualifying for the M5 main event?
Saya rasa SMG dengan tim dari Mongolia. Apa nama dia?
Lilgan.
Lilgan. Ah, yang tu.
You guys know what he said. He said SMG and Lilgan will most probably be going to the main stage.
All right, for Chiku, who do you foresee entering the M5 World Championship in the Philippines?
Aku tak faham apa soalan dia. Soalan sama kot, dua tim yang akan pergi ke M5.
Okay, kalau saya semestinya SMG dengan Lilgan tu.
Same.
Wow, same. Copy paste.
It's the same answer.
Copy paste.
No need for translation.
No need. All right, so
Actually,
Chiku.
let me translate. They say that SMG will be going to the wild card because they believe in their friends. They have trained very, very hard and they will go represent Malaysia. And Lilgan has been surprising everyone on the world stage, so they're looking forward to see Lilgan going to the Philippines and give every team there a big challenge.
Gosh, that was an amazing
true.
translation. Amazing. All right, Chiku, you want Lilgan and SMG to enter, but in your opinion, which team is the dark horse? Which team will give them a fight for their money?
I think Falcon.
Why?
Sebab ada low trick.
He thinks that Falcon will be the dark horse, will be the one challenging all the other teams because Lotric was before this a part of Toda, and he knows Lotric is an amazing player. He will bring the fire. He will bring the heat. All the teams will be sweating.
Wow. All right, Gary, in your opinion, which team is the dark horse this wild card?
Saya rasa Falcon juga sebab hari tu tak MPLI diorang bantai gate kan.
Gary is not really creative. He just takes Chiku's answer, but I'm going to change it. Falcon is dominating because for some reason, they have found a way. They found the secret sauce, the hidden key to attack all of the teams Gary has faced against them 10,000 times in scrims, and every single time, it's a very hard game. Even Gary was sweating. He could not get his own purple buff. It was a difficult game.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I feel like the longer this interview is, the longer LaFell's translation becomes. All right, so Gary, I heard that there are rumors surrounding your team in ML. So, Gary, do you mind spilling or maybe addressing the rumors regarding your future in MPL Malaysia?
Future saya rasa tak ada apa-apa lagi sebab saya pun sekarang tidur kat rumah gaming house Team Hut aja.
Gary said he cannot predict the future. He's asked God a lot of times, and he's like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. So Gary has the same attitude. He's like, I'm still sleeping at the Team House gaming house, so my future, I'm not going to tell Rose, I'm not going to tell LaFell. He already knows, but he doesn't want to tell. He's a boy that keeps secrets.
I see. So it's probably like, you know, let time do the talking.
Probably entering Toda. Okay, moving on.
Oh, wow. All right. Okay, guys, for all of you guys who are around Malaysia, around Klang Valley, don't forget to come on over to Geospace Selangor to witness the M5 World Championship wildcard that is happening here. Come on over, support your favorite teams, and, you know, maybe SMG might be able to take that second slot for Malaysia in the M5. And with that, I think we shall begin our second game in this first match.
Konnichiwa.
Bye-bye. Good luck SMG.
Good luck SMG.
And we have seen some dark horses being shouted out on stage. So in terms of dark horses, we haven't even we haven't discussed that. We haven't got the chance to discuss this. What is your dark horse in this tournament, Naisu?
Whew. That's a tough question because I kind of have two. It's KBG.
Two.
Yeah, I would say KBG, just because I'm so interested to see what this team brings to the table, and also Lil Gun. You know, I had the opportunity to cast for Lil Gun in another tournament earlier this year, and I was really impressed with them. I was really impressed with how they handled themselves, how they went up against some of the strongest teams in the world back in ISF, and I can't wait to see how they've adjusted from that time period, you know, and how they've improved over that time.
Well, while having two spots or like two teams that will qualify to the M5 World Championship from here, and after saying, like you said, Naisu, that you have Lil Gun in mind, and you actually like mentioned two teams, so you have two dark horses. But for me, I think that in this tournament, KBG, I would agree that KBG is a really interesting team, and maybe they will be the dark horse, or they will take a spot out of the two. But what about you, Arashi?
I was gonna like try to impress you and say Team Falcons, but no, I think it's KBG as well. They're a very interesting team, and the fact that we have almost little to no info about them means that anything can happen. They might be just really, really good, but we just haven't seen them perform just yet. But enough for that for now, because now we are gonna go straight into game number 2, and straight away we're going straight into that banning phase.
We can see that they already started, but right now, Team Nightmares have learned from their mistakes. Right now, there is no joy anymore for Team SMG, and Guinevere is still like, it is like almost forbidden so far. So I think that we will get used to having Guinevere in the ban list, and even though we haven't witnessed Nolan in the last match, again, Nolan right now is in the ban list, while he was the most banned hero in the MPLI.
We're seeing a bit of a contrast right here, man. For Nightmare, they banned a lot of the support heroes in the first game, but now they're banning away the Joy and the Terizla. They're just doing more respect bans, but also still, they're going with the 1-1 ban as well. It's almost like the second pick always wants to ban away the support heroes, but for Team SMG, that's just not the case, man. They're going for the Nolan as well.
They are going for the Nolan, and I think that at some point, what are you laughing at?
The audience there, the work there to teach their daughter, I'm assuming that's their daughter, the thumbs up, man. You know, that's probably her favorite, what's that, the sticker in game? You know, the thumbs up sticker?
Okay,
Just
like,
big thumbs
Sorry
up.
to derail you guys. I was just impressed with the, you know, the thumbs up sign out there.
The effort.
The simple things in life.
For me, I think that right now the only thing that's changed for me is that I got used to see the Bruno in the ban list for Team SMG. So maybe, just a maybe, Team Niightmare will pull off that big and they will make Team SMG, like, I don't know, will they deal with it or like, will they fall down to it? I don't know, to be honest.
Well, here's the thing. They're going to go ahead and pick up Bruno right away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when you were asking that question here, Yasuo, I was like, you know, well, one, we know that Bruno, especially from the most recent thing, the MPLI, right? It was a hot commodity. And it is here. It's left open because of the fact that we see a little bit of change. This is the change I wanted to see from Niightmare, right? This time around, they don't go and focus completely on the hero pool of Miko. They actually just go with some of these bans. They don't want to deal with the Joy anymore. We saw that pop up, and they lock in a great first pick, the Bruno.
And now as an exchange, they go, they let go of the Angela Baxia combo. This is a disgusting combo, man. It's always such a pain to deal with. A tanky Baxia with insane clear, insane speed, augmented by the Angela as well. We'll have to see, man. Will Team Niightmare still go for a Faramis or even a Mathilda, by the way, which is still very much available?
For me, I think they have the disease and the medicine at the same time. They have the healing meta, but again, they have as the jungler that, like by default, the anti-heal, like
from
the anti-heal
Baxia.
bomb. You're like he's an anti-heal, full of anti-heal with the first skill. Everything, I guess.
Yeah, it's
even
passive.
when you guess, it's passive. Like the first, second skill, and even the ultimate, everything just anti-heal. So Team Niightmare will not get the best use if they go for a support.
Well, it seems like they're going with their power pick. It's still going to be the Khalid, just like Yasu, technically.
Yeah.
His real name is Khalid, we found out. But now with the Valentina, it's almost like they're trying to get a strong mid lane source of damage, but they're also still worried about the Faramis making an appearance. With the Valentina available, that can be a counter technically. And if you're looking at the hero so far, at least, Niightmare still has a lot more crowd control compared to SMG. So if they're banking on a team fight strategy, this might work. But SMG, they might not even let it go that far.
Oh, there it is, the signature hero. I don't, you know, not only of the players, but also the fact that it's M5 hero, right? So we get to see, hopefully, that sweet, sweet skin that we've been talking about already. But at the same time, here's my question with this, right? The fact that Niightmare gets themselves the Valentina, who was once so strong, so sought after. It's kind of fallen off a little bit, but even looking at this, look at this. They wake up the Tigreal, Yasu.
Yeah, it was one of the forgotten picks, but Team Niightmare brings it back to life, while its last appearance in a World Championship was at M2. So Team Nightmares are actually bringing something new to the table, which is expected in an international event. So Team Niightmare have brought that Tigreal. They might even add something else. But for me, when the Valentina is there, it prevents the other teams from taking some specific big picks, because you will be afraid that your own weapon will be used against you.
That's definitely a big concern. But for SMG now, looking at the item, like the weapons that can be used against them, I guess the Angela ulti comes to mind right here. The Black Dragon form maybe, but it's not going to be as effective, as crazy. For Niightmare, they banned with the Irithel, knowing that it can be comboed with the Angela. I think Irithel alone is a bit weak, but with Angela, it's a different story. They have the Minotaur, but for SMG, it's back to that Cho. So now they're the ones aggressing, it seems like, right here. With a Baxia and Cho, that pickup potential is quite scary. And they've banned away the Mathilda and the Diggy that can save the members of Niightmare in the middle of a pick-off attempt.
After banning that Diggy, I think it was most obvious that they will go for a crowd control pick, but having that Cho again makes Miko plays him once again. We'll see the way of Miko, and the Angela will be transformer, will be exchanged to be the mid lane and the magical damage for Team SMG.
I like the fact that in a way, Niightmare Esports is still kind of testing the waters, right? I like that they got the Bruno, like I said earlier. I like that they have the Valentina. Now they have a Rock, a Dyrok.
Wow.
Like the biggest curveball, I guess, in terms of lineup is obviously the Khalid. Can they make it work better for them? And to beg the question too, Arashi, you pointed this out in the analyst segment. Are they going to go with the same emblem setup, right? What is the job here going to be this time around? And not only that, but there's the last pick as well for SMG.
A claw to round it out. This is interesting, man, because Niightmare, they're going back again to the pickup strat. They've gone for the dive to ensure that they can take down the Baxia with the physical defense shred. But on the other side, now it seems like SMG, they have good pickoff, but they also have a very decent amount of AoE for a team fight. So on paper, at least, I think that SMG is a bit more flexible in how they want to play this out. For Niightmare, it's a bit more straightforward, so it all comes down to the execution.
And this I just noticed this real quick, guys. Yeah. It is going to be the swap, right? Juviana is in. I didn't know if that was going to be, you know, just a typo thing, but yeah, Juviana is going to be in this time around.
Yeah, this time around we will see if it will end for Team SMG. Will they get that 2-0, the full sweep, the clean sweep against Niightmare, or will Niightmare this time show us something else and make this best of 3, or like turn this best of 3 to a best of 1. Team SMG so far have proven that they can do it and they can make it. On the other hand, and also there's something interesting, Arashi, when we were in the draft. They didn't focus, Team Niightmare didn't focus on, Team SMG didn't focus on banning the junglers. So at this point, I think that the variety, or like the junglers that Team Niightmare can pull off are quite a lot.
There's quite a few, actually, but they did ban the Nolan. That, to be fair, that can go anywhere at this point with how strong and flexible that hero's kit is. For Niightmare right now, I think what's kind of catching my eye is Juviana now going with a lot more aggressive of an emblem set. It's what we talked about before. And respecting the Baxia, just, you know, full dive potential. Cammy and Soso are going with the Purify. I think that's definitely the way to go. So I think they're going to try and survive the initial impact coming in from Team SMG and maybe counter-engage with Jaspin on the Grok.
Yeah, after banning that Diggy and after seeing that you will be playing against the Chu, of like especially the Miko's Chu, you have to bring that Purify in your team. So Niightmare so far is like touching down or like seeing how things are for Teams SMG.
Saksa gonna find too easy for Lexi. Makes quick work of him with the first blood going in the hands of Smooth.
It was so fast. It had just happened so fast. He took the jungler right away. Just when he showed up on the map, he was out.
That is definitely not how Niightmare Esports want this game to go, man. If you look at their emblems, it was a Wilderness Blessing and the Agility for 2 members, and Wilderness Blessing still on 1 more member. So everyone's trying to be aggressive and roam. They have the Rupture and the Assassin emblem as well, but Team SMG are the ones getting ahead right here. And look at Saksa, man. Against 3 members, he's just rolling.
He is rolling, and maybe the odds this time will roll for them as well. So right now we'll see what will happen.
They're gonna find Miko already. Hard guard gonna come out, finds a target, too easy. Will fall. Turtle gonna be ignored for now. Just trying to drive them back. Smooth working it. 1 versus 2. Saksa gets the turtle. Jasmine in trouble. Smooth as well. Cross for cross they go. Soso picks up the kill. Now he's on the run. Gonna get stunned there. Couple hits away. Juviana trying to help him out. Goes to the brush and is fine, but the turtle goes to Team SMG.
Smooth now tastes some of his own medicine. That Valentina play was incredible, Arashi.
I mean, it was pretty good, and this is what they need to do, but Team SMG now, they just got the turtle, and technically they still came out on top right there, and they were able to chase down the members of Niightmare Esports. This is the problem with that Angela. The Baxia was looking so low, but with Stormy on the Angela coming in out of nowhere, that just turns the whole fight around for Niightmare Esports, and they're forced to pick. Are they going to try and secure the kill regardless, or ignore him? And that kind of choice in a split second is a lot more difficult than it seems.
Wow. I'm actually, every time you tell me what happened after a fight, I'm mesmerized by the amount of information that I might have missed. So you just said some stuff that I haven't caught by my eyes, and this is really amazing. You are really a technical and a tactical analyst.
Going for this, again, their own tactical way. SMG gets a lot out of Niightmare. I mean, this is the thing. You can already see the level disparity happening here on some of the roles, some of the lanes. But right now, Niightmare Esports holding on 4 minutes in.
Yeah, I think that they are a little bit equal, even though like right now it's 4 minutes in, or like we are 4 minutes in the game. It is actually so equal between Team SMG and Niightmare. Unlike the last game, Team SMG, after a minute from now, were in control.
Look at that play, the 1v1 Smooth, just holding his own. But Juviana, just doing a lot better, I think, in that EXPL matchup. But for how long? Saxa comes in.
Oh, here comes Saxa. Juviana does not have the Sandstorm. He is going to flick her out, though. So, right with that, he also had that hard guard being used with Sosol. Now, still working on it in this bottom lane. SMG, Miko. Looking for a target, not going to be able to find it, but the turtle is now up.
Miko had his own flicker, but actually he didn't even want to use it. Team SMG safely, without any problem happening, without any, let's say, there's no fight back, or like they don't want to go for the neutral objective, Team Niightmare.
Oh, Saxa, once again, into the jungle of Niightmare. Has Miko there with him, but he's just going to back off for now. But with that, again, the second turtle taken for Team SMG.
Oof, for Niightmare, though, they have the negative endurance right here, but is that enough? The hard guard Boxer combo is still so difficult for them to really find a solution for. And for Team SMG, I think all things considered, I would expect the gold lane to be a bit bigger. I mean, this is a Boxer, a clear slash, but Smooth is just relentless on this huge song, man.
He is smooth. He lives up to his name, and now Joviana is
Joviana
in that
Smooth.
place.
Once again, where he needs to be. Kill goes over to Saxa. And this is what happens, just like we saw from the previous game, this is where that snowball effect, that momentum starts to build for Team SMG.
SMG, every time they managed to control that early game, it was so hard for any team to stand up against them. And right now, and after I said it earlier, it was 1 minute away from now when Team SMG got in control. And right now, they are in charge, they are in control, they are in command.
All right, it's Saxa. It's Miko here. Into the jungle they go. Saxa going to go ahead and take it, not letting too easy for Lexi have anything. At this point, it's a little bit hard for Lexi. He's having trouble. Going to be forced out here. Sosol holding on to the hard guard himself. Now Saxa making his way to the purple.
Man, it's just such a tough situation, man. The box here, just in your jungle constantly, is just a big problem. And I think with 2 levels down, there's no chance, man. Saxa takes it away, and too easy for Lexi. It's not looking like he's having such an easy game after all.
Yeah, he is trespassing. He is getting inside the jungle without permission. Team SMG makes the whole land of Dawn seems like it is their land, not just the land of Dawn, it is the land of SMG right now. So SMG are taking every neutral objective. They don't even need to use that retribution. Team Niightmare are just listening. They are just listening carefully to what SMG have to say.
Saxa and the rest of the squad here, even with the hard guard, not going to be enough. Nice wild charge, though, but still not enough. Cammy does go down. Miko's still going to be up here as well. It's Saxa holding the front line, and they will get that tier 1 on the top side.
But there, Smooth gets taken out, though. A good trade back by Niightmare Esports. A bit of a swing in gold, but being 2K gold lead ahead, still securing all the objectives. Still going south for Niightmare Esports. They have to try and make something happen right here. Maybe use Jasmine in a more creative manner. Get a pick-off. Make sure that you go for the prior targets. If they can find Stormy on the Angela before the hard guard gets used, that could be the golden moment they look for. But now, too easy for Lexi. Is he gonna get the orange buff?
Yeah, I think that they want to take it to a 2v5 because right now, the goal difference is not so high.
No.
Wow, that's annoying.
That's tough. Right now, it's very difficult for too easy for Lexi even to compete against his own buffs. So what more of this first Lord coming up? It's Team SMG is not letting up at all, and even right now, Saxa just staying here into enemy territory. Meanwhile, Saxa is going to work on the bottom side. So can they force a situation here? Right now, Niightmare Esports just trying to hold on.
Yeah, he's just acting like he owns this place, right, Arashi?
Look at how they're cutting off Niightmare from their own targets, man. Saxa still being a huge menace, and they can't do anything, man. Niightmare let him walk away.
Yeah, they are just watching what Team SMG is doing. They are not making any reflex. There's nothing happening from the team, or like from the side of Team Niightmare, and I'm wondering, I am really wondering, what would be the turning point for Team Niightmare?
Well, one of them could be right here if they can get a kill on Saksa, especially with the damage. They gotta respect it. They do get Saksa down, but here comes Sasa with a blazing duet. Can he get back? One hit away. Soul gets that. So to answer your question, Yasu, that's it right there for Niightmare Esports.
What a massive blunder. They even lost a turret on the bottom. Members.
He will get ready for the next. He will be ready for the upcoming Lord Team SMG. And as I said it before, they don't get the best use out of the neutral objectives. And as you just mentioned, Arashi, they didn't have an ideal Lord, let's say, initiation or a fight. There wasn't a conceal, a play. But again, I want to ask you actually, Naisu. Team SMG at this moment, do you think that they will make a huge mistake?
Well, right now, it's going to be Juviana making the mistake. He is going to be quite under territory. Goes in with a flicker. Gets the hit here. Tries a regen. Going to go down by Stormy. Can they win the battle? The objective, though. Team SMG. Saksa going to go down. Niightmare Esports could make a massive comeback here. Kami going to be in trouble. Blazing Duet comes through. Still going to be pushed off the Lord. Niightmare Esports running for the hills. Smooth and Sasa will be able to get this kill. Jasmine tries to wild charge away, and he does it. Survives for now, but gives up the Lord here to Team SMG unless Too Easy for Lexi can pull something amazing off.
Maybe he can go in and maybe he can get that retribution, but it will be just the time for Saksa to come back. A massive play, just 2 last survivors from Team Niightmare.
Was looking kind of okay for Niightmare there. They were able to use that split kind of and make Juviana just take 2 members away from the Lord. But unfortunately, they did not have the damage to really shred it down. And so they get absolutely punished, man. Cammy was in the Lord pit, and he was just cornered by Smooth. That is not how you want the fight to play out. And now with the Lord in hand, Team SMG, can they find the end? Because they don't have a long range, they don't have good siege potential. They have to go for a pick-off or an all-out fight if they really want to go and end the game with this push.
Well, the only thing that I can tell you for sure is that Miko doesn't have that flicker, so we might not, just might not see the outplay happening from Team SMG, but everything that's being built up until this moment is saying that Team SMG might have this victory with this coming Lord.
Lord going down on the bottom side, rest of Team SMG focusing on the top here. Looking to fully expose the base of Niightmare Esports if they can. And as you mentioned, a lot of that lies here. Yasu, flicker now available for Miko. Does he force a play here? Has the immortality as well. And Soso holding on to his own Wave the Dragon. Lord finally taken care of.
Smooth.
Smooth gonna go in. Dragon form. There's Miko. Finds Jasmine cleanly. And now they're gonna go ahead and find this last turret of the base of Niightmare Esports. Do they push it in? Smooth gonna jump in, find Juviana, immortality gonna be popped. They're still trying to hold on. Heart guard gonna come through. Sasa with the blazing duet. Juviana trying to buy some time, keep him at bay, but can't do it. Finally, Saksa falls. Miko's immortality gonna be popped. Can they do it more? They can't. They have to back off.
Team Niightmare lives up to see another defense. What a defense from Team Niightmare, and what an engagement that wasn't actually understandable from Team SMG. What was that?
Well, they went for the pickoff, and I think, you know, with a member advantage, they can end the game. But right there, with multiple members still down, instead of using the Angela sustainability, right, the regeneration, to really push the tempo and end the game right there maybe, or cycle the death timers a bit more, they just back away so passively, it's almost shocking. I thought they were going to go absolutely aggressive, and then maybe when it looks like it's too much, they're going to back away. But they played extra safe, and still on 69% real-time win rate though, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is pretty nice, but what is nicer than this rate is that Team Niightmare now have the opportunity to flip everything around. Even though seconds ago, it was near 0%. It was somewhere around 5% that Team Niightmare will win. But having that 31% means that Team Niightmare and Team SMG have gotten into the late game phase, and now numbers wouldn't matter that much, neither the kills nor even the goals.
Jasmine. Oh, that is massive already. The wild charge expended right before this Lord fight is going to ensue. So right now, Team SMG knowing that, even though Jasmine gets back, they can work around this a couple of ways. Miko also going to be forced out of that area. Too easy for Lexi. This is going to be tough for him to battle it out with Saksa, unless SoSoul is able to find their own target. Smooth also waiting there on the side.
Yeah, they don't want that. You don't actually want the Lord. They want the team fight around the Lord. So now, Team SMG is Lord dancing.
Jasmine, once again, Miko with the moves will find Jasmine, takes him out of the picture. SoSoul still holding on to the way of Dragon himself. Smooth pops his Dragon form with the Heart Guard, and they're going to force Niightmare Esports back away from the Lord. Do they want to fight this? SoSoul might be the target, might be the one to find the target here. Team SMG still holding the Lord in the pit.
Well, the top side of the map is still pushing for the side of Team SMG, so that is something that Niightmare Esports cannot ignore. They might be sending one person there, but Team SMG, they are willing to just play the long game. They used 3 ultimates earlier, and they did not force the engage. They will be able to get the Lord right here. Smooth, he might get taken out.
Smooth, wow, look at the damage coming out from Cammy. Lord gonna be secured though, Blazing Duet forcing Niightmare Esports back. They lost Smooth, but Team SMG gets the Lord.
They do get the Lord, and they might get the opportunity to finish this, but Team Niightmare have shown us once and over again that they are able to make that defense work, even though they don't have that clearance. But Team SMG never finishes the job, or like, at least until now, they have never finished the job.
20 seconds to go on Smooth to respawn. Team SMG might be forced to fight with the Lord as their 5th teammate instead of Smooth. Niightmare Esports, they are trying to prepare an ambush here, waiting for that potential pickoff. If they can get it, it's going to be absolutely massive for them. But Miko is always waiting on the sides, man. He might just find something. He might be the key to victory for Niightmare Esports.
Saksa gonna go towards Jasmine, but there's the response coming up from Niightmare Esports. Saksa already popping the Blazing, doing it along with the Heart Guard, gonna find the kick. Juviana's still gonna be alive. They conceal back, they have to deal with the Lord, and they know it. Team SMG is gonna go ahead and recalibrate here, recoup, and make their way to the base.
Yeah, they can make their way to the base, especially by having Smooth just respawn, and Smooth does have his Dragon. He can go in, he can make a play, and with that pressure coming from the minions, Team SMG might go in, but again, they choose to play the safer route, they choose to play it peacefully, and they want to go for the next Lord, which is 90 seconds away.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, we are just past 20 minutes here, and the gold lead is only 1,000. The longer the game goes, the more the gold lead just means nothing. Looking at the items right here, for the most part, standard builds from Stormy on the Angela. We thought he might go for a bit more damage, knowing that he is the only magical damage source on that team, aside from the box here, but he's going with a full supportive build. Maybe that could be changed here in order to get something. On the other side, SoSoul, late game Valentina, we say it every time, it's very subtle, but it does a lot of damage. And surprisingly, the Terrify, the crowd control that she provides, could be massive in the middle of a big team fight. So now it's a bit weird. I feel like Team SMG has had opportunities to really force Niightmare Esports into a tough spot, but they haven't been doing so. So Niightmare Esports now, if they can prep the waves properly, they are the ones that might be able to force Team SMG to a fight around the Lord Pit.
Well, at this moment, I think that Team SMG should be, and that's a should be punished for wasting all these opportunities to finish the game off. And right now, we are heading into, I don't know if it's gonna be one of the longest games today, but 22 minutes in, and there was multiple chances to finish the game, but each time the execution wasn't just there. The macro game was good, the micro game also was good, but the execution of the finish never ever existed for the side of Team SMG.
Which is crazy, right? Because they had so many opportunities like you guys talked about, and I think that speaks volumes. Niightmare Esports in this game, at least for game number 2, has done well at holding on, getting to the point where they are now. And even for Too Easy for Lexi, right, he had a very difficult early game, and they're still trying to work around with it. Miko even trying to find his own setups, as he should. But right now, I'd love to see Niightmare Esports contest for this Lord and take it from Team SMG if they can. They've got all the tools they need.
Jasmine there with the very good barrier to reset the Lord. The first turret for the side of Team SMG is still standing in the mid lane. So in a way, it's a bit more difficult for Niightmare Esports to really get some good pushes going. They're going for the conceal, but Saksa!
Saksa gonna be the target here. Full force, hard guard there as well. Immortality gonna be bought. There's the kick as well. Saksa will fall. Team SMG waiting for the counter. Can they pull it off? Lord's still gonna be worked on. Too easy for Lexi, quite low as well. Does have the immortality available. Soul still looking for an ultimate to take. He's looking for the right one for the situation. Jasmine gonna go in. Saksa will fall. Cammy gets the kill. Trying to keep it together. Smooth has to get out of there. Has the immortality, but this is Niightmare Esports taking the Lord from Team SMG.
They are now getting punished. As I said, Team Niightmare are taking the advantage of that tremendous, ridiculously amount of opportunities that Team SMG have given them, and now Team SMG should pay the price. Team Niightmare are now heading gold, but that doesn't matter. Heading into 25 inside the game, I just think, and as I told you also, Arash, I told also the audience, it just takes one mistake to finish the game, and Team SMG so far have done a lot of mistakes.
That was a very costly mistake. Losing Saksa and using the hard guard on him even. What was the idea there? It's like they're trying to capture and trap Niightmare Esports on the side, but Niightmare Esports, throughout the whole game, have been going for a very straightforward approach at ending this game. And Team SMG are falling short. They might lose the base turrets. Can't Niightmare go for more?
They can go for more, and they can actually finish that game because the Lord haven't even been touched. It wasn't like even harmed. Look, even the minions are not now focusing on the Lord, rather Team SMG as well. So the minions are synchronized, everything is aligned. Team Niightmare might have the happy ending they were aiming for.
Right now, conceal going to be used. Lord making his way, bottom side, going to charge in. Turret's going to go down. Team SMG backs against the wall here. They're looking possibly at a game number 3. There's the Dragon form from Smooth, going to keep them at bay. They have to take out the Lord. Team SMG does that. Can they stay in the game here?
Look at Cammy is trying to finish that game. He's trying to deal a ridiculous amount of damage, but Miko might go in.
Oh, Miko was looking for his own pick. Does have the immortality available. Not anymore. Takes a fall right there from Cammy, and now still going to be working on it. Base fully explodes. Niightmare Esports, can they end the game? Take it to a game 3, and they do.
They do end this, and they do now get the opportunity. We can now hear the crowd cheering up Team Niightmare. They have punished the deservable, punishable people, like the players. SMG gets punished by the hands of Team Niightmare, and right now they take us to the breaking point to game 3.
They have equalized against the favorites right here. Niightmare Esports just showing everyone that you cannot count them out, and it's never over until it's really over. Man, SMG, they had so many chances. What happened there? You have to wonder. After a game, that was so close, man. If they won that, that was a done deal. But now they're gonna be dragged into yet another game, and you have to really question and worry about the mental state of these players, man. That was a brutal loss.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it, right? There was so many things falling in place for Team SMG for that game, and then all of a sudden, even with a fully exposed base, they couldn't finish the game, right? So you're wondering, how did that happen? Yeah. How did they get such a lead on a team like Niightmare Esports? And again, Too Easy for Lexi had a tough time in the jungle, right? They continued to focus on him. And then at one point, it just seemed like things turned around in favor for Niightmare Esports, and they were able to hold on with a fully exposed base for so long, eventually winning a crucial Lord that allowed them to close the game out there.
Yeah, I think that Team SMG now, by heading back to the rooms, happen. They just like a train hit Team SMG, because they have had a huge amount of opportunities just to finish this game off, but not a single time. Not even. They didn't even try to finish the game. I don't think that I've seen Team SMG try to touch the base.
I think they went very slowly for the base, and that's just not what you expect, right, from Team SMG. I thought they were going to go for dives, for huge team fights under the turrets, and just close it out, especially knowing that they have a very early game-centric team composition. And maybe in that mid-game, especially towards the 20-minute mark, they were a bit late in adjusting towards that late game. They were still using the hard guard on the Boxia, where technically, right, using it on the Claude would make a bit more sense in those big team fights. They were just giving too many chances away, I think, to Niightmare Esports, and Niightmare took full advantage of it, man. Especially in that last fight. I feel like Team SMG, it's almost like they were predicting that Niightmare Esports were going to do something a bit crazy, a bit unexpected. But Niightmare Esports, they just went with the straightforward approach. They just came in, went for the single pickoff, and SMG were just caught completely off guard.
And I don't know, like, in that game alone, I don't even know who I would personally give MVP to for Niightmare Esports, because I feel like, well, what happened is, again, Too Easy for Lexi had a tough time in the jungle, and they really just kind of gathered around him, right? They kind of picked him up from that moment, because we've all been there, right? Playing in the jungle, you're being focused on, you're losing your buffs, you can't compete against the objectives, so you have to rely on your team, and I think that's exactly what happened there for Niightmare Esports, right? All of them collectively helped bring the team to where they needed to be.
Yeah.
Maybe Cammy.
Who?
You think?
Cammy?
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 I mean, that
Maybe.
Bruno in the late game was doing a
let's
lot
see.
of damage. You're going to see soon. I feel like he was very aggressive in how he was playing, and he wasn't getting, he just saw opportunities and he just kept going in. But no, it's going to be so actually on that Valentina. Like we mentioned, a lot of damage, very subtle. You don't really see it come out like the Bruno damage, but you leave the Valentina alone and you are going to absolutely pay the price. Not to mention, part of the reason why they were able to find opportunities is due to the stolen hard guards, the just stolen ultimates available that he was able to take full advantage of and just make plays for his team. I think it's quite well deserved.
Yeah, and also that answers a question. If you had one chance or one opportunity, seize everything you've ever wanted, would you capture it or just let it slip?
Let it slip away.
That's the song you'll listen to before starting today. We get it. We got it.
You got to get hyped there, man. But yeah, So, I think, again, quick shout out, right? Honorable mention to Cammy as well, because in the late game, of course, the marksmen are doing a lot of damage as well, and he was very aggressively moving forward, using his second skill, his dash, not defensively, but even aggressively, knowing that his team has the momentum. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights right here. I think it's going to begin all the way in the beginning, brought to you by Grab. And for the most part, right, in the early stages of the game, until minute 15, there's not a lot that Niightmare Esports can do when they're up against a Boxia-Angela combo. I mean, some of these fights looks so bad for them, but somehow, some way, abusing that Angela, SMG are able to just turn it around. But unfortunately, that is an early game strat. It cannot be carried over to the mid to late game.
And you have said that it is a disgusting combo when they just like took it as in the second pick. So they have executed it perfectly, or do you think that there was more to it?
I think they executed the early game perfectly. Right, Boxia being so dangerous, and Miko just when you're focusing on the Boxia, the troll comes up behind you. Everything really works well, but I think in the mid game they kind of adjusted quite late. This is one of the first moments here where Saksa just got caught off guard. The hard guard comes in late, but the hard guard can't really shield you from all the damage.
Yeah.
Part of why the Angela was so good with the Boxia is that you can keep healing the Boxia, and it's a lot of work to really shave down the HP bar of the Boxia. So when it comes in the last second, it really wasn't enough. And here, again, 1v3, they expected the hard guard to make it a numbers advantage. But no, with the stolen hard guard, So just made that play happen. And this is one of the first times where they had a Lord, but did not get a lot from it.
And actually, at some point, I think that Saksa was taken away in a blink of an eye. So he couldn't actually respond. And also, I wouldn't like blame Stormy because at some points the damage is just so high to take that, to defend or like to manage to get that healing opportunity or even fuse your item. But right here, this was the first chance.
Yeah, you have to like call some attention to Sasa right here. He has the hard guard on him. He has the shield fully available, but he wasn't moving forward with it. He wasn't using it to absorb some of the damage and distract some of the members of Niightmare Esports. So I think there's a bit of miscoordination because we've seen some members from the side of SMG get the hard guard, but not go in and use it to its full potential. And that is something you need to be doing, especially in the late game.
And also, like, if you mentioned the hard guard, you talked about the Angela, you have to mention also that there was the cloth, so it was also a perfect combo. They had multiple different combos with the Yuzong, with the Baxia, and also with the cloth.
That's the thing, too. If you look at the timer, right, and now that they're pushing in the base here to end the game, they held on. Their base was fully exposed at around the 16-minute mark, right? Niightmare Esports pretty much just held on for, at that point, 8+ minutes. They kept it together. They ended the game when they had to, and that's the downside. And if you're Team SMG, you know exactly why they took that Bruno first pick.
Yeah. Yeah, they managed to snowball that. They managed to extract the specific amount of damage, or the needed amount of damage out of that Bruno. But after all, we saw that the Valentina got the MVP, and Team SMG have just lost, a terrible loss against Team Niightmare because they have given them that chance on a silver platter.
Yeah, if you look at the stats here even, the Turtles and the Lords very heavily favor SMG, but they're just unable to close it out as dominantly as they would like to. Looking at the emblems for Jasmine, though, just realized that he went to the support item, actually. So more movement speed, more regeneration coming from him, and he was able to find wild charges towards Sasa, but for the most part, right, he was just really struggling to get away from damage in the early game. You take a look at some of the items, as we were comparing earlier, the Claude not needing the boots is an advantage, but when the teams aren't really chasing each other down, then it doesn't really matter. Cammy is still with no boots, and even though he doesn't have the BMI, that mobility, he is still doing great. And with the Windtalker as well, he just has a lot more attack speed, so a lot more damage output, especially after the Blazing Duet has been used, right? With the Blazing Duet, you have a lot of damage output, but after that, you have shred damage. Whereas for Cammy on the late game, especially when an Angela or Claude is just stuck in the front for a second too long, those crits are hitting for 1,600 damage, man. You cannot stand there.
Yeah, and also Team SMG, like bringing up like a point that have been said in the draft, they cannot deal with that Bruno. So the Bruno was justified, and as a first pick, which was like a little bit new to us to see him getting as a first pick in this current meta. But do you think that we will see Bruno getting banned at the first phase from Team SMG in the next match?
It might be contested, man. I mean, I think any team would like to have a Bruno right now. It's strong in the lane, decent mid game as well, and strong late game. So there's not a huge downside to the playstyle. If you compare to Claude, for example, good mid to late game if you have your core items and your power spikes. Right. But in the early game, you will kind of struggle a bit in the lane. You kind of have to try and survive there instead of bully. So I think that having the kind of pressure in the early game, especially if you can secure a good jungler, really makes for a very solid early game strat.
Yeah, but there is something really interesting in the screen right now. Team Niightmare only needed one Lord to finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this at the composition, they have the stronger late game just because they do have magical damage to play around with. When you have an Angela, that's why you have to try and take full advantage of it. You can't really rely on an Angela to do damage per se, but when she goes into the hard guard, when you're getting that huge shield, you have to try and take some damage away from your teammates into that shield. That's the only real way we can use the Angela in that late game. And I think SMG just weren't doing it as often as they really could be, and that was one of the main problems. If you want to take a look at the items from Saksa, by the way, he still did some swaps here, Winter Truncheon in the end stage of that game, but he even went for the Twilight Armor, knowing that the burst critical damage coming in from the Bruno is just way too painful. Looking at the cards right here, Cammy is still going to be the rich guy, but the carry is going to be So. Like we mentioned, Bruno in the team fight's doing a lot of DPS, but that subtle damage from the Valentina is what will get you before you know it.
Yeah, as I told you, in a blink of an eye, just like they took the life of Saxo, they just like removed him from the Land of Dawn. He got vanished from the Land of Dawn. So I think that at some points, Team Nightmare just used the late game to their best advantage.
And that's what makes me wonder. You know, I'm sure some people, even back at home, are wondering about that draft that Nightmare Esports showed. And even there's a lot of people that are very vocal how they feel about Dairoth in jungle, right, for the most part, because he's not your typical choice to go ahead and put there. But in this essence, the way that it worked, even with all those defensive items that we see built up, because you have the Dairoth alone, and then you pair it up with the Kami, who builds up and pretty much just scales really well. That's why Bruno was such a big pick for a lot of teams. The damage is insane, and we saw that towards the end, right? At one point, all it takes is a couple hits, maybe 2, 3, to take out even some of the tankiest heroes in the game right now with someone like that combination, the Bruno and the Dairoth.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
You have to wonder as well if it's all planned, because they have the Khalid in the EXP lane, and you can see the difference in impact here when you have that aggressive emblem set. He was able to actually, I think, stand toe-to-toe to Smooth, even though due to the gangs and everything, Smooth was able to get a bit of a snowball going on. I think it was 3-0 in the early stage of the game, but afterwards, right, it's almost as if every time he goes in, SMG have to react, because previously we saw that the Khalid can be kind of ignored, but with so much penetration right there, it's just a bit too dangerous. And if you look at the team fight participation stats here, I think you can see for SMG, it's a very clumped up together style. And for Nightmare, it's all about making sure that Too Easy for Lexi is participating. And the fact that he has 92% kill participation, it does show that he is, participating, but it also shows that there's a lot of fights near the Lord, right? Because that's where he would be, and that's where he can actually get a lot of his physical damage shred, his physical defense reduction to try and take down the members of SMG.
Yeah, but actually I feel kind of sad for Saxa, because look, he got 200k damage dealt upon him. So this guy have handled a lot of damage. He sucked in a lot of damage. But there is a question. Do you think that the draft itself as a whole played a huge role in the game, or was it the opportunities that made it possible for Team Nightmare to come back?
I think it's both, right? The fact that SMG were able to get so ahead in the early game is because of the draft, right? It's a good draft with a lot of mobility, a lot of outplay potential. The hard guard can be used with the Baxia and the Yuzong, so I mean, they have a lot of combos available. But that's also why in the late game, they don't have a Brody or a Bruno or a Beatrix, something that can take down towers very reliably. They have a Claude, and on top of that, they have no magical damage because they have an Angela that was building the Flags of the Oasis as well as the fleeting time. So he wasn't going with like a Divine Glaive or something. So the reason why they were doing so well and then not so much is because of that draft. And that shows again the importance of the drafts, but also how you execute and how you plan out the game, right? Because you need to end the game fast with SMG's draft.
And that's why I'm wondering too, well, MVP SoSoul, he did a great job at actually juggling the ultimates that worked best for the situation, right? As we saw that game kind of unfold, there was times where he had the hard guard, like you pointed out, breaking down some of the highlights there, Arashi, but also there was times he had the Way of the Dragon, right? And he played those situations the best he could, given the fact that they were down for quite a bit of the game, right? That is a huge responsibility in its own right for SoSoul, and he pulled that off really well. And so, will they be able to replicate that for the next game?
We'll have to see, man. I think there's going to be adjustments for sure, but we might get, some extra knowledge from backstage right here.
Yeah, we might go backstage to see what's going on with Mara.
Here with me is Pui, the team manager of Niightmare Esports. Pui, congratulations. That was such a great comeback. Now give me an inside scoop. When the players came back just from that win after game 2, what was their reaction? What did you tell them?
It's very excited, and it's very, I'm so excited for that game because it's very, the fighting is so blood,
Give me an inside scoop in terms of who was the loudest and what was the reaction of the players when they got in?
The loud, right?
Yeah, who was the loudest? Who was the most energetic?
Yeah!
Who out of all of them?
A coach.
The coach?
Yeah.
Coach! Coach, you know what? Coach, come on over here. Let me just see you for a little bit. How proud are you with what happened earlier? What did you tell the team?
I feel good, feel good.
Feeling good? Yeah, feeling good. What, with that win, what did that do for the entire team? Do you think it boosts their confidence? Do you think you're going to take this one?
For sure, 100%.
100%.
Yeah,
what about you?
We're so confident from that last game because, yeah, we are.
We're proud of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we feel good now.
So you think you can take this?
Yeah.
Now, before coming to today's game, tell us about the pressure that Team Niightmare Esports was feeling.
This is my first time to come to Malaysia and join wildcard. Yeah, it's really, we have a lot of pressure because we do keep practicing, wake up early to practice, to do a lot of things to here.
We're doing hard work.
Yeah, hard work.
We're doing hard work.
And the hard work definitely is paying off right now with that win. Now, what do you want to say to everybody back home watching? Because we want them to support Niightmare.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let her say it, but I will say loud.
Sure.
Okay, for our people, for Niightmare fans, so please supporting us. We will do our best and yeah, we will do our best. We will get the champ in wildcard.
And Coach?
Yeah. Can I say in Laos?
Absolutely. Would love to hear you speak in your language.
สบายดีทุกคนพวกเราทีม Niightmare Esports ฝากให้ทุกคนให้กำลังใจพวกเราเนี่ยพวกเราจะเฮ็ดสุดความสามารถพวกเราแล้วก็สิไป M5 ให้ได้เจอกันอยู่ฟิลิปปินส์ทุกคน
Yeah, see ya Philippines.
Oh, let's see if we'll see you in the Philippines. Once again, let's wish your team good luck. And now we're going to take it back to the casters. Be better than great.
Turning that best of 3 to a best of 1 is such a marvelous thing to witness at the first game, at the opening of the M5 wildcard. And there was actually a really, really spicy, let's say, because like ever since I've came to Malaysia, everyone's talking to me, how like spicy tolerant are you, Yasu? But there was a spicy statement here from the coach. He said that we will 100% win this match, and they are running with the flow. And not just this, they didn't even just talk about this current match. They also said, see you in the Philippines.
They did. So on the spicy meter for Yasu, that's pretty spicy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, it would be a great start here. Day one, if this is an upset against Team SMG for Niightmare Esports. If they want to get to that point where they need to be, that's exactly what they have to accomplish here. And it starts down to the draft, obviously, right? I mean, they have pulled out some surprising picks that worked really well for them. Can they replicate it for Game 3? I think that's something a lot of people are wondering. And even for Team SMG on the other side, right? If they have a fully exposed base from the previous game like they did at around the 16-minute mark, can they capitalize on that? Can they end the game before something happens like what just happened in Game 2 against Niightmare Esports? Because we know that that's a strength they're going to be looking for.
I think for both teams, there's a lot of adjustments required here to really get full success. And for sure, I think Niightmare Esports are the ones with the momentum here. They just won a game in a comeback fashion. And for SMG, they also just lost a game that seemed that would be going so good. So I feel like they have a bit of an edge technically in the mental game, but in the adjustments, in the drafting phase, we'll have to see. Because again, SMG has shown to have the more consistent, the more calculative draft, but Niightmare, maybe so far, they haven't really shown us all their weapons, right? They can bring out something really crazy right now and catch us all, including SMG, completely off guard.
Yeah, they can catch us off guard because right now they got into their comfort zone. Now they are catching up to the momentum. Now they are knowing what's going on. And adding to that, noting that the previous games didn't have a huge issue, like an issue that it is notable inside the draft itself. So it was mostly for me, maybe I'll disagree with you a bit. The draft, of course, played a part. But I think that the huge part, like where my percentage goes the most is towards the gameplay itself. Right now we can see that also the fans are hyped up for the game because right now SMG team need the support of Malaysia because Team SMG will be going to match point against Nightmares, and it is still the group stage and it is still the opening match.
My biggest, I guess, a surprise if we see this again is if wlid is locked in for the third game.
Really?
Right? Because the reason why I say that is, and maybe you can break this down a little bit, Arashi, but how did you feel about the difference, right? First, we got to see Jack play the Khalid, then we see Juviana play it, right? Different emblem set, different kind of strategy for both of them. Which way, let's just say it pops up, is it a threat for Team SMG if that goes through again? Was that a big component to why things were able to turn around for Niightmare Esports the previous game?
I think in game 2 it was less of a problem technically because of the drafts, right? They don't have anyone to try and set up that huge Raging Sandstorm, and they didn't really have the pressure or the gold advantage or the control on the map to go for a 1v1 split push Khalid play. But you can see it from the gameplay that when the Khalid just goes full damage, has damage emblems as well, it's a lot more dangerous. So if you're on the side of SMG, you get concerned about that, and maybe that's where you just miss opportunities and miss chances to go in. So I think the Khalid, if it's a comfort pick here, is important to be taken for Niightmare Esports.
Yeah, right now we will start together the drafting phase of the last match that's happening here, that's taking place here in Malaysia between Team SMG and Team Niightmare, and we have already with the first phase totally, almost totally finished, and Team SMG actually, Naisu, they have banned that Khalid.
That's what I was going to say, right? So they felt like it was a good enough ban for them to play around with. Because, like I said, we saw that in the previous 2 games. They don't want to take that chance that possibly it has a certain type of impact for game number 3 when it comes down to a best of 1. And you can already see, right, the Guinevere are going to be taken out. Bruno is still open. Does Team SMG want to take up Bruno in the first pick?
Yeah, but there's something that's quite notable here. I think that the meta is quite open, wide open, in front of Team SMG and Team Niightmare. So I think that Niightmare has the advantage right now. Nolan's still out. Okay, they have the Bruno first pick to SMG, but Nolan's still out. Matilda is still out. And also, what else? Angela's still out. I think there's a variety of picks that Team Niightmare can just pick off what they want.
I mean, Fairness as well, to a degree, is possible. But now it seems like it's going to be the Yuzong, and I think if they want to go for the Nolan here, this is not a bad game. Bruno technically is a bit vulnerable, but no, they want that Angela, man. They want to try and get revenge, use SMG's own strat against them. They went for the Yuzong, though, and not the Baxia, which a lot of people would say is even more important. So for SMG right here, will they go for the Baxia? Because technically, as you mentioned earlier, Yasu, it's still a counter towards all this healing and shielding that the Angela can provide. And it's good against the Yuzong too.
Yeah, and also the Matilda is still open, so we might see a support or a healer, let's say, going for the favorite team SMG. But again, I will say it again and again and again until you guys get bored of it. Guinevere will be forbidden this season. I don't think that we will see Guinevere being played at all, but again, there's still a lot of picks open, a lot of heroes open, and we can see a really quick Matilda joined up by the Valentina. What do you think so far also, Nice? I want to know your take on the draft.
My take on this already in the first phase is the fact that you're going to be able to protect Bruno easily, right? You got the Matilda, you've already got the Valentina, you can take the Heart Guard if you want this time as well. You've got multiple options to protect by, mid to late game, your most damage-dealing hero. And that's exactly what they're going for. We'll see how they round it out even further. So right now, looking at for Niightmare Esports, they've got to have an answer to it. Now, next pick's going to be the Baxia. That helps them out with this situation that I just mentioned.
Tactical Analyst Arashi. There you have it, Baxia.
Baxia Yuzong, so I mean, I would say that's crazy, but I mean, SMG got the same draft as well earlier, so far it's still pretty okay. But for SMG, they're banning away the Brody, banning away gold laners. They can try and outplay and be safe, and output damage from far away before the Bruno or the Matilda and Valentina can punish. But just like that, the Nolan and the Daiwa banned away. So for SMG, they need to find a way to deal with these tanky heroes. Some shred damage would be very, very nice here.
Yeah, after securing that marksman, after securing the gold lane, they will focus on the gold lane by nature. And also at the same time for Team Niightmare, after securing that jungle, they will focus on the second draft on banning junglers. But these are kind of the basics. We haven't seen something quite special in the ban list, or we haven't seen something quite spicy as the Khalid, as also Naisu said earlier on. But Team Nightmare, I think that right now they are pulling one of their wild cards. One of their cards that
I like
think,
it.
Well, yeah, wild card. You
I
see how
wow,
I got it to slide in.
I got you.
Yeah, wait until you hear better than great.
Okay.
Just wait for it. So Team Nightmare right now, after having that, actually, I just wanted to predict it even before it shows up.
Sorry, I stopped you from that.
Yeah, it was just around the corner. So I was going to say that after having an Angela, I always expect to see either an Irithel or a Cloud.
Well, the Irithel has great synergy with the Angela, and in fact, it was a broken combo that a lot of teams were just abusing. Having a Irithel with a lot of damage, with a lot of movement speed on top of, maybe a sprint and her own ultimate, it's dangerous, but I can't help but feel that right now against a Mathilda, it's kind of manageable, to a degree at least. For SMG though, that means that they need something tanky, someone to absorb that damage, but they go for the X work, they can survive the initial pickoff, and they have a heavy spin in the Akai. They can't pin down the Irithel, but I think that's a lot easier said than done. They might lack that damage.
And there was a really good fact here, is that Miko, his birthday is today, or it was yesterday or today? Yesterday.
22nd, yep.
So will it be a happy birthday? Will he be gifted that victory? And also he will get that victory for Team SMG or not? That's what we will see in the upcoming minutes, in the upcoming match, the match that will gather between two giant teams, Team SMG, who are now in trouble and who are now most predicted that they will win, but Team Nightmares seems that they will show them nightmares even if it's the afternoon.
And with that, I was taking a look at the last lineups here for what's come down to a best of one between these two teams, Niightmare Esports. I love what they've done, right? They are quite durable. They're beefy, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, transforming this best of 3 to a best of 1 is always a pleasure. Seeing Team SMG go compete against Team Nightmare and trying to get that victory after starting it off with a really good initiation, like a really good start. Now Team Nightmare have that momentum. Team Nightmare just came from a victory and they can complete it. They can make it 2-1 in an opening of a Malaysian team here in Malaysia. Team SMG are in danger.
Definitely. Team Nightmare has SMG in their sights, almost ironically, but now, with the Minotaur, this means that the Roamer can't really engage. They're going to be very one-dimensionally playing around the Baxia or the Yuzong for the engagement in the big fight. The Irithel will be able to do damage, but at the same time, you have to wonder what's the idea here. Do they want to all dive in together? Does someone want to stay in the back with Juliana?
Juliana. Can he actually survive this? Going to try to get away. Has the heal from Jasmine. Couple hits, though. Good cover from Jasmine there. No, the flicker comes through. Saxa gets the first blood. And that's the mobility we're talking about from the lineup from Team SMG.
Miko, I think that you are the one who's supposed to be giving gifts, not taking gifts, not giving gifts, because right now Saxa got a really good gift from Miko.
Man, the Mathilda is just so difficult to deal with in the early game. And before level 4, the Angela is great, but in the mid lane, you don't really win out in the wave clear either. So that is a change that was made onto Angela to reduce her flexibility. The wave clear department will be favoring SMG. What can they do with it? Can they try and use Saxa as a very aggressive, dominant jungler to push Too Easy for Lexi away and once again put him into a losing jungle matchup and make him have a difficult game?
Well, one of the things I really admire about Team SMG's draft is that they have all kinds of damage. Magical damage, physical damage, and even true damage. But again, it seems like they will leave that Lord. No, they will not.
He's going to go for it again. Hard guard going to be used. Saxa gets the turtle. Going to be fighting it off. There's the heavy spin. The lockdown comes through. Juliana will fall, though, even despite Sosol using the hard guard. So with that, Team SMG gets the turtle and gets another kill.
I do feel like the main issue right here is the target selection for Niightmare Esports. They've been able to go in the right time with the right tools, but who are they going for really, right? Were they aiming for Sasa there? He wasn't in the fight, I believe. Was he aiming for Saxa to try and deny the jungle take? It seems like they just weren't sure what to be doing there. So Saksa, with the heavy spin, just very casually takes away that neutral objective. In the next fight, they gotta put some pressure onto the Panda and make sure that he feels the heat.
Yeah, he does feel that heat. He does feel that heat. And trust me right now, maybe Sosol will feel the heat.
Sosol gonna be in trouble. Flickers out. Will be able to survive. Do they want more? Niightmare Esports is gonna put the pressure here. Jasmine there with too easy for Lexi, but they just back off for now.
Too easy for Lexi. And actually, Lexi is living up to that. I heard the song even just before we enter the game, the main theme song for our like M5. So it says the land is lava. So right now, maybe Niightmare will make the land lava for SMG, because right now they have the opportunity to take this back home, or they might be just not up to the test. But so far, they have been up to the test. They have been doing so great, and even better than great.
Better than great.
See how did I use it?
That's very good. Well, for Team SMG, look at the wave clear potential. Sosol once again.
Not getting away from that one, as you were saying, Rashi.
Getting absolutely destroyed. This is what the issue right here. Niightmare Esports, they're winning in the jungle clear department because Baxia, very simply. But the mid lane is always favoring Team SMG. Even when they make it a 3v3 and Miko takes damage.
Oh, Miko gonna have to flicker out. Will survive though. But again, Kami is gonna be the one that they have to watch out for scaling into this game. Right now, everything that Niightmare Esports have is just a lot of durability, right? A lot of sustainability. But you even saw just previously, Stormy picked up the necklace of Durance. That's going to help them deal with some of that healing coming from Sosol. Right now, battle for the second turtle. Hard guard going to be used on Juliana, still trying to keep them at bay. Both junglers still going to be going for the turtle, and Saksa secures it. Jasmine going to fall, and now they're still going, looking for their own kill. Stormy's going to be next. Too easy will fall as well.
Smooth.
It's a bloodbath in the turtle pit. Smooth has to flicker out. Will not fall though.
He had to go back. He really had to go back. And now they managed to not just get the turtle, but also win the team fight.
I wonder what's the mindset here with teams picking up the Angela and just kind of going weird there. Because right there, Niightmare Esports, they had the Yuzong Angela combo. Who did the dragon go on? It went on the Minotaur. Like, is the dragon hungry? Does he need beef? What is going on here? Why is Saksa being left open? Why is Stormy and Sasa, the core damage dealers, not zoned away from the middle of the big fight? Team SMG right now with two very easy neutral objective takes. Can they continue with this? And if it does, then it comes down back to the Lord usage, and maybe there, Niightmare Esports can turn it around. This is a weird game we're in.
Yeah, it is a weird game, but it is not quite similar to the previous one. The only thing that's similar is that Team SMG is in charge. Team SMG is in the lead. From the early game, the very early game, the beginning of the game, they are still in the lead. But Team Niightmare just might pull off the same trick out of the same hat and take this game, and even take Saksa out at some point. There was a little bit of poking, but I don't know what's happening.
They're going to be in trouble here. Still, hard guard going to be used. Sasa has to back off. Will he be able to get away? Heavy spin goes. Sasa going to fall here. Stormy trying to make his way for the fight. It's too easy for Lexi. That falls next. The 1-for-1 trade. They stay in the top side. Are they still going to go for it? Sosol, Jasmine, Kami wants to keep Saksa here. Stormy as well has his own Minoan Fury, and they will just disengage. Turtle now spawning in a couple seconds.
Ooh, almost a big play right there with the Minoan Fury stolen by Stormy, but that's the problem. Team SMG, they were just engaging so aggressively with Saksa, and they just get counter-engaged right there with a man disadvantage to make things worse, but they do arrive on the turtle earlier. Will Juviana once again go in? Who will be his main target?
If they committed to that turtle, if they actually can't commit to this turtle because all the ultimates, I guess like all the ultimates will be ready by the time for the turtle, but they again go for the safer route. They go to choose to live in peace, to not do anything, to not contest that turtle or take any advantage out of it. They just want to go back and see what is neutral, what can they take, what does the game still offers to them in terms of the jungle and also in terms of the minions. So Team Niightmare is actually right now farming up, and they are keeping the same gap between Team SMG and them because it hasn't passed 3K so far, right, Arashi?
No, it's almost there in 3K, but not quite. Sasa still on the Bruno, by the way. One death, but overall still keeping up even one level
Stormy's
ahead.
pushing.
Right there, so yeah.
And another body drops up in the top side. Too easy for Alexi, trying to get away, but it's Last Insanity and the whole force of Team SMG to take him out of the top side.
SMG was a massive play, get 3 kills in the top lane, in the top side. Sasa is the ruler, and Sasa deals a huge amount of damage, and the Lord is up in the Land of Dawn and took us through that team fight. It had so much going on Rashi.
I think it was all Stormy, man. He flickered in with the stolen Minion and Fury and was able to land it on Cammy of all people, catching him off guard, knowing that he has no Purify. Looking at the items right here, he has the Lightning Truncheon on top of the Necklace of Durance, so he can actually cut down on the healing from so many members of Niightmare Esports. That's definitely a big possibility, especially if he steals the Minion and Fury and applies it to everyone at the same time. Now, with SMG having the lead, they're going to try and go for even more, especially when the Lord comes up. They're going to try and go for a decisive fight once again, because they do have that AoE advantage.
Yeah, they have the Lord on their side, they have the fans on their side, they have everything going to their favor, but this is just exactly like how it was last game going on. Last game was going towards the side of Team SMG, and even though, as you mentioned, they can go for defense, they have like clearance and everything, but they want to go for a more aggressive approach. They want to crack the base open. They want to see, and actually I want to see, will they finish with the first Lord for the first time or not?
Dragon form again. Look at the damage. Juviana in trouble already. Has to back off. Trying to hold that tier 2 turret. But they got to deal with the Lord as well, making away the top side. And right now, Team SMG not looking to happen what happened last game. They want to expose this base. Smooth going to go in with Last Insanity, forcing Niightmare Esports back. Right now, Cammy gets the hard guard. They lose the turret. Can they make quick work of the Lord here?
Oh, Miko.
Certainly, he's going to be used now. A couple threats for them. Team SMG now continuing on the mid turret. They get that. Still going to be fighting for it. Too easy for Lexi. Gets Smooth, but he has the immortality still. Nothing left for them to do unless they take the bottom turret.
Yeah, the base is almost exposed, and Sasa right now will need some damage. They will focus on taking that last turret and they will not go for another fight. They will not go for the crystal. Now they will go back, and now you will tell us what did just happen in that team fight, Arasha, because I think that Team Nightmare could have pulled up a better defense.
I think the problem right here is they have a dive composition, but you can see Juviana. It takes like, I think about 8 shots from the Bruno, from Sasa, for him to get dangerously low. So when you are that squishy against someone who is that far ahead, it makes it very difficult for you to dive with, with any meaningful result.
Oh,
maybe later on it's possible, but the recalls coming in from both these teams, trying to assert dominance. Well, for Team SMG, they're able to use the Lord efficiently, not get a 3-lane push, but still able to get 3 base turrets down. So now, if you think the macro game is difficult for Niightmare Esports, it's about to get more difficult with all the waves just pushing in by default towards their base.
Yeah, they are having that confidence boost. They are having their moment. Now they are dominating the game. They have like a huge amount of gold to their favor. And also everything is going to their side, by the way. So actually, without needing that next Lord, we might see a finish. But Team SMG, as always, they go for the safer route. They go for the safer options. And now they will take that Lord without anything coming from the side of Team Nightmare, because Team Nightmare right now, they have to pull off that solid defense. And as I told you, Smooth, once he gets that immortality, he will be so annoying. Imagine how annoying will he be when it comes to the next team fight.
Well, if you look at these items, he also has the War Axe, so for a bit more damage and movement speed, and the Ice Queen's Wand.
Wow.
This was nerfed from when X-Brook was super meta, so the slow, it kind of builds up. It doesn't go instantly like high, it's a slower slow, but it's still going to be a big problem in the middle of a fight. Now with the Lord coming in, the beginning of the end for Team SMG.
This could be it. Nightmare Esports trying to hold on. Juviana flying into the fray of things, has the hard guard. They got to make quick work of the Lord as well. Heavy spin comes down, but Smooth gets a kill. Team SMG will keep their nightmares at bay in day number 1 of the wild card as they take the series 2-1.
Wait a moment. Team SMG are now shining. They have their moment, and they have earned their moment. The first match winner, the first match and the opener of the M5 Wildcard Championship will take it back home. Team SMG, and now we can say happy birthday, Nico.
The birthday boy making the plays happen, man. That was such a great performance, a full utilization of that Matilda. It was just too difficult for Niightmare to deal with, man. And they were just unable to find anything of real value in the early game. In that last fight, it was so close. They did the combo, right? The dragon with the hard guard towards the Bruno, but it's a too little too late. And for now, it's Team SMG just, you know, going through with the predictions, is coming out on top against Niightmare Esports.
I think, again, a part of that was, you know, they learned from game 2. They're like, all right, if we have a base fully exposed at like 14, 15 minutes, we don't want to let the opposing team buy another 10 minutes to have a chance of back into the game, right? This time it was clean. They got the base fully exposed, they waited a bit, they got the second Lord, and then by that time, they already played around that huge advantage they had. So, again, a great learning lesson, Team SMG, and a great start for them, the home team here.
Yeah. Now we will see some catching words backstage.
Hello everyone, my name is Lafel and I'm here on the players room for Team SMG. And as you guys are walking, hold on, Saksa, I actually want to talk to you. Come here, come here, come here, come here. First of all, here's your mic.
Translator.
Hey, translator, Miko, be here. All right. First of all, congratulations for the win against Niightmare Esports. But I have to ask, in game number 2, you guys were doing well, but why was it difficult to end the game?
So we're to the hero of enemy. So what? So many damage.
Go ahead and translate, or do you want me to translate?
It's okay. English.
He said he can talk in English.
The enemy.
Yeah,
enemy
the enemy.
hero. So many damage, so hard to attack.
So apparently the enemy had so much damage that it became very difficult for them to end the game. Now, Saksa, I also have to ask, starting off this game against Niightmare Esports, it was very difficult. What is going to be the mindset for Team SMG against all the other teams you guys are fighting after this?
What? That did not translate.
Translate, yeah. Miko.
Ano sabi?
What is the mindset for Team SMG after this, after seeing Niightmare Esports is so strong?
Ano daw mindset natin pagpunta sa next game kasi malakas daw yung Niightmare Esports?
Reset lang. Reset. After the game, one game at a time. Then positive, always positive.
All right, so they're going to keep positive. They're going to reset. They're going to make sure that they are ready for the next games moving forward. Thank you very much, Miko. Thank you very much, Saksa. Again, congratulations on the win and good luck for the next one. We'll be going back to the casters.
Welcome everyone again. Now we are back to the desk. Now we get to see that Team SMG have made it and Team SMG have took their first victory. And as we have seen backstage, Saksa have just told us that they will get things in place, that they will align their they will get to the right mindset to show us a better performance in the upcoming days. And these were really good words coming from the jungler. And actually, at some points, as I told you, he was out in a blink of an eye. After the first match ended, after seeing that there was actually sometimes the momentum plays a huge role. Do you think that Team Niightmare in the upcoming stages can show us something really unique?
I think he has to clean up the early game execution. I feel like when it comes to the late game, where it's a proper team fight, right, where it's a default team fight clash, no real weird maneuvers, I feel like Niightmare Esports does pretty okay. But on the flip side, right, SMG, what they did really well is that early game rotation. When the laning phase just ended, they really come out strong and they're able to get so much for their team. But later, it seems like during the team fights, it's just not as clean as you would expect from the tournament favorites. So I think both teams have to improve on opposite ends of the game, which is pretty funny, if you ask me.
Well, actually, you have like kind of sent a message to Team Nightmare. So, do you, Naisu, need to send a message to Team SMG?
Here's the message right here. Team SMG, congratulations to Saksa for the MVP on this one. Again, you know, we saw his performance here, and I think that's a message enough because he's a threat alone to a lot of these teams that will be playing against Team SMG. He's a key component to the success that this team has had, and it shows, right? Even with a utility tank like this, the Akai, a lot of the times they found the lockdowns they needed, and it worked well for them.
Well, he was also able to go and play this Akai in a more aggressive fashion. Here's some highlights brought to you by Grab. We're going to see some of the plays happen from SMG and how they're able to get ahead because they abuse the mobility and they use the Akai base damage and of course the heavy spin to really get a pretty much guaranteed turtle and lore take the longer the game goes. But aside from that, when there are no objectives on the map, he is still very happy to just come in and be that main engage tool and sometimes even cutting off members of Niightmare Esports from their own base. And he has never really countered or targeted in the middle of these fights, man. Look at where the damage is going. It's not going towards him. And the crowd control and the knockbacks, none was targeted at the main, you know, the main man in an objective take, the jungler.
Yeah, and if you look at it from another aspect, you can say that luck didn't play a huge part or even a part in this game. It was just pure professional gameplay, pure unique gameplay. And that's what we are supposed to expect from such a huge tournament.
Afterwards, you can see once they have the advantage, they keep going for it. The wave wasn't really set up for a triple lane push, but you know, with how ahead they were, with how much more dominant they are able to actually position over Niightmare Esports, they just keep going. And now with a marksman, they can really take down those turrets from a good distance. You can see that they're having a lot more success. And afterwards, they just lock the members of Niightmare Esports in their base. And here is that last final play. You can see Sasa was struggling, was in a bit of danger. But look at the coverage, man. The heavy spin just pushes everyone away. Whoa. And there's still the guiding wind to play around with. So he is just right there. Look at a healing coming in from the flash of the Oasis as well. So healing has been nerfed a bit with the support item change. It doesn't heal you as much anymore. But you can see that with the right composition, it's definitely still a very meta tactic.
Like I said, man, if you remember early on, Stormy picked up, I think it was the first item. You know, we'll take a glimpse at the items here in a bit, but the main thing is he took up that Necklace of Durance really quickly, and that's what really dealt with a lot of the healing, the sustainability from Niightmare Esports. That's what they wanted that Angela for, right? So if you're having such a massive lead in all the other lanes, and then you lose a ton of that sustainability on the other side, it's tough to deal with, right? It's tough to get back in that situation where you can go toe-to-toe with Team SMG here.
Yeah, but I really have a question here to you, Arashi. Why, like, Miko, with his build, you think that he was squishy enough to, like, stay away?
Is he tanky enough to be in the front line? Is what
no, because he's not tanky at all. Look at his
Exactly. I do feel like the idea is for him to stay in the back, which is why it almost forces Saksa on the Akai to actually be as aggressive as he is. Like we saw him cutting off members of Niightmare Esports on the top side of the map. Looking at the cards though, which guy is Sasa? Because he was just farming up on that Bruno. And this is why Bruno is also so good, the farming speed. The fact that your first skill is technically a constant reset makes it so efficient to farm with when you're not disrupted. And the carry is still going to be Stormy, despite the fact that he went for the utility quote-unquote item, the Necklace of Durance, instead of the usual burst or magical damage items. He's still able to be on top because of Valentina, right? This is why this hero is so good, and you can use it in a variety of ways as well. But yes, I do think that's the idea, man. Like, they're gonna go aggressive in the front, and the Mathilda isn't gonna be the main frontliner. Even when she goes in with the circling eagle, she'll dash out with a guiding wind and take someone with her. So it's not exactly a frontline playstyle.
So you are saying, like, if I understood you correctly, you said that it is used for engage and disengage, but not to stay up front and not to take or like suck in a lot of damage. Well, after seeing the first match and after seeing what happened with us, like, it was like a ton or like a really huge amount of information that we saw. Let's hit it to a break and come back to you with the next game.
are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Kadia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bowing, 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 bowing.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. scared of losing Kimmy.
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
It is that time of the year again when the best teams in the world will gather to compete and strive for greatness. This year, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship will introduce a wildcard stage for the first time in history. Held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 8 additional teams will be given the chance to fight for only 2 tickets to M5. Let's look at how the wildcard phase will unfold. The qualified teams will be divided into 2 groups of 4 via random draw. Teams will compete among each other in each group in a single round-robin best-of-3 matches. The 2 lowest ranking teams of each group will be eliminated, while the 2 teams of each group will play a crossover best-of-5 matches with the other group. For example, A1 versus B2, B1 versus A2, and the 2 winning teams of crossover matches will advance to the M5 group stage in Manila. Now that we have assembled all the participants, let's look at the tournament structure of the M5 World Championship. In M5, a total of 16 teams will compete in 2 stages to be better than great: the group stage and the knockout. Firstly, let's look at the group draw. The champions and runner-ups of MPL Indonesia Season 12 and MPL Philippines Season 12 are slotted in Pool 1. The champions from the following 8 regions will be in Pool 2, while the runner-up of LLM 2023, champion from MCC, and the 2 wildcard winners are in Pool 3. To start the draw, 1 team each from Pool 1 will be distributed to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Next, each group will randomly draw 2 teams from Pool 2 and 1 team from Pool 3. Do note that teams from the same country or region will not be drawn into the same group. If that happens, the latter team will be adjusted until all teams are slotted and comply to the rules. In the group stage, teams will play a best-of-3 single round robin. The 2 teams with the lowest rankings in each group of the group stage will be eliminated. Now, let's take a look at the knockout format. Note that there will be a knockout draw after the group stage. The 4 first-place teams will be in Pool 1, while the second-place teams will be in Pool 2. 2 teams from the same group will not be drawn together, and that will form our knockout bracket. It will feature a double elimination bracket featuring the final 8 teams. All the series will be best-of-5 except for the grand finals, where it will be best-of-7. The M5 knockout will be spread out across 6 days, where the surviving teams are 1 step closer to becoming the M5 World Champions. And that's all you need to know about M5's tournament format. Remember to tune in or see you in Manila. Achieving greatness, 1 step beyond. Be better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
It is that time of the year again when the best teams in the world will gather to compete and strive for greatness. This year, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship will introduce a wildcard stage for the first time in history. Held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 8 additional teams will be given the chance to fight for only 2 tickets to M5. Let's look at how the wildcard phase will unfold. The qualified teams will be divided into 2 groups of 4 via random draw. Teams will compete among each other in each group in a single round-robin best-of-3 matches. The 2 lowest ranking teams of each group will be eliminated, while the 2 teams of each group will play a crossover best-of-5 matches with the other group. For example, A1 versus B2, B1 versus A2, and the 2 winning teams of crossover matches will advance to the M5 group stage in Manila. Now that we have assembled all the participants, let's look at the tournament structure of the M5 World Championship. In M5, a total of 16 teams will compete in 2 stages to be better than great: the group stage and the knockout. Firstly, let's look at the group draw. The champions and runner-ups of MPL Indonesia Season 12 and MPL Philippines Season 12 are slotted in Pool 1. The champions from the following 8 regions will be in Pool 2, while the runner-up of LLM 2023, champion from MCC, and the 2 wildcard winners are in Pool 3. To start the draw, 1 team each from Pool 1 will be distributed to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Next, each group will randomly draw 2 teams from Pool 2 and 1 team from Pool 3. Do note that teams from the same country or region will not be drawn into the same group. If that happens, the latter team will be adjusted until all teams are slotted and comply to the rules. In the group stage, teams will play a best-of-3 single round robin. The 2 teams with the lowest rankings in each group of the group stage will be eliminated. Now, let's take a look at the knockout format. Note that there will be a knockout draw after the group stage. The 4 first-place teams will be in Pool 1, while the second-place teams will be in Pool 2. 2 teams from the same group will not be drawn together, and that will form our knockout bracket. It will feature a double elimination bracket featuring the final 8 teams. All the series will be best of 5 except for the grand finals, where it will be best of 7. The M5 knockout will be spread out across 6 days, where the surviving teams are 1 step closer to becoming the M5 World Champions. And that's all you need to know about M5's tournament format. Remember to tune in or see you in Manila. Achieving greatness, 1 step beyond. Be better than great.
But you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. It's this round and finish this game. fresh in mind, on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I'm in the club, floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Send it all and I won't follow. Like we are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We sent our moment away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Send it all and I won't follow. Like we are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We sent our moment away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
It is that time of the year again when the best teams in the world will gather to compete and strive for greatness. This year, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship will introduce a wildcard stage for the first time in history. Held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 8 additional teams will be given the chance to fight for only 2 tickets to M5. Let's look at how the wildcard phase will unfold. The qualified teams will be divided into 2 groups of 4 via random draw. Teams will compete among each other in each group in a
Roses are red and violets are blue. I'm Yasu, joined by
Wrong guy.
Arashi.
Wrong intonation.
And Haisu. So we are back once again to witness a really great game that's gonna happen, and we welcome you back to the Wild Card Championship. And together we will see who's gonna be able to be better than great, who will be able to be in the M5 World Championship. I want to know your take, Naisu. What do you expect from next match?
Oh, hopefully, again, you know, after seeing the last one, the best of 3 going 3 games, I think some people were already surprised by that, so maybe we see some surprises here. But of course, you know, before we talk more about the match, we do want to go ahead and just mention that M5 is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you very much for your support, guys. This would not be possible without all your support, and we are very grateful to have this opportunity. But moving on here.
You should move on and search hashtag Mlbb M5 on TikTok to find the best M5 content there is. Remember to use the hashtag Mlbb M5 to share your content and to stand a chance to win rewards. So at the beginning, we just said that there will be a lot of giveaways, a lot of rewards, and we have seen Team SMG gets rewarded for their hard effort. So KPG team, one of the most awaited teams to see what will they do in an international stage. So I took your take a little bit. I got some of your insight. I want to get that TAA insight on that.
I feel like they're both very new in the international domain of Mobile Legends. So what I expect and what I really hope we're going to see is crazy picks. I mean, we saw a Tigreal. Who would have thought? I mean, a lot of people were memeing it, right? Like, oh, Tigreal now, the ultimate is like a lot more instantaneous, you know, it's faster. So it can be meta, it depends on how you use it. We've heard a lot of statements like this about multiple different heroes. So seeing it come out in the flesh is what we're expecting, and with both teams relatively inexperienced. I really hope that we see even more of those.
I actually got to talk with Team Imperio backstage, and they are so confident. They know what they can do, and they have studied their opponents. So Team, actually, like Imperio, they know what exactly they want to do, and I think they came today prepared.
Not only that, but KBG, right? This is a team that we heard so much about, the region, if you will, as an entirety. And we already saw a glimpse of what's happening, right, in the Mlbb esports scene for China. That was back in MPLI where we saw Nova play. Again, they were selected to play in MPLI. Just like now, KBG has been selected to play here for the wildcard, right? And their hopes are to move forward, of course, to the main event over in the Philippines. Now, that's the thing. We know that this region and multiple esports titles is a powerhouse, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest question for a lot of people is that going to be the same thing here for Mlbb esports? I feel like there is an expectation for that, but based off the data and what we've seen, at least from the previous tournament, you have to see it in action, right? That's one of the big parts of it. The proof is in the pudding, as I like to put it. So we'll see if that can happen here. And against a team like Imperio, who, like you mentioned, Yasu, is obviously ready to prove themselves because we know how this region has performed even in history, right? Back in, it was Malvinas Gaming, right? Back for Malvinas Gaming. Imperio, in a way, they want to change the perception that has been built for that region. And this is where they start, against an opponent that a ton of people have their eyes on.
Yeah, actually, if you spoke a little bit about Beru and their team in the M4, Team MVG, that team actually made it to the lower bracket, and they had I'm not going to say the best run possible, but they have shown up on international stage. So back at Beru, they already have that international experience. So did it pass, or did it get past the Team Imperio? Do you think that?
Team Imperio, I think. What's the question again?
It was like M4, MVG had participated, so Beru already had an international experience.
True.
So do you think when Team MVG came back to Beru, they have channeled that experience and passed a little bit of it to Team Imperio?
I think definitely. I think when a region comes in contact with a different region, you're seeing a clash of a lot of metas, a lot of different mindsets even, maybe jungle-focused gameplay or gold lane-focused gameplay. There's a lot of different things that you don't really need to, you don't have to have a lot of exposure to the whole region for a long period of time just to see and get in touch with that difference and then, bring out why that's the reason and use that kind of knowledge to really bring out the best in your region, right? Spread that new mindset among your own players, because if you can do it well, if you bring, let's say, a single idea to your own region, but then you keep winning, then teams are bound to notice.
Yeah, and also speaking of history, both of these regions haven't showed a really good history so far. So right now we will head towards the you can see the logo, you can see that everyone is getting aligned, everyone is getting ready just to provide the best experience possible for the players. We have all the judges,
marshals.
What was it?
Marshals.
Marshals, not the judges. So
thank you very much for your work, guys.
Yeah. Team KBG are now coming to the stage, are now going to show us, are they gonna be better than great? History is not in the favor of Team KBG or the China, and also it's not for the favor of Team Beru. They both had not quite mentionable runs on international stages, because once we mentioned MVG for Beru, we have to also mention Nova for China.
Yeah, not only that, but again, as Imperial Esport walks out here on the stage as well, ready to face off against KBG, the thing is, from Peru, these players, they are ready to prove a point, right? Now the region itself has been quite impressive, if you will. There's a ton of talent there. And with this one specifically, you have to talk about the jungler, Aurora. He is great with meta heroes. He likes the off-meta picks as well, right? It really just depends on the situation and how they want to approach the game.
And when you're in doubt, going for the early game aggression and the skirmishes is always a great idea. So I think for Imperial right here, they can really try and take advantage of it. But here's where the intelligence battle begins, right? Who actually has more to try and counter, more information to try and find counters and find strategies? Because otherwise, it's a bit of a risk that both teams are taking in the beginning, just going in blind to this drafting phase.
Yeah, and also the mutual respect between the players and the coaches is always quite pleasing, or it is always quite pleasing to the eye. KBG, walk us through it, Naisu.
KBG, we know that they like to play a 4-1 protect kind of style. That's what they like to draft with, at least from the scouting reports. Again, this is a team that we don't have a ton of information about, right? So that has to kind of go about as the tournament unfolds, and we'll know more about it. But also, looking at Imperio, we know this team, they're pretty wild. in the draft. They like to pull out some of these interesting picks, especially for their jungle and their XP.
Yeah, and also Yuri is a pretty dynamic gold laner. He's okay being left 1v1. He doesn't need to be a babysitter. He can deal with whatever situation you put him in.
And we hear that Fashion and Steve, they're just really aggressive, and they would probably contest the early game objectives, especially the turtle. So for both teams, it seems like they have a bit of a team fight bias here. They're going to try and group up. So I think it comes down to what can they do before that, because the fights, I think any professional Mobile Legends player will be able to play a team fight well, but the setup is where it's important.
Yeah, but speaking of professional players and Mobile Legends, how long do you think will it take for the Chinese?
MOBA game, of course, it's China.
China.
United States.
I think it will grow more because they do everything to win, like that kind of mentality.
觉得我们队伍是一个比较敢打敢拼的队伍吧，就是无论在国外还是国内，我们都是一个很敢于去打架的。
China punya Mlbb dia tak cukup lagi setahun. Masih depan mungkin dalam setahun setengah boleh kot.
I don't expect much from them in this wildcard.
我觉得他们第一个season吧，应该不是很好啊，这次成绩，下一次可能好一点吧，因为他们才刚开始。
Yo no creo que KBG sea tan poderoso como dicen, como porque el otro equipo chino terminó mal.
我们想跟他们说的是，虽然我们才刚加入这个项目不久，但是不要小看我们。
Я считаю, что китайцы в будущем станут очень сильны. Я готов им отдать сразу второе место после EECA, поэтому... Should KBG be the team that we fear? We don't fear any team.
面对这些强敌，我会更加有动力。我会先学习他们，然后去超越他们。
跟他们的差距可能在于我们游玩的时间没有他们长，经验没有他们丰富，但是我们在短时间内的进步其实是特别大的，所以我们自己都很有自信，觉得自己能从中出现。
China is a very smart region.
They have a lot of world titles in other MOBA games.
คิดว่าทีมจีนเป็นตัวอย่างหนอดเข้าโมโหยังเกี่ยวเขาหลาย
我觉得未来中国是很大的潜力吧，对我们来讲一个很大的挑战。
他们对我们有期待，我们也会尽我们全力展现出自己最好的一面。
这是我们中国队第一次参加 M 赛，但肯定不是最后一次。
我们已经做好准备登上舞台。
After seeing a lot of players being asked about Team KBG and what to expect from them, some of them said that we don't know actually what to expect from Team KBG, and some of them said maybe a year, maybe a two, and Team KBG might be better, or China.
With suitcases like that, if you got a glimpse of those, it might be faster than you think, you know, for the most part. But you can see, even in that insider video, there's so much respect out there for this team. Even, whoa, even taking a look at this, I'm pretty sure that's mixed up, by the way.
No, but you are the only one who predicted them to lose.
Hey, my prediction, I do want to just say, I'm pretty sure that was flipped around, but who knows? I don't have a caster curse. I know, you know, international events, everybody likes to talk about caster curses, but I did say that I wanted to see KBG perform here. I would like to see them move forward, of course, and so I'm actually, yeah, I'm going to say that. I think they do pull through for this matchup here for Imperial.
But again, we have known, like right now, your take on KBG and the prediction that you have, but I didn't quite know. What is your take on expecting Team KBG to win Arashi?
I think I went for KBG there, 2-1, because I feel like you just want to believe, right, in this team that no one knows about.
Yeah.
The Enigma situation here. They're just a black hole. You have no idea what's going to happen right there. So I think that is something that they can use to their advantage. And as Maisu mentioned, the Chinese region, man, they just have something. The only question is, have they had enough time so far?
But did you rely on LaFell's research?
LaFell's research? I gotta say, man, that swayed my opinion really, like, pretty hard. I didn't quite believe it, but then seeing that there's so much information that I can't even process it, I think they have this in the bag.
Yeah, they might have this in the bag. Team the drafting phase will start in a matter of seconds. Team KBG is up to the test, and Team Imperio is also up there to prove that they can be better than great. The drafting phase already started, and whoa. Yi Sun Shin as a ban from Team KBG.
Okay, interesting that they decided to go that route. You know, the response even from Imperio, they go ahead and take out the Bruno. That makes sense. The Matilda. Now, the YSS ban, I feel like could be something they just don't want to deal with, you know, for the most part. It is possibility, too, that YSS still can actually carry some games into in a certain situation, certain environment, but does it warrant the ban, Arashi? You know, maybe you can expound on that.
If they had any unique experience we haven't seen just yet, then maybe. But on paper so far, from all the other tournaments, we have not seen that the Yi Sun Shin is that big of a powerhouse. Although, as you mentioned, we've seen assassins come back into the meta, and you can count Yi Sun Shin as a marksman, but technically he is also an assassin. So it might just work. It might be a different meta we haven't seen. That's exactly what we want to see. Although, with that, all the other bans are still pretty typical. The Guinevere, the Faramis as well. Now that's where you will start to wonder, are they going to bring out something crazy in the picks? Because that is what I personally am waiting for.
Yeah, man, that's crazy from Team KBG. They have just banned that Yi Sun Shin, and maybe, just a maybe, they have studied Imperio and they knew that they have a monster Yi Sun Shin among them. But so far, so good. The first pick for Team KBG, they take that Joy, and Joy have already proven that it is a really good pick to be brought up to the international scene, even after she got a little bit nerfed. But Team KBG, will they bring up surprise or not? That's the hard question.
I think that's one of the main points, right? The Joy, not much of a surprise so far, but is there something up their sleeve? Is there a niche pick? Is there a cheese pick that they like to go for? You know, the fact that they did also take out the Guinevere makes sense. Like you mentioned earlier, Yasu, you know, you're not really expecting to see the Guinevere pop up here, as flexible as that hero can be. So the last pick here on that swing back was going to be the Angela, who we've seen pop up now quite often so far, just to start off day number one, paired up with that Terizla. What's the answer from KBG?
Well, with the Terizla being picked in, so you don't expect the Khalid, you don't expect a Yuzong. So usually Baxia comes to mind, and with KBG already selecting a Joy, unless they flex it in a very forced way, they won't be able to get this Baxia away from the hands of Imperio. So the order of picks here makes sense. But here, can they just pick something? Are they going to go for a counter pick? Are they going to go for flex picks? They can just confuse Imperio. Turns out it's going to be the Lilia, and it's going to be the Arlott that was banned a lot in match number one.
Actually, I quite like KBG's draft because they have slowdown effect, and they have a really good team fight. Crowd control is already there, even before like having the rumor, if like Arlott didn't decide somehow to be the rumor. And also they have a really good amount of damage, which is mostly magical damage. But KBG team haven't brought up the marksman yet, or the gold laner, and I think that they might, it might be a plan for them to go to the second phase without a marksman. But will Imperio team take a marksman and focus on banning it? I don't know.
Well, with that, again, you know, KBG admitted that their hero pool might be a little less than what people are expecting to see or what they're used to seeing. But maybe they've just mastered, you know, some of that limited options that they've had the time to prepare, and you could see the execution there. Now, that response, once again, 1-1 popping up here from Imperio. This is a gold lane option that we don't see too successful nowadays from, you know, the former glory days of 1-1 being picked up all the time.
Do you think that after Imperio's team got that 1-1 and started focusing on the gold lane, KBG, after taking the jungler, will they focus on the jungler or not?
On the jungle bans, perhaps, but no, the mid lane is what they're targeting. They want to make sure that no fast clear is available. One of the only heroes that can really match Lilia is the Novaria, so that will be denied away. Here's a fun fact. They believe in luck, and when they're practicing in the coach's house, they always use the exact same chairs for good luck. That's from Imperio, so
they
we'll
should have brought them here.
If they get lucky. maybe they are sitting on their own custom chairs.
They have the custom secret labs in their coach's place.
Yeah, and maybe all the stars are aligned for Team Imperio to have their best moments, and maybe they will take this back home. So Team Imperial so far, again, so far so good in terms of the draft, except for that Yi Sun-Shin. It is a surprise to me. So yeah, you can see that even the fans, they have some fans already, let's go KBG, and people are rooting in the stage for KBG. But Imperial team, they have that Diggy in the ban list, and now they use more crowd control into it. It's a really good combination so far.
They won a full-on team fight, but KBG respawned. First is the carry to shred down these tanky members. The Terizla and the Kufra will not be able to stand in front of the carry for a long period of time at all. And the X-Borg just is to deny the pickoff and to deny the bit of the crossbow of tank damage. Because, you know, in MPLI, Wolf was mentioning that this 1-1 is one of the best marksmen in the game, but that's only when you have all the right prerequisites.
Yeah.
For now, a lot of crowd control, an Angela to boot, that is a lot of damage. And you wonder, is it going to be a protect the 1-1 strategy? Because Blacklist was the one using it in MPLI. If they want to go for a mage right here, it's also an option, but it's a Roger!
Oh.
What?
The Wolf is coming. The Wolf is coming.
Wow.
We see that right now, Roger is being brought up to the international
As we
scene.
mentioned Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf.
They picked Roger. Coincidence? Is it possible?
Maybe a coincidence. Maybe they heard you. That's why they took the Wolf. So,
all right.
After the game, or like after the draft finished, who do you lean towards, Naisu?
Man, with that Roger pick, I don't know. That's a big risk plus the 1-1. So right now I'm going to have to go with the lineup for KBG. It's more standard-ish in a way. There's some variation there. But again, we'll see if this has plays a fact that they have a limited hero pool. Maybe they've mastered these heroes and they make it work. We'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah, in their first appearance, KBG are now challenging themselves to be better than great. The game will begin, and the second match will be here with us, brought to you by Kadia, brought to you by the sponsors for the sponsors for this game, Simba. Okay, Simba in the jungle. So Simba is there. I don't know if there is like a fun fact behind that, but anyways, KBG's team and also Imperial's team will start the classical way.
Aurora against Simba, man. Can he win it against the king of the jungle? We must see. I think what I'm also curious about is the roaming Arlet right here, because usually there's a lot of reasons why the Arlet does well, but it's almost a necessity. If the Arlet falls behind, KBG is going to find it very difficult. But look at the EXP lane, and see, just doing a lot of damage, true damage.
Oh, Tide's already going to have to flicker out. There's Aurora. First blood going to the hands of Imperial right away. Under a minute, Simba should be just fine to back off, but that's a good start for Imperial already.
And this first blood game was like brought to you by Kadia, and right now, let's have a quick look at the emblems.
Look at the agility and wilderness blessings available for Keep Best, but Steffi
going to be in trouble here. He flickers out. There's Aurora again. One hit away. He'll get it. Does the turret take him out? It doesn't. Imperial off to a strong start. Tides will finally get a kill. Oh, he's on the hunt. Aurora, level 4, level 2 Tides. Aurora gonna run into the wall, and it'll be a double for Tides.
There can be only one king in the jungle, and so far it has been the Wolf.
It's been the Wolf, but he gets taken out there, unfortunately. But this is what Imperial wants. Even if they don't really win super hard in the early game, that late game 1-1 is what they're waiting for. And level 4 is where they can try and use this Angela Roger combo. We haven't seen it before, but in theory, right, more movement speed, more damage, it can definitely work in favor of Imperial Esports.
But the thing I haven't seen quite much is the baby setting of the Angela, but for the XP lane.
There it is right there. Aurora with hard guard. They slam into KBG, but Steffi's gonna fall. They still have some firepower to go through. Marquino's in trouble. He will fall. It's a double. CU gets it on this X-Borg. And they're gonna back off for now. Aurora could go ahead and take this buff as well. Alongside, they took the turtle, but there's fight left in KBG.
That was a bit extra from Imperial, man. It seemed like they already got the neutral objective. They can really walk away, but they go in and tank the whole last Insanity. Granted, it's still an early game situation right here. No real items for the X-Borg just yet. But if they repeat the kind of mistake, it might be fatal later on, as Ur is able to actually avoid a gank. That mobility is mainly what makes the 1-1 so good. if the items can come in and provide more damage on top of the utility, that is the ideal situation that Imperio want to look for.
Well, KBG is pulling off a quite good performance compared to Nova team that we have witnessed in the MPLI. So for some of you who might have expected, yeah, that KBG wouldn't like have a chance, or like based on history, they wouldn't, or like they will not play good. Well, they are playing good. They are ahead in goal, just with a little bit, but they know what exactly they are doing, and they are executing it really, really smoothly.
And it's a great execution so far, but they need to do a bit more than that, because if they want to really take over, they have to try and push the advantage right here and use what they have. Tides with 2 kills right here is going to be a bit too difficult to deal with, especially in the early game. At least a 1v1. That is something that they have to try and take advantage of, and maybe do some aggressive maneuvers into the jungle, right? Let Simba, the rightful king of the jungle, to assert his dominance.
Well, the king in the jungle, as I told you, there should be just one king in the jungler. A ship with 2 captains always sinks. So this ship should have only one captain and only one ruler in the jungle. Will it be Simba, or will it be Aurora? You're in the mid lane is trying to just like freeze the lane a little bit against God Yang, and so far so good. Team Imperio and Team KBG are just around the corner to be equal to each other.
Once again, it's going to be a 4 versus 4 for the Turtle. They're going to jump in. Penalty zone finding 2. LMU going to be in trouble. Hard guard comes through. Simba will get the Turtle. Can they get the fight? Simba's still going to back off. They're trying to get Marquino. They can't find him. Tides flickers out. Stays alive, or tried to, as he gets 1 shot left by Aurora as he finds the kill.
What a fadeaway by Aurora right there. That was a messy fight, but Imperio, they're still coming on top technically. I think Keybest Gaming were just a bit too overzealous right there, almost baited. And when they're kiting backwards from Imperio, that's where it's kind of dangerous, because they do have that Lilia that outputs that damage, and the Purify makes it so difficult for Imperio to get a decisive kind of team fight, because there's always going to be a back and forth kiting situation. For now though, the fact that Aurora has 3 kills is definitely not ideal, and he, I believe, is out-farming Simba, having a 1-level advantage. So that is something that Imperio need to be using to their advantage.
I'm impressed actually by the performance of both teams, because so far Imperio have been showing really good performance, and KBG, it seems like he knows what's happening inside that bush. He just doesn't want to get in because he knows it's a diff bush, and if he went in, he will just like lose his life, and it's not worth it. They don't like, how can I say, they don't want to play an aggressive gameplay, and also I think that they have prepared so much.
Yeah, again, a part of this is protect Godyek, right? Let him shine on this carry later on. And the fact that Tides kind of stalled this initiation from Imperio for now is great. And you can see some of the backup from LMU is coming in as well. We'll see if they can keep it together. Godyek going to be the focus here. Under the turret they go. That's a lot of damage. Plus the hard guard comes through. They get the lockdown. Godyek going to fall. Simba joining the party. Can he get a kill? Gets the minion to clear it out. Keeps the turret alive. But they lost 2 bodies for KBG.
What an insane dive right there. Godyek just does not have enough damage to really compete in that situation. And that was even before the crossbow of Tang was used. So Imperial Esports, this isn't even their final form. They can go even harder than LMU.
Gets the crossbow of Tang off that time. He's going to take out LMU. And now a Turtle, 3rd one of the game up. Does KBG actually want to contest this? They're still relatively keeping the gold even. But you can see the decision-making coming through. Final slash. There's the hard guard already being used on Aurora. They're trying to fight it out. Last Insanity can come through as well. They force Imperio back for now. So you're going to have to flicker out. He stays alive. No one falls. But Turtle still for the taking here for Imperio.
I think that Export pick is the one that Team KBG focuses on to carry on the early game, but the late game damage will be most focused on that carry and the true damage.
Simba goes in, takes the Turtle, just like that. KBG didn't even need to contest it. They believed in Simba, and he did it.
Smooth criminal right there, just stealing it from under their noses. Now engaged though from Steffi. It's going to work.
Yep, they get the last Insanity out. That is a resource out for now. But again, great thing from KBG. They are keeping up with Imperial right now.
Yeah, they are keeping up, and actually I'm surprised by how much they are showing in their first appearance. KBG is really doing really great, but Team Imperial on the other hand is also doing a decent, and like showing a decent amount of experience, Team Imperio might actually be a dark horse.
Dark horse, Imperio? I mean, KBG is also doing really, really good because if you notice, right, there've been a lot of traps set up by Imperio, but Tides just hasn't been falling for it. He keeps predicting where they're setting up the trap and avoiding it, showing great instincts so far. And they're only letting Siyu just stand in the front and take the damage, knowing that he can just escape with the Firaga armor. And as time passes, Simba and Godyang are gonna do even more and more damage, Nuru as well. Afterwards, Imperio, the one that's going to fall off, because if they build a Wind of Nature or a Winter Truncheon, that could be the end of it.
Yeah,
very decisive. Again, Steffi going to find the mark. Tides could be in trouble. Final slash, trying to buy some time. CU joins, LMU is there as well. Can they turn the tide? Crossbow of Tang gonna be expended, and they back off after that. Imperio knows exactly what they want to do.
KPG knows that Imperio wants to force that team fight, and they know that they have to go back. I really admire how many times Team KPG and their map awareness was there to avoid inevitable fights, but to get the best, I'm gonna say the best outcome from such an inevitable ending fight for Team Imperio. So far, they are depending so much on that X-Borg. Do you think that, when will we see the carry shine?
I think at about 13 minutes, that's the general assumption. It's late game kind of, even though it's not super, super late game. Once the core items are done, there's gonna be danger coming in from Keep Best Gaming. But afterwards, in the late game, let's say 16, 17 minutes, that's where we expect Keep Best Gaming to itemize accordingly and just nullify a lot of the tools that Imperio has. The healing, for example, they can get reduction for that. They can go for immunity to deal with the crossbow of Tang. Once they do that, I think the late game is dangerously difficult for Imperio to beat. So they gotta try and make use of this Lord as much as possible.
Yeah, they have opened up that bot lane just to keep KPG busy until they get the Lord. Do they want the Lord, or do they want the team
Simba's
fight?
not even there for this Lord, but most likely going to go in the hands of Imperio.
Oh.
Aurora does get it. Simba still pushing to the top side. CU in trouble, has the immortality. Godyang trying to help him out, but won't be enough. A couple hits away, and they find it. Now Godyang left alone under the turret, trying to bob, trying to weave, still going, keep it alive for as long as he can. Will finally fall.
Simba.
So KBG trying to find something.
They are trying to fight something, but they just got one turret in exchange for a Lord. Maybe at some point, maybe that's a good exchange, but look at both junglers. They are just like hungry. You know, like Simba, he's hungry. Wolf, he's also hunting blood. So both of them want to get that kill, but they are now back to safety, and Team KBG approaches a defensive phase.
It's a 2.3k gold lead, and Imperio are trying to increase it even more with this Lord. I think that Keep Best Gaming are just content on staying under the turrets, just playing it really, really safe right now. They have the late game, I would say. It's great confidence.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, they let go of too many things. The gold lead can just spiral out of control. I think generally, to be able to just brute force win the game, most people would say about 10k is where it's at. So 7k,
gold huge initiation from Imperio under the turret. Can they still continue on? LMU gonna grab a kill. Marquino in trouble. Heart Guard gonna be used as well. Aurora grabs a kill. Imperio is hungry, but all they got out of it is Tides.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That flicker ultimate, that flicker engagement from the Kufra was really good. It was well executed. They didn't get most of the kills. All of them ran away, but Tide was there to be the sacrificial lamb.
Look at the gold swing though. Generally, I think it swung in favor of Keep Best Gaming. They can take whatever trade any trade they can get right now, they definitely want, but CU.
CU gonna be in trouble here. Took quite a bit. Aurora, again, we talked about the combination, the Heart Guard with this Roger, the way that he works. It's too fast for KBG to deal with right now.
The amount of split bushing that Simba is doing making me feel like he's an Hayabusa or maybe a Fanny, because he's so focused on that bush.
He can 1v1 anyone, I feel like, at this point, unless he really makes a big mistake. For Imperio, though, they have a very one-dimensional teamfight style, right? Yur generally is the one in charge of dealing the damage, so if they can zone him away, they can go for a fight without him available. Oh, I just said that, but he just takes it away.
He does take it away, but we wanna know the in-game equipment with you, Arashi. What is like catching your eyes right now?
Well, for now, no real win of nature done yet for Godyang, so he can't really be as aggressive as he wants, but he does have damage. So if Imperial dives in a bit too aggressively...
Oh, Tide's gonna be in trouble. Final slash on 4 members, but nothing to follow up with. So despite that, they can't do anything about it. Imperio building on the momentum you talked about, Arashi. They're now nearly 5K ahead and Lord in sight.
Even by having that final slash taking 5 members of Team Imperio, there was no backup, there was no follow-up from the team KBG. Will they go for that Lord? That's a huge question.
Steffi gonna charge in again, finds Mlbb, gets that Purify out. They're gonna keep the map bay. Still, Lord gonna be worked on by Aurora, and there's nothing KBG can do about it for now.
I think that Simba, will they rely on Simba to take a neutral objective once again alone?
Ooh, I mean, I think that's a bit too idealistic. There's so many ways that Imperio can really stop Simba from even coming close to the Lord. But now that he has that Winter Truncheon, this is what I'm talking about. The more counters they have towards the main damage source of Imperio, the better they can do. And at this point, Lumu on that Lilia is doing a lot of damage. If they can coordinate and get Tides to engage with him, there could be a lot of potential, but no.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble here. Black Shoe's already going to be used, but look at all the damage and members from Imperio. Simba trying to help him out, joins the fight, pops the damage. LMU will go down, and meanwhile on the bottom side, they were trying to defend the base. KBG being split up, and now the Lord making its way top side.
Imperio can rely on the Lord to finish that job and to take that kill, and now the base is cracked wide open. Just one mid lane turret is still there.
Stefan gonna jump in again, finds his mark. They're going for it. Penalty zone gonna be used along with the crossbow tang, and now the base gonna be worked on. Imperio will take game number 1.
Imperio team takes game number 1 in a best-of-3 series. What a nice finish.
Imperio, man, with all the aggression, making the Roger work. That was such an insane performance, and despite the potential in the late game, KBG just was not allowed to get there.
This is interesting, right? I mean, you see Aurora, you see him in person, you see the hero he picks, you see his play style. It reminds me of someone, right? Ooh. But again, a great performance there from Aurora and from Imperio, the team as a whole. They, for a while, KBG, they kept things together, and then it just snowballed out of hand. And so you're wondering exactly how do they adjust from that, right? Because this one was a tough mid to end game transition they had to deal with.
Yeah, and they had some mistakes, but not crucial mistakes. So I think that KBG, once they get back to the room, they can discuss those mistakes and think what is better to be changed and to be to bring on a better performance. Imperio, on the other hand, they are doing just fine, and I think even at drafting, they're also doing fine.
I feel like in the drafts, I think it's a two-parter, right? The drafts have potential depending on how the fight goes, but even how they played out the fights, right? KBG were caught in multiple AoE spells again and again. And if you look at their composition, a lot of the heroes don't really need to be with each other to make the plays happen, right? Even the Lilia, to an extreme degree, can just go in aggressively solo and then Black Shoes out. But they stay together like a team fight composition. And in this situation, in this context, with Imperial Esports just still ahead in gold, I think it's a bit too dangerous to just clump up against them and get run down as 5.
Like, I'll say this, KBG this game, there was a lot of hope there. There was a lot of hopeful moments in this, and I feel like they relatively, with the draft that they had, they did well enough, right? I mean, for the first game, they might be working on some nerves, some shakes here and everything else, but based on this performance from game 1, the foundation, you can see it's starting to be set. Again, they had not as much time as some of these other teams to prepare for this, but I will say, at least from what we saw, previously in the MPLI, this is more, there's some promise here, right? There's promise that they could pull through. They just have to, I guess the biggest thing is how fast can they adjust? How fast can they learn from the mistakes that they clearly made in this game, right? There's, at one point, again, Simba was trying to push the top side lane while they were dealing with the Lord, right? So there's something they have to work on, and also just the rotation-wise as a whole would be something that they want to go back and look at. And now we wait for the game MVP here. There he is.
Oh, he's looking absolutely pleased to be here right now.
That Roger pick.
The Roger pick, man. Well, MVP of the game here, Aurora on that Roger. Definitely making a huge statement. and getting the snowball. He wanted a very aggressive emblem set right here. And usually, it's a bit too risky. You lose out on a lot of value on the other emblems, but he's able to make it work. And with a 94% kill participation, he definitely was the go-to weapon for Imperial Esports, and he's able to deliver as well. This is what we're waiting for, man, since the beginning, since match 1. Where are all these off-meta picks that we haven't seen in a long, long time? Finally, we see one, and it comes out strong.
Yeah, and also like you have to put in, like, into your consideration that there's a lot of pressure on both teams because there's a lot of expectation on both teams, and on Team KBG, they are, let's say, majority of people are expecting them to be a dark horse. So there's a lot of pressure. They are against a huge challenge, but who wins that challenge so far is Team Imperial.
Yeah, I think Imperial had the right idea. They had the more executable game plan. And for KBG, I can't help but feel that initially they were doing just fine. They were stalling for time. But the mid-game, when they felt like, okay, you know what? We have some power spikes, some items. Let's go and risk it and start going for fights. That's where they really start falling short. So maybe it's only a matter of waiting a little bit longer, because you can see that when they were spread out, when they were avoiding fights as much as possible, Imperial were struggling to really find those big team fights, those big pickoffs. So I think that is something that they can definitely try and do.
Not only that, you know, but in just a second, we're going to look at the highlights here and kind of how this all unfolded. But one of the main things, too, is, yeah, you know, Aurora was able to shine as MVP, but a lot of that, too, had to deal with the fact that you have Fashion here on that Angela, able to provide the heart guard. You see a lot of these early skirmishes also go in their favor because of that. I mean, even this, right? The snowball kind of already started, and that's why I say KBG did a good job. Despite this, they found their own counterattack, right? They found their own punishes against Imperio, but unfortunately, it wasn't consistent throughout the entire game.
And I think when they just relied too early to try and go for a proper 5v5, because like we mentioned, the damage is definitely there, but not when they fight, you know, sporadically like this. They need to try and make sure that they have the right idea, they can corral Imperial Esports into the right zones to just, you know, output the damage they really are trying to get. And you're gonna feel bad for Godyang, man. He was trying to survive as best as possible, and you see some mechanical plays from some Happy Feet, kind of dodge away from a lot of spells. But overall, in the end, he did not get to that power spike where he can actually make a difference in who comes out on top in a big fight.
And also, drafting-wise, KBG are doing good. But they need to work a little bit on their macro and micro skills. Well, actually, the micro skills were good, but the execution and like getting the best use out of it just wasn't there.
Yeah, they gotta be very careful about this, man, because you can see it. Every time they lose a fight, Imperial has the right composition to just run them down. They have so much mobility tools, 1-1 with the hops. I mean, the Angela and the Roger, there's just so much movement speed that you can really escape from this comp. So they gotta play it safer instead of being more aggressive in the mid game. And they also didn't get to coordinate the big crowd control tools they have, like the final slash from Tides here, with a lot of damage. Like even here, Godyang tried to output it, but it wasn't. Godyang doesn't do AoE. He does single target damage. So I do wonder here. I feel like solutions are available. If they went for a bit more AoE, they can come out on top. If they went for a different marksman even, they can do that as well. Because if you go with a carry, it's almost like a 1-1, but even worse, right? You have to have even more tools to really get you in the late game, to get you security in the team fights as well.
Well, there was no wasted opportunity for me for Team KBG, but do you think if Joy came to that Lord fight, if you remember when Joy was pushing on up the top lane, do you think that it would have made any difference for Team KBG?
I think the Joy being away from the Lord isn't unheard of. We've seen Assassins go for a split push approach, especially when they can't really win in the team fights. And that is the exact situation that KBG were in. So splitting was fine. I think the problem was everyone else was approaching the Lord, right? They should be actively trying to avoid giving Imperial anything but the Lord, but instead it's a bit of a split focus, right? They want to do two things at the same time, and both just ended up not being that good for the team.
Or like go even for two different objectives and make Imperial team, yeah, go take the Lord, but we will use that time, we will use that opportunity to have a trade that is worth giving you the Lord.
I feel like honestly, considering that especially the carry is just taking so long to spike up to the late game, you're gonna require Simba and Lumu to just go and do a lot of damage, do a lot of aggression here. Because if you look at the stats, right, at least when it comes to orange buffs, he's been able to actually go into the jungle of Aurora and try and find trade-offs from those big teamfight moments. But unfortunately, they weren't using the Joy in the early game as like one of the main playmaking tools. And I think that could be something they can try and do in the next game.
Yeah, Joy definitely, one of the reasons why we see teams prioritize that is because it has such impact from, early to mid game especially, and then the impact is still there in the late game. But like you mentioned, Rashi, I agree with that. I think the carry just takes a little bit too much time. It's one of those picks that, yes, it's also just very singular focused. The damage potential is great against some of the more durable heroes, the tanks, but you need to buy so much time. So if you don't have control on that early game, again, you're against a Roger and an Angela combination alone, you're going to struggle in terms of the way things are going time-wise for the team, and that's kind of what we saw unfold here.
We have been used to see Angela getting like in combo or like in sync with some, let's say, specific picks, utility heroes mostly. So after seeing it being combined with that Roger, do you think that we will see that as a thing happening during the whole series?
I think it's always been a thing, man, with the Roger, and technically sometimes with the 1-1 as well.
But at the past, like really far away before these updates. So I haven't seen a Roger getting played lately, generally. So having him with an Angela, yeah, it is something that we have all seen before, but from a long time ago.
Exactly. I mean, the Roger Angela, I think the building blocks of this strategy are present, right? Movement speed, snowball potential, damage, and it works well with the big shielding because he's not very tanky either. So I think that kind of potential is available, but teams just haven't been experimenting because you've seen the similar approach being done with, let's say, the 1-1, the Irithel, right? Marksman fighters, quote unquote, with the Yuzong as well. There's a lot of ways you can combo with the Angela, but I think now we're going to get some insights from Mara.
Yeah, we will head back to an interview and we will see some information brought to us by some of the players, maybe even the coach we will see in a bit. Let's go backstage and see what's happening.
And now it's time to meet the fans of KBG. How you guys doing? You know what's amazing? KBG, Keep Best Gaming, is giving this to everybody here at Geospace venue. That's why everybody should come. So everyone right here has this clapper. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Also, we have this flag right over here. So how about, let's give this to somebody. Here, you hold this one right now. Now, we have some fans right here that we'd like to get to know. What's your name?
Vincent.
Oh, Vincent, you have your own mic, Vincent. Hi, Vincent.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your name?
My name's Tinu.
Tinu, who do you think is the better fan right now? You're a stronger fan?
I'm definitely the better fan.
Oh, okay, well, he thinks he's the better fan.
Yes, of course.
Oh, you agree he's the better fan?
Wow, you're so humble.
Oh, wow, he's so humble. Okay, let's go with the better fan first. Who's your favorite player from Keep Best Gaming?
My favorite player is the jungler, Simba.
Simba. Why Simba?
Because I've seen his passion from the interview. He idolizes Onyx, and I see that potential in him.
So you see the potential in him. So you watch all his interviews?
Yes.
Okay, tell us something about Keep Best Gaming that maybe a lot of people don't know. Okay, you give us, let's pretend you're a reporter. Tell us something. Give us an inside scoop.
So basically, they've won their championship in the China region, and they've beaten Nova, which was from MPLI, right? It was actually a very close fight.
Very close fight, yeah. Okay, how about you? Who's your favorite player, Vincent?
I think it's the XP laner, CU.
CU?
Yeah. I think it's a good XP laner because he has played the role of XP laner very well. Like just now, the play of X-Ball, I think it's very, very well. Like he initiates war and then he takes the damage and all that, yeah.
He just gave us a report about KBG. Now, being one of the fans of KBG, what's something that you can report on and give us an inside scoop about? Tell us any fact about KBG. Why do you think they're gonna win?
I believe that they have been training it for a very, very long time. As I know, it's like more than a year, I think. And then I think their cooperation and their communication is very well. So I believe that they can win this match. Okay.
Okay. Now I want to see the way you communicate with the crowd. We're gonna see who has the better cheer amongst the both of you. All right. And how about everybody here? Everybody behind me? Yeah. We're gonna back them up. We'll start first with you.
All right.
Do you have a cheer? You know what? I'm gonna hold this because you could use anything. You could use your clapper, and whatever he's doing, you guys have to repeat.
Let's
All
go.
right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
KBG. KBG. Keep best. Keep best. Keep the best. Keep the best. Keep best gaming.
Keep best gaming.
KBG.
KBG. All right. Okay, I like it. Okay, now it's your turn, Vincent.
Okay.
We want to feel some energy. I can hold this up for you if you'd like. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Keep best gaming. Keep best gaming. Let's go, keep best gaming. Let's go. 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 Let's go, KBG. Let's go. Let's go, KBG. Let's go.
All right. You know, they thought about that on the spot. Now, KBG is right there sitting down. What do you want to say to keep best gaming?
Let's go, KBG. Epic comeback.
Epic comeback. What's your message to them right now before we start?
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure at all. Let's
Reverse
see.
sweep.
Reverse sweep. Let's see if it's going to be a reverse sweep. Right now, it's 1-0. We're going to see how game number 2 goes. Casters, be better than great.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard a really good statement from the audience. We might see a reverse sweep for Team KBG.
Might? I mean, they were pretty confident, man. They're saying, do it. It's going to happen. So it's not even a maybe at this point. So
definitely.
Now, Mlbb Esports, they are the ones who are under fire, man. Y'all got to keep it up and make sure that it gets to a clean sweep, because otherwise, I think KBG's got a lot of support right here in the arena.
KBG's got a lot of support, but you can see Imperio there. They're feeling pretty good about the win, right? I mean, in a way, they controlled the majority of that game when it got to that mid to late game transition. So if you're KBG, you're hoping for them. That's hopefully what they were able to fix in this short amount of time from game 1 to game 2, because there's a lot of boxes they need to check to get us to a game 3 for that reverse sweep that the audience here is hoping for. But right now, I think one of the biggest things is you change the bans a little bit, right? Maybe you let one of those slip through. I'm not sure exactly why the YSS ban earlier. I'm wondering if they just opt to not go that route and maybe leave, let's say, the Guinevere open. Maybe that's up their arsenal. Again, we have to mention, and from what we've seen, that hero pool-wise, it might be a little limited for KBG, right? And you want to be able to see the execution factor, like I was talking about when they had that first draft from the previous game. It showed that they had that under wraps for the most part, but again, carry, right? Just takes too much time to scale up against what was being presented to them from Imperio.
Well, if you thought about it, this is the Any desk, the Arashi, Naisu, Yasu desk, where anything can happen and everything will work. So maybe you will see something or like anything that happens inside the game, and yet it works because the team KBG actually, when they entered the drafting phase, they shocked not just us at the casting table. I think also the viewers, like with the Yisun Chin ban. But the jungler from Team Imperio also didn't pull off like a regular pick.
Exactly, and you have to wonder if maybe KBG, they're banning the Yisun Chin because they know something that Imperio, likes to do. The Roger, if you can substitute the Roger for the Yisun Chin, I don't think it's exactly good the same way, but it has the same kind of potential to be played in a similar fashion. So I think that is something that KBG can be still concerned about. My real concern about their draft is going for the flex from the Arlet to the X-Borg, right? We expected maybe an Arlet in the EXP lane, but you see there's a good combination here, the Joy, Arlet, and Lilia, but they weren't able to actually get that 3-man roaming squad to work effectively in the early stage of the game. So if they want to go with that, if they want wlid to not be in the gold lane and help to carry out, then pick a different marksman. You need to put someone with the carry to make that work, because otherwise then you can pick something else that maybe is a bit more flexible for the rest of the team and not just for the select few laners in the mid and jungle.
Yeah, maybe just set your gold laner and depend on the late damage, but I agree with you. We might have seen like other choices other than the wlid and also some picks. But Team Imperio on stage right now, they seem so confident. They seem like, hey, we're gonna take this to be the first sweep in a series in the first day, and we will take that.
As they should, right? They're confident enough.
As they should.
As they should, because why not be confident after their previous game? You know?
Exactly.
That's my point. And that's exactly why they take the 1-1 first pick. So Guinevere is actually open. And that's what I'm saying. You know, Imperio is feeling great about the previous game. And on the response from KBG is Angela. I'm wondering again, do they actually want to test the waters here, pairing up the Angela with something that either they haven't done before, or maybe they're a little uncomfortable with. But still, the fact that Guinevere is open, I'm not sure if they actually want to go that route.
How many times? Irithel, maybe. Oh, you want to catch it even before it comes. Okay, maybe next time. Better luck next time.
Go on, Yasu.
So, I think that Angela can do any chores except cooking. That's what she says. Like over the game, she keeps telling you, I can do anything, but I cannot do cooking. So far, I think that Poppy Boom, which is the sound she does when she uses her ultimate.
I see.
Have been there since the beginning, I guess. It haven't like left us along the series so far, and then we are at match 2 now. Imperial team, they get that Guinevere. Why are you laughing, Naisu?
You didn't see the message?
What?
Your debut. About their debut? They held it up there, but go on. I'm sorry.
It's like show your reverse sweep.
Yeah, show your reverse sweep.
Support from the internet.
Your debut is pretty good. That's what they're saying.
Well, hopefully they can really deliver on the hopes of the fans right there. They let go of the Guinevere Terizla, so 2 very good initiation tools, and they have a 1-1. They can really follow it up. Earlier, I believe the Imperial banned away the Irithel because it's still a good matchup against the 1-1. Technically, you can never really pop the weakness point in the back. But no, the KBG, they're going for the carry again. Now with the Baxia Angela though, there could be a lot more space given to this carry by the ganks, by the roams being done. And relatively for Imperial Esports, it's not bad, but it's just not as fast as the Baxia. So we'll see if this really plays out.
Well, I think that having that Guinevere is a force of nature. So Imperial team at their first phase of drafting, I think that I'm leaning so much toward them. In terms of classical drafts, because these are the picks that we see mostly on a winning team.
I think you need to follow up with Gwyn, especially if it's a jungle tank Gwyn. Because if you see how it's played, it's always engagements, and sometimes it's about the lockdown. It's about the Violet Requiem just holding someone in the spot for, let's say, a Beatrix double ulti combo, a Venus Rage or a Nibiru's Passion, or maybe even a Lilia. A lot of burst damage usually is paired up with the Guinevere, so they're gonna require something a bit more. But without the Lilia available right now, I do wonder what's gonna. Yeah, it's banned away. So I think KBG will have to find a different solution right here if they want to try and match the damage potential.
Well, they still won with the carry, right? But this time, yeah, they have these the Angela and the Baxia combination to work with, and interesting, right? The way that the coach from Imperial, El Viejo Max, by the way, sounds very familiar. But how do they want to round out the first 3 picks they have? 1-1 Terizla Guinevere is a great start. This is something we've seen many times now. 1-1's kind of interchangeable, but the fact that you have to deal with a lot of the CC potential just between the Terizla and Guinevere alone is something that KBG has to answer, right here. How do they round this draft out?
For me, KBG team so far, or like, let's go for Imperial. Imperial can take that Valentina. They can get the best use out of this Angela's ultimate, which is, I think, the only point of strength so far for Team KBG, at least for me. Maybe you can disagree with me, Arashi, but I think that Angela is what KBG is building the draft around.
Well, before that though, here's a fun fact and an explanation. The Latam Mountain Shocker. During the Mlbb Latam Super League South Season 3, Aurora recorded a 100% 7-game win rate with Yi Sun-shin. That's why they got that respect in. It's not something we see a lot, but if you can make it work, it works. And for now, for KBG, what can they make work? Because there's no solution for the 1-1. I thought actually that they're going to play it like a kite back style. But with the Yuzong, they're just committing for a full-on dive. But Imperio doesn't care. They go for the Novaria, giving them another target to really jump on.
Actually, KBG at this moment, what is missing now? Maybe a mage. Maybe they can make Angela play as the mage. But I would actually recommend a mage because so far, Team KBG is doing really good in terms of drafting. So and also Imperial on the other side, they have a variety of good selections. If you are talking about the magical damage, the physical damage, the crowd control, and even like 1-1, she's already also a force of nature. So far,
Minotaur.
Who else? A suppression hero maybe.
Well, it's an Edith, so it's a great choice technically against the Terizla. There's a lot of damage built in there with the passive, with the true damage. And there's a second life here. If you're going to focus down on Edith, you got to make sure you seal the deal, because otherwise the Primal Wrath will allow her to actually do a lot more damage back towards you. I thought that Minotaur would be in the consideration because of how divey, right? How close 1-1 needs to be. I thought crowd control can protect the carry as well, but turns out it's going to be that Edith used as their main, their main tool right here for defensive purposes.
And as I told you, they might change the Angela and they might change her duties because she can do anything except cooking. She is now in the mid lane except for being at the rumor duty, or like on duty to do some rooming skills stuff. So right now, holding the strings for this game, the wild card at his second match is witnessing Team KBG going up against Imperial team, and so far this might go to a reverse sweep according to some of the fans, and according to the confidence, Team Imperial have this in the bag.
All right, we'll have to see how both teams can really execute their game plan as much as possible. You're seeing Tides being aggressive right here, but a level 1 Edith isn't that strong against the Choice particularly. Earth Shatters does not land, forcing the flicker away. Imperial Esports already delivering on the early game aggression.
Based on the draft, I would actually, this is one of the points I've missed before we enter the game. Based on the draft, I think that KBG will, was that a steal? No, not a steal. So unfortunately, I wanted it to be a steal, to be honest, because I always love that shot.
Okay, Simba's gonna jump in, but again, it is a Guinevere. Aurora will get out just fine. But with that, Simba might actually want to go ahead and contest some of the jungle, and that looks like what KBG wants to do. Meanwhile, hopefully they're not overstepping this. There's the toss-up with the onward. Flicker from Marquino. They're still looking for the kill. First blood, though, from Veshin. LMU can't get the kill on Marquino, and now Steffi's still there. Simba's gonna fall. Can he get away? He's got some fancy footwork, and that was tough to see for KBG.
That was way too early for Keep Best Gaming to go in, man. They do have the Yuzong advantage, but the Terizla in the middle of a big fight can output an insane amount of damage as well. They were just a bit too eager. I feel like they really should not have gone all in there.
You know why? There's something called, and I learned this from a good friend of mine, it's called the BOS.
The BOS.
The Body of Smith.
Body of Smith.
Shout out to Leo. All right, back to the game.
You're going to explain what that means?
Yeah, you're gonna
the body
just
of
leave
Smith,
it.
It's his passive. Sorry, it's Terizla's passive. I thought you guys were hanging with me.
Got you. Well, yes, the damage reduction on the Terizla, the lower your HP gets, that is what that can be abused by Imperial Esports. And now with them being behind the turtle, might be taken by Imperial.
You're gonna have to go for it. Tides trying to set something up here. Turtle still gonna be worked on. There it is. Simba gets the kill, but it's Aurora to get the turtle. Tide's gonna fall, and now the attention on Steffe. Can't get away. Double kill fell for Simba as 3 fall for Imperio.
They tie everything, and now KBG are 3-3 in terms of kills, and they are back in terms of the gold. But there's something that you actually said, Arashi, earlier. I think that based on KBG's draft, they should play an aggressive early game.
An aggressive early game, but not before level 4. They need this hard guard Baxter combo to really abuse, but now look at this, engage.
Okay, still gonna be going for it. Tides gonna have to get out of there if he can. Primal Wrath gonna come through, still gonna be able to survive. And now Yor! What a timing from CEO, able to get the kill. Imperio down a member.
Man, out of nowhere, the dragon arrives. 2-1 in the early game. That is what you want on the Yude song. Along with that, Simba, 2-1-2, doing a lot better than earlier. And this is what they need to do. They have to try and keep engaging, be aggressive, and maybe even use the Edith to bait again. But look at this counter.
Okay, can they actually get this? Penalty zone going to be used, but the hard guard is there. So you're going to be just fine. And now, do they still want to go for it? God Yank, the focus in the top side, should be just fine. And that's the focus right now. Imperial looking for anything.
We haven't seen Guinevere doing her magics just yet. We haven't seen that. She's a force of nature, as I told you in the draft. So where is Guinevere so far? Yeah, they did take a turtle and they won some fights where Guinevere participated in 3 out of 3. I know that maybe this will be your answer, Rashi, but Aurora so far haven't showed me why. What is the reason why Guinevere is gonna be the most banned hero?
I think the main idea for Guinevere in the jungle is good ganks, a healthy clear, and good way to secure the turtle. Because on the hang on, Aurora.
Aurora gonna be in trouble once again. Does get out for now, but will not be able to come and contest this turtle. You're gonna be forced back as well. KBG gonna assert dominance for this turtle. Marquino won't be able to do anything, and Simba secures it. The focus of KBG wants some bodies. Hard guard going to be used. Marquino going to be the focus. Will he be able to get away? Under the turret he goes. A defensive penalty zone. Will survive for now. Still going to be Owen. There's the clapback. Simba falls.
Wow, I mean, they were trying a little aggressive, but at different times, man. I feel like right there, if City is going to come in with the Angela, go all in. The fact that he took a bit of a detour there kind of messed up the tempo a bit for his team. And that is something they have to avoid, man. But back to the point on the Guinevere, when you're using the Violet Requiem, you're actually immune to crowd control, I believe. So that means that you can secure the Retribution battle very, very reliably. Unless Simba can do something about that.
Seeing that conceal being used by Team KBG, I thought they're actually going to use it to go into a team fight. But you actually raised a really good point when you said it took a little bit more time than it should just to follow up on that team fight around the top lane side. But we might see it continue here.
They're going to go for Steppy. Your hard guard going to be used as well. He falls. So right now, KBG focusing on the top side. They still want to push for the turret here. They already got the kill. They're trying to cut them off. Beshin trying to keep them at bay here. Trying to keep Yor protected. He should be able to get away. Going to go ahead and try to rely on keeping them at bay, but the turtle will fall here. Keep Best Gaming gets the first turret they needed of the game.
They have asked to take the first turret in top lane, and that's what they got. If Yor was staying there for a bit longer, I think it's gonna be, I don't know if I'm using that word in Arabic, a sandwich. Do you guys?
A sandwich?
Yeah, he was like in the middle of 4 people.
Spatial migration gonna find the target. Godyag in trouble. Will be able to survive though. Good that he does, because that could have been deadly. Turtle now spawning here. Both teams want to contest for it.
The 2 ultimates down. Technically from both these teams, 3 actually from the side of Keep Best Gaming. That's a good point, Yasu, the sandwich, right? The pinch maneuver that Keep Best Gaming can do if Imperio are not careful. If you look at the compositions, actually they're fighting the top
what
side.
Is that?
Oh, this could be troublesome. Marquino gonna fall. Turtle secured by Simba. KBG looking to punish where they can here. And right now, just trying to hold down the top lane.
They are going to hold down to that top lane, but I think they are just buying some time until the Lord is up. But until the Lord is up, KBG are now a little bit, let's say, in control. They are ahead in gold and they are ahead in terms of, like, they are so much different than last game.
Okay, KBG trying to get here to help Simba out. They're going to find the kick from Stefe. Can they get the kill right now? Trying to find the shot. Tides goes in with the conceal. Looks for the onward. Gets the flip, and Ur will go down. KBG fighting for it.
A 1-0 for Keep Best Gaming. There's way too much damage, dude. Whoever doesn't get jumped on, they have to deal with getting hit by the other guy. If they go on Godyang, Tides can do a lot of damage to the Primal Wrath, and vice versa. On top of that, Simba and CU as well. The issue right here is that there's a lot of utility that's on short cooldown for Keep Best Gaming. So Imperial Esports, their damage, their burst, their crowd control, everything are very long cooldowns, right? The penalty zone, the Astral Sphere as well. So they can't really go for a prolonged team fight. They're the ones that have to go for a decisive all-in that just pays off a bit too late in these big fights.
Yeah, but how much did KBG change when they went to that break? I think that this KBG is not the same KBG at the first game. They know now what they are doing, and they are executing it really beautifully.
What was that? Stefe gonna have a misstep. Wasn't able to find the connection he was looking for, and now KBG looking to possibly punish. They're gonna force Aurora back. Tides not gonna find it either. Penalty zone, but he flickers out. Good response there. Stefe in trouble. Godyang is on the board again. Gets the kill here, all before the Lord comes up.
See, with the Petrify, they're making the plays happen. Won't have it for the next team fight, but hey, it doesn't even matter. KBG just keep going in.
Marquino gonna keep the map A. They still hold on to the turret for now, but now that the Lord's up, you can already see as well. Aurora staying there. Tide's gonna go ahead and use the Primal Wrath. They get the turret. That's what they wanted. Can they get the Lord here?
I think that's a really hard question because everyone is alive from the side of Team Imperial. They can contest for that Lord, and the 3K gold difference isn't that scary for Team Imperial, especially because we are not like in early stages. We're not around the mid game. So Imperial team, they do have the opportunity, but they just need to have that perfect execution.
That's the big problem right here for both teams, right? Keep Best Gaming can really stay on the Lord, and there's no real way of them to actually catch someone reliably. Maybe an onward from Tides. For Imperial, they have the bigger team fight utility, but if they miss it, it's going to be a lot more punishing for them.
Yeah, I think that Sho needs to take someone out of Team KBG before anything started. We need, or like Team Imperial needs an outplay to start that team fight. Would you agree, Naisu?
Yeah, one of the only things that, I mean, could turn this fight around for Imperial's favor is if Ur is able to get the airtime he needs with the crossbow of Tang, right? For the most part, he hasn't been able to shine just yet, and it's been Godyang's turn this time, this game, to shine here. But as the game goes longer, it might get a little bit harder for Imperial to find those setups they're looking for unless KBG. We've seen both teams actually have some missteps.
Conceal.
So it's going to come down to that. Again, Conceal. Stefe going to be the target. They're going to be forcing him back. Look at that. Festian now forced back as well. Heart Guard already used on Godyang, and that's the call they wanted. They want to go for the Lord now. A response with Conceal. There's the penalty zone. He's going to find multiple members. There's the knockup as well. Still going for it. You're trying to get the crossbow Tang off. Can he get it? He's stuck on the wall. Can't go. Aurora going to be in trouble now. Tides gets the kill he was looking for, and that's the Lord as well for Simba. And forcing Ur back. Godyang gets another kill. Imperial is in shambles.
KBG have just said, we are here, and they have just put their first footstep, and they might just take it right now.
3 members down. 5 seconds till Marquinhos is even on the board. They're going for more. They can try and pick up Ur on Fashion if they're not too careful here.
Oh, wait, what is that?
Oh, Ur, he does get the crossbow Tang off, but it's all on Tides. Tides going to be just fine. And they back off. They call it off. Lord still making its way on the top side.
Wow, they went for aggressive play right there, even though the Lord was coming. I feel like they could have really played that a bit better, managed the waves maybe back a bit. But with the Lord taken out, it won't be relevant to the base take. But the powered waves in the bottom side in particular is something that Keep Best Gaming can still use. We've seen again now that you can give the carry, if you can give the carry the space, if you can give Godyang the space to maneuver and do damage, he goes in, man. He is aggressive in this game, knowing that everyone else is buying him space, is healing him, peeling all the opponents away from him. Now it's in Imperial's The question is Imperio, what can they do to really shut down the carry? 3-0 and 2 with a Purify as well.
Well, as you said, they fully commit to it. So KBG so far have been showing off. I don't know if this game went to a game 3, how better can KBG get? In terms of like one break made them look like monsters. So Imperial team right now, they need to catch up that momentum. They need to catch up with Team KBG, but I think it's really hard.
Oh, Steffe. Oh, not sure if you want to commit to that, but he gets the Dragon form out. So that is there. Still has the immortality though. And before the next big objective, he should be fine.
But he showed up that skin.
He did.
He did.
Looks good.
But he also used the Petrify, by the way, so the backline of Imperio are not going to be as vulnerable, but now look at Steffe trying to make something happen here, threatening with the Jeet Kune Dos. And one of these times, man, that Jeet Kune Do is going to be followed up with a flicker, and you won't be ready for it. For Keep Best Gaming, though, the fact that their frontliners have Athena shields means that Fashien's damage on this Navaria is so limited.
Oh, they're actually just going to fight it out here. A good spatial migration with the Requiem. Penalty zone to follow. Who's going to go down first? Tide's going to be in trouble. Hard guard there. Primal Wrath comes through, but it's not enough. Now LMU all left alone. The rest of the team cut off, and they have to retreat. But Imperial wants to continue to punish. They're going to chase down CU. He has a Dragon form available, and that's the disengage from KBG.
He did get out of there. He did execute it perfectly. Team Imperial just needed 1 foot step into like behind the red line that they have June so far. Team Imperial have used the best out of it.
No Black Dragon form, no Petrify. They took that moment to get in aggressively, and now without Lumu available, he can join with the hard guard, but he might not get the chance to penalty zone.
Still going to go into Marquino, going to take the further damage. Aurora gets the Lord, but can they get out of the fight here? Aurora going to jump in with the spatial migration. Hard guard there as well. Yours in trouble. God Yang gets a kill. Now they're chasing Aurora. He tries with the Violent Requiem, but it's not enough as it's a double for God Yang.
It's a constant back and forth right now, and God Yang, I feel like it's a bit dangerous, man. The game is really on his shoulders, and if he's able to just go in and be aggressive, have the space, then he can carry the game. But otherwise, we saw that in the previous fight. He was going a bit slower there. So I think everything needs to be available for Keep Best Gaming if they want to try and win this out.
But can they take an inhibitor turret even though they lost the... Oh, they already answered me. They did take an inhibitor turret even after losing the Lord. That's why I'm sometimes saying, because this will be my first time saying it in English, sometimes the team fight around the Lord is much more important than the Lord itself.
Definitely, man. It's not only about the Lord, it's about the death timers too. At 15 minutes, we're getting into the late game where any mistake can be quite fatal. So for both teams, there's a risk involved, but considering that you have a carry on the side of Keep Best Gaming, I feel like their late game prowess is pretty good if they can avoid letting Godyan get hit by a lot of damage. Fashion there is flickering out, knowing that he is one of the most vulnerable members or players in the game right here. If you take a look at the item though, the Angela does go for full utility with the Flask of the Oasis and the Necklace of Durance with the Fleeting Time as well, going for that snowball style. For Godyan, already with the Wind of Nature, he can even go for a duel against the 1-1-1v1, and he would most likely come out on top right here. So it's gonna take a full team effort for them to come out on top, but at this point, most of the items of Keep Best Gaming is completed, so...
Aurora gonna jump in, spatial migration, and Simba though, he's quite tanky. Rest of the team gonna respond right there. Marquino gonna be in trouble, he's knocked up. It's too much damage from Godyang as Marquino falls. And they find one, KBG. What else can they find here on the map?
So far, the carry is untouchable, unreachable, and that indicates that Team KBG are like, their formation, their macro has tremendously advanced.
I feel for Imperio, they just have to go for non-team fights, right? Pickups maybe, but it got cancelled.
Aurora gonna jump in again. Will be fine, also has the immortality available. Trying to keep it together. Requiem gonna come out. Still gonna want to fight. Hard guard Simba. Ur gets the crossbow tag off. Looking for more. He finds Tides. And they get a member down from KBG all again before the Lord comes up.
They have depended so much on that carry, and I just might think that he is up to that responsibility.
Man, now with the Lord up though, with Tides just gone for another 20 seconds, this is Imperial Esports' big chance, and they have the tools available. They have a Cho, they have a Terizla who has the Flicker penalty zone combo available. So KBG, they gotta be very, very careful here in how they want to approach this.
Yeah, they want to go in and they want to take that Lord, at least contested.
They're gonna go for it once again. The jump into you. That's the penalty zone as well. They forget the Lord for now. They're trying to find a kill. Steffi on the run. Ganyang there, unleashing the damage. Lord gonna go ahead and reset now. Imperio hesitating if they should continue on. Steffi quite low. They have to let KBG start up the Lord here as they do. Simba respects the damage from Ur. Can they secure it? Tides not gonna find the mark. Aurora though, gonna jump in, find two, still going for it. Takes quite a bit of damage with the crossbow tag. With the penalty zone, it's Ur, he's massive. Finds a huge shutdown, and that is a complete devastation of KBG. The wipeout for Imperio as they run it down mid. And this could be the end of the game. The timers are too long. Imperio clears the base, clears the minions, and their eyes are set on a sweep against KBG in our second match of the day.
They clear the way, they clear the minions, and they sweep this off.
The first sweep of the M5 wildcard series. Imperial Esports with a very, very impressive comeback. We thought the late game was a done deal for KBG. But Imperio says no.
Yeah, they have said it like right loud, and they have shown so much confidence before even the game starts. And we have seen their faces even before anything starts. It is ours. We're gonna make the first sweep. And we are gonna take it back home. So KBG better luck next time.
Hey, like you said, Yasu, the improvement they made from game one to what we saw here in game two speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
It's their first match of the wild card. Hopefully they're able to learn from this, recalibrate, and then when we see them play again in the days ahead of us, there's even that much more improvement. Who knows what can happen here, but this game, for the majority of it, was KBG's. It's just Imperial, man. The way that they punish mistakes that speaks for itself as well. So again, this was a match that was very back and forth. It was a lot of action, and I love to see it for the wild card for day one.
It's what we've been expecting, man. We saw the crazy picks, the crazy playstyles as well, man. Game number 2, that was a back and forth endeavor, dude. Like, both teams were having momentum, and somehow, some way, the other team was just able to find that specific moment. And towards the late game, maybe that's why that shows again the experience difference, because KBG, it seems like they have a lot of basics mastered already. The laning, the roaming, the vision and map control. They show that they have it all. But at the end of the day, the experience in that late game, that doesn't lie. And you can see that Imperio, they use it to its full advantage, but that's only for now. With more games under the belt of KBG, that's gonna be even harder and harder to do as time goes on.
Imperial should embrace that feeling right now. They should embrace that win, that first sweep of the, let's say, the M5 Wildcard Championship. It's the first day and it's the first sweep, and they should take pride out of it. Look at the team, look how happy they are, and they do, and they should be so happy because they deserved it.
Again, MVP for this game could have gone to anyone, but it's going to go to Ur. As you saw that end, that crossbow of Tang, he was looking for that, the perfect one for the entirety of the game, and that last one that he had was what everything he put into that game, that's what it was about, right? He was able to get the airtime he needed, he found all the right marks that he needed, and it was just, again, amazing MVP performance here from the team, but also from Ur.
Even before that, when they were defending the initial push with the Lord, from KBG, he was able to find a crossbow of Tang there as well, securing a kill. So he's showing that he has good laning, he has good awareness in how he's supposed to play, because even in game number 1, you can see that he knows exactly when there is a window of opportunity to do damage, when he needs to back away. But soon we'll take a look at some of the highlights of this game. We can break down a bit more about maybe what were Imperial able to do, because the highlights are going to be predominantly KBG going in with the second chances that they have on their team, man. The Primal Wrath, the Hard Guard, there's a lot of ways they can really get ahead, but that's pre-level 4. Initially, it was Imperial who were able to try and get some value, but afterwards, they really fall to this combo, man. The Boxer Angela is just so strong, and along with the Edith, that means there's a lot of damage output that the KBG can really do to try and punish them in a longer engagement. And with the winning lanes, it seems that KBG were able to really get full control, but afterwards, they really were unable to punish, especially in the mid-game, right? We're seeing a lot of the problems really spread from the mid-game towards that late game right here, when they just don't really know how far they can push the advantage.
Yeah, and it just took one tiny mistake to end it all. So all the teams should be so careful when they come against, or like when they play up against Team Imperial.
For sure, they were behind, but they just kept looking for opportunities, man. And even when they were gold deficient, when they were EXP deficient, at some point you still feel like, hey, Steffi can still make a play happen. Ur is still relevant in the game. And this is that big moment right here. You can quite a misplay from the side of KBG as well, but crossbow of Tang out of nowhere. Yep. So you can really see the mastery of this hero. And here we can see the power of the Guinevere, right? The spammable spatial migration. We were looking for it. Yasu, you were talking about how, where was it? It should be a bit more relevant, a bit more
Did
stronger.
he answer your question, Yasu?
Well,
when you asked about
my questions have been answered.
All the answers available from Imperial right there, but looking again.
This is the moment. Is it? This is the moment where everything flipped, right?
Not yet.
It flipped for KBG right here because the fight was drawn out for so long and they had no ultimates. It's a fact right here that Imperial is a lot more ultimate dependent in their team fight game. But right here, you can see that when they're spread apart, when they can't really go in together, that's where it gets difficult. And that's a massive pickup attempt there from the Guinevere, but it just wasn't enough. They have to wait for the Lord fight where KBG is flustered. They'll land the knockup, and the crossbow of Tang was so perfect right here. I want to see the items as well, though, because I feel like this could have been avoided. But for Imperial, finding that moment is definitely, such a great play from them.
And the impressive thing here, too, was the fact that, it flipped in a switch. And if you look back at this, KBG, for example, we talked about this in the game as well. They could have timed things better, right? When they had the Lord, they could have waited a little bit, not taking the risk of getting caught out, and then waited for that Lord to push in with the rest of the waves, right? So that is something that they definitely can learn about. But again, looking at the breakdown here for the game, Arashi, how does it look?
It looks very even though initially it was one-sided from KBG. So comebacks after comebacks we're seeing in this game. But like you said, man, I really feel like things really could have been different. If you look at the items, though, you can see that the Wind of Nature is built in for God Yang, but for everyone else, there's no respect items that can really shut down the 1-1 and the crossbow of Tang. A Wind of Nature or a Winter Truncheon could really just stop the whole thing in its tracks, but that is not what they have prepared.
Yeah, but 1-0-12, this is a really remarkable KDA in such games. So he participated in 100% of the kills, and he was like laying away from the team that no one could ever reach him. Every
And,
region.
well, his issue is also that there's a lot of Athena shields built up initially. Some are switched out for Radiant Armors, I believe, for KBG. And that really nullified the Novaria damage. But the utility is where he still shines, man. The Astral Echo at the right moment, the Astral Sphere as well. It's poke damage, but it's also vision. It's also slows that allows Imperio to really catch up once they know that KBG, they're out of resources, out of damage, out of, you know, ultimates and spells to throw at them.
Yeah, and look, 100% team fight participation. He was playing with the strength. Even though like Angela is the one who's supposed like to have the strength and the puppet, I think that this was Fishin's job at Team Imperio. He was just like playing from really far and yet dealing the sufficient amount of damage to make Team KBG go back.
And honestly, I think it was a, you know, respectable attempt for sure. I think it really could have gone either way. But we have to see, man, can KBG really learn from this experience and find ways to really, you know, adapt to the mid game? Because it's a fact, right? That we're told that they have experience, but from different games, not exactly from Mobile Legends. So these unique mechanics, like the Lord, like the Empowered Lord, all these things are relatively new to them. So they have to try and get used to it. And so far, like you mentioned, Yasu, it's been one game and they've shown tremendous improvement.
Yeah.
Can you imagine with, you know, the passing games coming in the wildcard, how good they can get?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
And not only that, but they have plenty of time, hopefully enough time to adjust from that and show us what they're made of in the days to come.
So let's go to a break and come back to you.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gideon's Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Laki ng bawi pag nag-grab only save 2 4 for all. Bawing, 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 bawing.
succeed. The champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well then, bro. I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
It is that time of the year again when the best teams in the world will gather to compete and strive for greatness. This year, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship will introduce a wildcard stage for the first time in history. Held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 8 additional teams will be given the chance to fight for only 2 tickets to M5. Let's look at how the wildcard phase will unfold. The qualified teams will be divided into 2 groups of 4 via random draw. Teams will compete among each other in each group in a single round-robin best-of-3 matches. The 2 lowest ranking teams of each group will be eliminated, while the 2 teams of each group will play a crossover best-of-5 matches with the other group. For example, A1 versus B2, B1 versus A2, and the 2 winning teams of crossover matches will advance to the M5 group stage in Manila. Now that we have assembled all the participants, let's look at the tournament structure of the M5 World Championship. In M5, a total of 16 teams will compete in 2 stages to be better than great: the group stage and the knockout. Firstly, let's look at the group draw. The champions and runner-ups of MPL Indonesia Season 12 and MPL Philippines Season 12 are slotted in Pool 1. The champions from the following 8 regions will be in Pool 2, while the runner-up of LLM 2023, champion from MCC, and the 2 wildcard winners are in Pool 3. To start the draw, 1 team each from Pool 1 will be distributed to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Next, each group will randomly draw 2 teams from Pool 2 and 1 team from Pool 3. Do note that teams from the same country or region will not be drawn into the same group. If that happens, the latter team will be adjusted until all teams are slotted and comply to the rules. In the group stage, teams will play a best-of-3 single round robin. The 2 teams with the lowest rankings in each group of the group stage will be eliminated. Now, let's take a look at the knockout format. Note that there will be a knockout draw after the group stage. The 4 first-place teams will be in Pool 1, while the second-place teams will be in Pool 2. 2 teams from the same group will not be drawn together, and that will form our knockout bracket. It will feature a double elimination bracket featuring the final 8 teams. All the series will be best of 5 except for the grand finals, where it will be best of 7. The M5 knockout will be spread out across 6 days, where the surviving teams are 1 step closer to becoming the M5 World Champions. And that's all you need to know about M5's tournament format. Remember to tune in or see you in Manila. Achieving greatness, 1 step beyond. Be better than great.
It's all the energy's getting higher. my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Stand it tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Stand it tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Stand it tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only. Savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only. Save 2 for all.
Boing, 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 boing. unseat the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kenny?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
It is that time of the year again when the best teams in the world will gather to compete and strive for greatness. This year, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship will introduce a wildcard stage for the first time in history. Held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 8 additional teams will be given the chance to fight for only 2 tickets to M5. Let's look at how the wildcard phase will unfold. The qualified teams will be divided into 2 groups of 4 via random draw. Teams will compete among each other in each group in a single round-robin best-of-3 matches. The 2 lowest ranking teams of each group will be eliminated, while the 2 teams of each group will play a crossover best-of-5 matches with the other group. For example, A1 versus B2, B1 versus A2, and the 2 winning teams of crossover matches will advance to the M5 group stage in Manila. Now that we have assembled all the participants, let's look at the tournament structure of the M5 World Championship. In M5, a total of 16 teams will compete in 2 stages to be better than great: the group stage and the knockout. Firstly, let's look at the group draw. The champions and runner-ups of MPL Indonesia Season 12 and MPL Philippines Season 12 are slotted in Pool 1. The champions from the following 8 regions will be in Pool 2, while the runner-up of LLM 2023, champion from MCC, and the 2 wildcard winners are in Pool 3. To start the draw, 1 team each from Pool 1 will be distributed to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Next, each group will randomly draw 2 teams from Pool 2 and 1 team from Pool 3. Do note that teams from the same country or region will not be drawn into the same group. If that happens, the latter team will be adjusted until all teams are slotted and comply to the rules. In the group stage, teams will play a best-of-3 single round robin. The 2 teams with the lowest rankings in each group of the group stage will be eliminated. Now, let's take a look at the knockout format. Note that there will be a knockout draw after the group stage. The 4 first-place teams will be in Pool 1, while the second-place teams will be in Pool 2. 2 teams from the same group will not be drawn together, and that will form our knockout bracket. It will feature a double elimination bracket featuring the final 8 teams. All the series will be best of 5 except for the grand finals, where it will be best of 7. The M5 knockout will be spread out across 6 days, where the surviving teams are 1 step closer to becoming the M5 World Champions. And that's all you need to know about M5's tournament format. Remember to tune in or see you in Manila. Achieving greatness, 1 step beyond. Be better than great.
Inside, the energy's getting high. play my role. I become the greatest, transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate, championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game, shall reveal, better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my eyes, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
a comeback, ace this round, and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. Can't get it great. I'm better than great. I play my own role. I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game. Shout, reveal. Better than great. That's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship wild card stage, where teams from across the world are going to be looking for a qualification spot to make it to the mainstay event. My name is Gideon Q.
And my name is Staffa. Joining us on the far end of the table is going to be Yasu, bringing you here all the way from Malaysia, the M5 Wild Card stage. Now, of course, we have to tell you guys that the M5 World Championship Wild Card is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
First, thank you to our lovely sponsors. The M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
All right, with that out of the way, let's move these scripts and really get down to business here, boys. Adrian, as well as you, Yasu, because I think for this upcoming match, most people are going to be curious. Where does the MENA region stand amongst the rest of the world? And more importantly, making a namesake for themselves.
It's MENA region time now?
Yeah, we're getting into it. I'm telling you. I know Castle's Curse has been really strong throughout the, well, so far in the tournament, but I think as of this moment, Nepal is definitely one of those regions that, you know, a lot of people have got their eyes on, same as Mongolia.
Mm-hmm. That is true, that is true. Now, we do have to note that these teams, although maybe not quite as well known as some of the other teams on the M5 stage, already have some history in MLBB. Obviously, Team Falcons already have MPL MENA, so there's already been a lot of history there, a lot of things to watch out for. Mongolia, probably a little less known on the global stage, but they have quite the reputation.
But team, or like the MENA teams at the IESF especially, they have shown a really quite good performance. If we are speaking about the Saudi Arabia representatives, we will not forget that they got the 3rd spot among giant teams around the world. And also, MENA didn't only participate with one team, participated with 3. So there was Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Emirates. And Egypt got the 4th place.
I see. All right, good things to expect for the upcoming game. I want to get into the drafts a little bit more, but there's so much to go through here, considering some of the stories that these players themselves have had, you know, the time and effort to keep pushing forward to make it into the wild cards. And I think especially for Mina, I think as a younger region, before this, we were like, yeah, there's still growing. You've got an entire major to yourselves. You have your own league. Everything seems to be looking in favor of me.
Look, Mina is getting more recognition right now, and it is getting more and more better with time. So just like give it 2 more seasons, and you will see what Mina can bring to the global stages. And right now, we will see Team Falcons, and at the M5, actually, Mina already have a team, so we have 2 spots potentially at the M5.
Hey, I mean, you're only in Malaysia. We're in the same boat as you guys. Now, I am curious, though. As most people have been talking about Nepal, the one player that we're looking at is going to be Super Clock, the big piece himself, because as a roamer, it's a difficult role. But worst yet, it's in a region that doesn't even have technically a major league.
That is true. Roaming nowadays plays a really big role in the meta because you want to be able to determine the tempo that you play at towards the first few minutes of the game, right? In order to snowball, create more map pressure, and then scale towards that late game. We're already seeing this pattern across a lot of different teams. So for newer, less known, and more developing regions, there's going to be a lot of pressure on these players, and we're already talking about it. We got Super on the side of Falcons. Did I get that wrong? I did get that wrong.
Super Falcons, yeah.
And Clock on the side of Miracle, both of which have achieved quite notable feats on the Land of Dawn.
They have, in a matter of fact. And before we dive deeper into some of these achievements, I am a little curious, Ryasu, from your opinion, and especially in the meta currently right now, supports as a role, roamers, as they like to call them here in Mlbb, their role, what are you looking for? What are some of the, you know what? Instead of talking about it, let's see some of the stories behind these players and what makes them so great to keep on pushing forward with their passion.
That's going to be very exciting to watch out for, right?
It is.
Like, we already know that the focus is going to be on Clock, on Super. So I'm curious to see what they have to say.
With that being said, let's have a look at some of the stories of some of the members from Nepal.
Even though every esports organization, every people are much more interested in other games, but about me, I am into the Mobile Legends because I have been playing this game from long ago, and it's kind of a life for me right now. ML is kind of like solution to me. Like, even if I have any problem, I will play Mobile Legends. If I have any tension, like if I don't have anything to do, I'll just play Mobile Legends, have fun.
A man who wants to have Nepal its own professional league, and in starting all the way in 2017. This repeat.
Team Falcons is actually a 2-times Mina champion.
He's a veteran. He is an absolute monster, but it's time to talk about the brains instead of the brawn. It's Genji and Amox for the side of Miracle. Mr. Worldwide himself, he's coached a whole bunch of teams, and now even for Nepal, but that's not it. We gotta give our fist bumps to go on through. Yes, Yasu.
There is something that I forgot to mention. Do you know that Mina has a player from Malaysia? So Lotrick used to play for Toda.
I'm telling you, history comes full circle.
That is true. Lotrick going to be able to return to the Malaysia stage to play. But we have to remember, his background is from the Philippines as well. So he'll be bringing a lot to the table. Let's talk about it. Starting things off, we got for Miracle Esports from Nepal.
Now, I've been waiting for so very long to get a good look at these players. We have Yahiko, Lunatic Panda, Masarap, Exorx, and as well as Xerox as well as Kalok. Absolute monsters in their own right. The question is, how are they going to fare up against the MENA region, especially since MENA is still young? For Miracle Esports, even younger.
Well, actually, For Miracle is a terrifying enemy because I got the chance to study them, and this guy called Clock is a big trouble. And also, the Lunatic Banda, his banda is actually Lunatic, and he plays utility heroes. So you will see really good drafting coming from Team For Miracle, and heads up, expect Sia Leslie.
Sia Leslie so soon already into the tournament? I was hoping that was a day 2, day 3 kind of thing. But what about you, Adrian? I'm curious to know, what's your opinion of For Miracle Esports?
I am in agreement with Yasu here. For Miracle Esports is a team that is absolutely terrifying in the land of Dawn. Before this, we have to note, HoaX is a fairly new addition into their coaching staff. So the players were known for being particularly aggressive. Once the game gets started, they get going. They look for team fights. They look for kills. Objectives aren't even the main thing on their mind, and they were able to pull off some insane feats. Now that they have an experienced coach in their roster, I'm really interested to see how this will change their gameplay.
I am coming in with a blank slate here. I've seen a couple of their games, but the meta has shifted to a certain degree, and more importantly, teams have continued to improve, and they continue to improve, which is kind of crazy.
Well, look, MENA has witnessed, let's say, an evolution. So ever since MENA started up, so we had so far 4 seasons, right? So at the first season, we didn't show up a great performance at the M3, let's be honest. So I'm not gonna be like, yeah, we did so great because I'm from MENA. But at the first run, we didn't do quite good. At the second run for MENA, they managed to take out Team MVG from Beirut, from the World Championship there in M4.
Yep.
And they had another run in MSC, and it wasn't a bad run. So that being said, I expect to see MENA's team today live up to the expectations of all the fans back there in MENA.
I don't know. I'm feeling like caster prediction seems a little bit clear-cut from this side of the table. What about you, Adrian?
Now, obviously, we know that Yasu from MPL MENA is going to have a lot of bias towards Team Falcons here. He wants to see his team succeed. I obviously want to see these developing players get their chance to shine on the stage as well. But I am actually going into this with a little bit more of a bias for the side of For Miracle. I think based on the way they play the game, they actually match very well into Team Falcons. And especially with Coach HoaX joining the fray, I'm very curious to see whether this will refine their gameplay a little bit more. After all, we know that these are very passionate players with a lot to prove.
Interesting. So you're telling me that this is more of a rock, paper, scissors matchup than it is just, oh, I'm just better in these situations. Okay, that's fair. And I think a lot of that is going to be told in the draft itself once we get into there. I do want to see whether, HoaX has still got that competitive edge, as people would like to call it. But what about the MENA region? What are we expecting to see from this side in terms of highlight picks, maybe even secret picks? Come on.
You want me to spoil all the fun, right?
Okay, maybe not all the fun, but like a quarter of it.
Look, while you're directly asking me for an inside scope because I'm from MENA.
What? That's crazy.
Maybe that's crazy. So, I suppose MENA will root for Team Falcons, but I'm not gonna escape from your question. The MENA team actually, they demand so much on that Fire Mist pick for Good Night. So I might see that in the ban list since it's one of the most effective heroes in the current meta. But not just that, also Super, one of his best, if you did your studies, and I suppose that already Team For Miracle and any other team would have been done their studies. He's really good with the edit, but what you cannot target ban is actually Leo, because he can play assassins.
He has a wide pool.
Yeah, he has a wide pool.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing it at M4 itself. It was a bit of an issue. Now, interestingly enough, in terms of the audience predictions, the Philippines and as well as South America are really into the Middle East and North Africa, and everybody else seems to be siding very heavily with For Miracle. And is that because of their breakout event at IESF?
It's an interesting observation here, because I personally am not that sure about why there's so much support for America. I myself do like their gameplay, but you would think that just in terms of background, in terms of experience, Team Falcons would have a little bit more support because they've already proven their track record on the stage of their own MPL. It's very interesting to see how the different regions have rooted for different sides. Maybe for Miracle, it's just a little bit more fun to watch because of how insane they start the game off, but who knows?
I hope I haven't done any harm to Team Falcons by exposing some of their picks.
Hey, man, it's not like our voices are being played on the main stage anyways.
Yeah.
And they have soundproof headphones.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We've got that under check, and I've talked to the marshals. They can't hear anything but themselves, which is a good thing, because the crowds have been pretty enormous, and more so, the sounds that they make literally shake the stage. So for some of these players, and I'm especially worried for the Nepal players, because this is technically their first time playing in front of a crowd, and for an M series, technically.
Yeah, there's a big difference between playing for a more local audience as compared to playing on an international stage in a region you're unfamiliar with an audience that may not really know you. So the pressure is going to be pretty big, but I expect some pretty good performance from them because these are players who love Mlbb, who have been with the game for a very long time. So imagine once we jump into the Land of Dawn, it's just going to feel like a second home for them regardless.
That's what we're hoping for, but we've seen teams really struggle, especially in game number 1, to get the gears going, to get the motor flowing at the same time. It feels like most teams coming in game 1 usually pretty nervous.
Look, I've just witnessed that while casting last game with Team KBG. Well, Team KBG went in their first game. They were doing, okay, decent, doing great. But once they have done that break, once they have went to their room and talked a little bit, maybe the coach said something different, it was a totally different team coming back to the stage. The second game was mostly going for the favor of Team KBG. It just took one mistake to take it away. So I do agree with you. Maybe the first game will not work just fine without so much experience.
I see. With that being said, enough with all this hesitation, enough with the build-up. It's time to get into the drafting phase for wildcards. Welcome, everybody, to our third best of 3 here today, live in Malaysia. Now, I cannot wait to see what the draft is going to look like. We are going to see Team Falcon taking blue side, and it's going to be 4 Miracle Gaming taken on the red side.
All right, starting things off, we're already seeing the Bruno ban on the side of Falcons and the Faramis ban on the side of Miracle. This is something, Yasu, you already pointed out earlier. Good Night plays a mean
Kinda
Faramis.
pointed out.
Kinda pointed out. We have to make sure that no responsibility is taken.
Might be a bit soon, but let's see how many of these shots are going to be on target, with Baxia being the follow-up coming in from Falcon's side. What I'm seeing here is a lot of like early game momentum seekers from this, that Falcon just don't want to deal with. Let's keep a nice pace game.
So, for Team Falcons so far, I think that they are doing something traditional. There is no like target bans so far. Because as I told you, I've got the chance to study Team for Miracle, and they are not so much like, they don't use the Bruno so much. So, if they don't play that Leslie, which is like, for me, their #1 pick, they will basically use the Claude, but this is based on my studies. Maybe, just a maybe, Team Falcon had something else prepared, and they do not want to play against that Bruno.
To be fair, the track history for them looks good on these heroes, but that could have changed. Like internal scrims amongst these teams could have changed things up a little.
What also matters very heavily is going to be the dynamics between these two teams. Now, what I they focus on objectives and oftentimes will not very aggressively push into the map. And I think that these bans on like Bruno, Baxia are making sure that Miracle doesn't have that early roam pressure.
I see. So you're telling me that Miracle is more like scissors to Falcon's potential paper?
Yes.
Okay. That kind of gives us a rough idea of what to expect, right? Now, in terms of first pick, we're immediately seeing, hey, Leo, you want to play one of these heroes that have been recently nerfed but still can be very, very dangerous in the jungle? He went, sure. Take it. Give it to me.
So they gave him one of these weapons that actually we haven't seen Nolan today, right?
Nope.
We haven't seen Nolan. At sometimes actually he wasn't even banned, and it wasn't picked because the like the teams before Falcon's team and For Miracle, they didn't prioritize that Nolan. And actually, I've asked you that question backstage before we even start, and I cannot recall the exact answer. What was your answer? Why Nolan wasn't picked or banned during the last games?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that he's nerfed. It's harder to one-shot people, forcing you to be a little bit more precise. And honestly, to escape from a Nolan can be a little bit easier if you have mobility options. If you have completely no mobility, then it could be dangerous. But I'm seeing Yuzong, I'm seeing the Beatrix as well, like some combo setups being put into place.
And a slightly different approach to the draft than we've seen of For Miracle during their finals that qualified them to the wildcard stage. Like Yasu mentioned, they usually prioritize heroes like the Leslie and the Claude for the gold lane, indicating they want to go for that late game scaling. Beatrix definitely still somewhat falls into that category, but is different than what we've seen from Yahiko before. So I wonder if this is a response to the Nolan.
Possibly a response. I think that especially when you look at Beatrix's, it depends on what you build around her, right? She's kind of like, yeah, she's independent by herself, even if the draft doesn't necessarily fit her, but she can make it work, right? It's not the worst of both worlds. It's kind of the best and the worst, depending on whether or not we see Falcon go for a full dive comp. We're not sure just yet. Brody is telling me, I want to win lane. I see the Valentina, normal flex pick, fill in the holes.
Well, for me, I think that one of the most strengths that For Miracle have right now is that Beatrix, because if things went south, if things didn't went towards For Miracle's way, they can pull it back to a good defense. Because Beatrix offers that really good and wide clearance, either with the what was it?
The Bennett's Rage, or maybe the Nibiru's Passion. Yeah, great high ground defenses, especially once you're at the inhibitor towers. And I think at the end of it, Yasu's right, because they don't have that mid lane just yet. At least they're saying, if it does go to 12 minutes, I can clear waves.
Yeah, that's basically what I want to say. They have that defense, and also they have some really good engagement heroes. But at this moment, I think after securing the Yuzong and after securing the XP battle, they will keep focusing on that second phase of drafting around the XP lane. So already we see that there's an Arlet. I expect to see another ban in terms of the XP. But for Team Falcons, actually they are going for the target ban on Clock. And one of his best picks is actually Kufra. So Falcons have done their homework. But what is his second? And let me now expose his second best pick. It's Lolita.
It's Lolita?
Yeah.
That will be I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see the reflecting shield reflected entire Nibiru's Passion or something crazy like that. But we'll see in a little bit, right? For all we know, in all intents and purposes, we could be wrong here. The Joy is the follow-up ban coming in from For Miracle. You have any predictions for Falcon's last ban?
I'm kind of wondering if Phoveus as a hero needs to be respected somewhat, because it's quite often banned out when you're playing a hero like the Nolan, just to make sure that you're able to roam around more comfortably. Obviously, EXP lane's already gone. It could be flexed mid, but doesn't quite feel comfortable for Miracle. So we'll see whether they go for that or continue focusing on the Clock's hero pool.
I like the direction you're going in. My only problem with that is that it also kind of bleeds into the support, because the support technically needs to help out Phoveus to clear out these waves to match timings if mid decides to move first with their roamer support. I see the Angela get banned out, very smart ban coming in from the side of Falcon, take away their global presence, and Novaria instantly gets locked in.
Well, there's a really good pick that I didn't quite mention. Good Night is a really good Valentina player. I don't know if I missed saying that or
I'm noticing a trend here.
So Valentina is being picked by Team Falcons, and this is one of not just the best picks for Good Night, but it also prevents the enemy teams from picking some specific heroes that they do not want to deal with their ultimates and their between the players themselves. So actually, adding one more thing, Super surprised us in Mina by that Franco performance. So seeing him play Franco again, I think he's so confident.
I mean, this is why this match has been titled Super Clock for a reason. And now, the final pick, the Fanny. This will be super interesting because both of these assassin junglers are very snowball heavy. If you deny a single purple buff, that could really swing the favor into one team's side.
But is it Fanny jungle though? They already have Martis, they already have Yuzong. I'm having difficulty figuring out where this hero is actually going to go. So we're already seeing something very unique come out of For Miracle Esports in response to honestly an incredibly solid draft from Team Falcons.
looking at it. Let's sum it up here, Yasu. What do both teams want to do?
Well, for Team Falcon, they actually want to take that team fight sometime with the penalty zone, but for Team 4Miracle, they want to depend on Fanny in terms of the early game, but if it went south, if it went for late game, we have Beatrix.
I see. It's time. Take us into the land of dawn.
It's going to be game 1 between Team Falcons and 4Miracle Esports. Will the Falcons be able to soar through the skies, or will their opponents bring them down to the ground? The land of dawn shall bear witness.
It's going to be Falcons on blue side up against 4Miracle on the red side.
But there is something really strange happening. Are we seeing a Mortis tank?
Mortis tank? I mean, it looks like he goes into the mid lane because
He
Clock
is?
himself is showing up as a support down by gold side.
What happened?
Look, it's a weird time to be alive, but let's see whether this works, because I think the distribution of gold and impact in this game is going to be a little bit more interesting for Miracle. Let's see whether Amox has refined it to make it a working machine.
My big question here is, like, we knew Amox was going to change some things to 4Miracle, but I was not expecting this. Yahiko was the gold laner. Clock is playing mid. I don't even remember where Lunatic Panda was previously. Yeah,
Yahiko is the jungler?
Yeah, Yahiko is playing Fanny jungle, despite being known for the Leslie Claude gold lane.
It could be a hero pool sort of thing, but let's see. This hybrid is now taking so much damage.
That Yuzong is dead. Gets the final Petrify in. The setup for Yahiko. Hulk drops low. He will trade 1-for-1 in the EXP lane.
Nicely done, and that's what we're expecting to see from these teams. Never let a kill get away for free.
Well, after seeing that Petrify being perfectly executed by Hybrid, we know why this trade have been tied to the favor of Team 4Miracle after losing Yahiko. What's happening?
What?
Yahiko going in, dropping Lotric, low diving the tower and getting a second kill for 4Miracle in quick fashion.
If I remember correctly, Staffa did mention that 4Miracle really likes to be aggressive. Yahiko, he was like, no purple buff, no problem. I'll make it happen.
Did you not mention it, or did you not intend to mention it?
Look, conspiracy theories shall be kept for later on. For now, the turtle comes up and Martis, he's nearby.
They're already on top of it. Leo getting started here. Xerox in the area, the only one for 4Miracle. He's actually diving very deep here. Could be dangerous, but Super does not have Bloody Hunt. Turtle dropping 30%. 4Miracle not gonna contest it. Yahiko not even in the area.
I'm more surprised that Xerox gets to just sit around there for free. Like, he's not punished whatsoever. I mean, at the end of the day, they got the turtle, but I'm just waiting to see when does this Martis pick become relevant other than kill resets.
Well, a wise man once told me that Fanny is not a neutral objective hero, so just a wise man. So he said that its most, like its peak performance is that very early games. So so far, he's been annoying Lotric so hard, and he's been like getting on his nerves, just like, I don't know if he got under his skin yet or not, but Team 4Miracle are actually doing great.
It's gonna start being difficult for Yahiko to do the same old things now that we've reached this point of the game, though, because with level 4 achieved, Super will have access to that Bloody Hunt, and he's just gonna be waiting for Yahiko.
Yeah, we can see that Leo is waiting in by Tribush right now, and this is where it gets even more dangerous, right? Having that level lead.
Yahiko jumps in, he's aiming for Lotric, but gets stunned down. Super actually gets picked off under the tower. Lunatic Panda as well traded. That's gonna be a roamer for the gold lane in favor of Falcons.
Holy cow, that's 3 battle spells already for 1.
Yeah, actually, I think it was worth it at some point because Team Falcons got only 1 person out of it, but Yahiko at this moment, he has so much XP. He's already like living his like best life in the early game, and again, I'm telling you, this is the time where he shines. But so far, we haven't seen any iron hooks, right?
No, none of which being the ultra impactful. Oh, that was almost about to be it. Close, but the hitbox just not there.
Looks like Yahiko was still able to secure his own purple buff with that retribution. With the turtle coming up in 10 seconds, though, that means the battle spell won't be available. This could be go time for Team Falcons.
Wait, check out bot side. It's a 3-man dive, but then the counter engage.
Super not gonna find a Bloody Hunt. In fact, it's Lotric who gets picked off by a super dive, but Yahiko picks one off.
He should be picked off because he was like way off like position. He deserves, like, whenever you do anything wrong, you have to be punished for it.
Turtle dropping low, Leo as well, but he will secure it for Team Falcons at the cost of his life. Killing spree for Yahiko, and here comes Hybrid going in, getting the knock-up, but Miracle Esports will settle for the kill on the enemy jungle.
Man, I do feel that Leo was kind of sticking around there for just a wee bit longer than he should. I mean, even though you didn't get access to the enemy's purple buff, at the very least you have your own, so you should be playing around the pit rather than deep in the middle of it.
Well, let me tell you something about Mina. When we talk about Leo and the other junglers in Mina, we either say Leo, look, it's divided a little bit in Mina. So some might say that, oh, some people are good in taking objectives and the others are, yeah, this guy is really good at taking objectives or focusing on the rotation. So it's like it doesn't combine.
So there's
it's either this or that. But Leo,
Flickers in, Bloody Hunt on the Xerox. Even the penalty zone seems excessive, but they get the kill. Here comes Yahiko doing some damage, clearing up the waves, making sure no tower damage will be taken.
Yeah, this is, again, I agree with you, Stapa. That was excessive. A little bit much, but this is important.
Yahiko jumps in. Not sure who got the purple buff. I think it was Leo, because he gets the shutdown onto Yahiko somehow, even though Good Night got the decimate.
Unfortunate. I mean, Leo was able to get the purple buff at the end of the day, and now mid lane's going to get shoved out.
Good night, Yahiko, to be honest. Good night, Yahiko.
Brady misses the knockup, and that means Team Falcons gets to just walk away for free.
Oh, no. After Yahiko dying, Hybrid misses an almost point blank. He overthought the situation.
Hulk penalty zone actually under the tower. He wants to take it, but he's setting up for Leo. Hybrid popped the black dragon form, forced to use it to escape. Has to trade his tier 1.
Well, he said, like, I'm not doing that good into the Land of Dawn. Maybe I can, like, take a detour, go outside the Land of Dawn, and then come back again. Maybe it will, like, reset something. So you said that he missed some of these second skills and he missed some of these petrifies, and this is something that shouldn't be like let to slide by Team Falcon. So far it's almost an equal match, but there is something really important for everyone who uses Fanny, which is the blue buff, and the blue buff is now under the control of Team Falcons. I wonder, will they go again for another steal, or will they leave Fanny be?
No, they're definitely going to at least try and contest it, even if you're not taking the purple buff at that point in time. But if you get 2 kills out of it, it's still a very big win for Team Falcons. They've got that 3K lead now, 2.9, but still they might want to double it sometime soon.
And it looks like they're doing so. Contesting purple, stealing it away. Leo secures it once again. Looks like Yahiko gonna try and trade some structures instead, since he knows he probably cannot contest objectives right now.
Very good idea indeed. And this mid tier 1. Oh, hold on.
Super finds Hybrid. Bloody Hunt into the Iron Hook, but Xerox pushes away the members of Team Falcon. The Petrify knockup gonna land onto Super as he flickers out of the Bennett's rage. No casualties on either team.
It is actually so messy. What is going on? Team 4 Miracle, at some point I thought they will start a team fight after seeing that Black Dragon fly in the Land of Dawn, but they didn't engage. They didn't, like, it wasn't even a disengage. There was a potential fight, but then a super fast withdrawal. So at the bot lane, it was almost a kill. And so far, I think that Team Falcons are having the upper hand.
Astral Echo comes out. Lotric dropping low, torn apart memory. Not going to be able to finish off Xerox. Clock staying a long time despite his low health, but will finally recall. As of right now, Falcons doing a great job of holding on to their lead.
Well, getting back to the point I was saying that Mina doesn't combine between like objectives and rotation at the same time in terms of jungler. So, what's happening?
Yahiko messes up, doesn't get the cable he needs, gets picked up by Leo, 1v1. Lunatic Panda forced to flicker as well. The pressure from the Mana team continues.
And that's what I'm talking about. Leo, again, I want to really finish this like topic. Leo, when he's performing good, he combines the both.
Bloody Hunt once again into the 2-man penalty zone. Xerox gonna get picked off by Lotric. Finally getting that vengeance right here. And Miracle Esports forced to back off.
Man, they are not letting go of any of these baits. Someone dangles a piece of meat in front of them, they're taking it no matter what. Even if they gotta force your hand to do so. But just great control over the purple buff from the side of Team Falcons. It's forcing Yahiko to really consider his options in terms of pathing.
Yeah, he's now having a rough time. And actually, I want to say congratulations to myself. Because I cannot believe that I finished my point. It was like taking forever until I said it.
Yeah, understandable.
I mean, they're not giving up just yet. This is a very clean and easy take for the side of Team Falcons for this Lord with a 6.4k lead. 9 minutes into the game, we are seeing some devastation start to happen. 2-level lead for Leo so far.
Hybrid could be out of position here. He's actually getting slowly pincered by Falcon. Actually not going to invest too deep into it. The Bloody Hunt very early on. Lotric going to start doing some damage to Yuzong. Will he have enough stacks of the torn apart memory? No, out of range. So the dragon flies out.
Yeah, out of range, out of service. He cannot find that Black Dragon because, again, he's outside of the Land of Dawn. He uses, like, the only thing that... Ooh, is that Iron Hook? Like, what? I didn't know actually what to expect. I was about to say Yahiko in the gold lane, but then I remember this guy plays Fanny, and then Lunatico's on the gold lane. And not just that, we have a Martis as the rumor. So everything is quite new, and I think this is what we should expect from an international event.
Well, I mean, that's one thing. Definitely, I would expect something like this, to look something like this at an international, but the aggression from Miracle, like, they are not backing down from Team Falcons despite the 8k lead.
Pressure building up, the Lord crashing in. Leo nearly takes our clock in an instant, but he's able to flicker to safety. For Miracle Esports, forced to play defensively, housekeeping the lanes to make sure their inhibitors stay healthy.
All right, we got 95 more seconds until the next Lord starts to spawn. No inhibitors have fallen just yet, but Team Falcons pretty much controlled at least 80% of the map at this point. No purple buff access for specifically Yahiko, and the way the early game went really started to bleed into the other lanes, like Lunatic's Panda, for an example. He was doing fine, and then it goes downhill as soon as that mid-tier 1 falls.
Well, actually, it's really interesting about what's happening right now, and talking a little bit like with the number language. So we have 8k gold lead for Team Falcons, and that means that they are getting the best use out of every team fight. So after every team fight, you are either required to take an objective, like go for a Lord, a Turtle, even maybe a turret, or like a trade on the other side. Team Falcons so far are doing that, and I think this shows that Leo's experience has been passed to the players.
Okay.
Oh, Bloody Hunt gonna find Yahiko. They were just waiting for him in that bush.
100%. That was all Leo. Leo was like, hide in this bush. He's gonna come there. He popped up, and they're like, all right, he's right.
He's a split bush expert.
He is a split bush expert. Now, as they continue to these fights, right, 27 more seconds until this Lord spawns. I'm looking for a situation where Miracle might be able to turn this around on Team Falcon. Unless... They're not gonna...
Iron Hook finds Clock in the back line, pulls him into the arms of Hulk, who gets the kill. For Miracle Esports cannot save their mid laner, forced to back off.
Man, tick tock, and Clock is running out of time. And speaking of time, we will have some time to discuss what just happened with a really fast technical boss to assure that the player have the best experience possible for the game, and also the viewers have the same thing.
It looks like the call was made by Miracle's side. Don't worry, our marshals are on it to make sure that it's going to be up and running as soon as possible. But curious to see how the turn of events. We honestly thought that at least in the earlier stages of the game, obviously kills are going to come through. Lotric dies the first time, and it's like, oh yeah, at least 4M can play through the bot side of the map. But these neutral objective takes seem so very split amongst 4M.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that this switch of roles may be affecting them somewhat in terms of the rotations, because the aggression is still there somewhat, but it's a different playstyle than what I've researched from this team based on their performance previously. We do have some information, though, that apparently Yahiko is a very high-ranked Fanny player in the Nepal server, so this is apparently a pocket strat.
Man, that's the thing about these younger regions, right? These players come in, they come from a very heavy solo queue background, so they could be like, yeah, you know, I could be just a traditional mid laner, traditional EXP laner, but I have a 100% win rate on Fanny with 6,000 games on it. I ain't questioning you. You take it, brother.
Well, you have to expand your horizon to be like, how can I say that? If you're playing solo queue, if you're playing, as we said, in the Nepal server itself, Yahiko is known to play that Fanny, and he's really high-ranked player with it. So whenever maybe his team is not playing, he goes in and he carries the game with that Fanny, and that's why he's really good, using that Fanny really good. But coming back to the game itself, I would actually expect Team Miracle to fix what's happening in their backline, because it is so reachable. I think that whenever Super wants something, or whenever Team Falcons wants something, they just have to ask.
They just have to ask. I don't know if asking is going to cut it out this time. I feel like they, again, with the gold lead currently that we're seeing from Falcon, it's kind of like a half-ask. Like you're waiting for the no. You're waiting for the no, but if it so happens to be yes, I'll take it.
The consent is not the most necessary thing when you have such a large net worth lead, right? It's like, I'm gonna ask nicely, but if it's no, you know, I'm just gonna take it regardless. I'm gonna demand.
Capitalism in a nutshell. But let's talk about some facts that, again, it still boggles me.
Yeah.
Martis mid, yay or nay?
Nay.
Yeah, I don't like
nay.
The fastest nay ever coming down from Yasu. What about you, Stafa?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I like on paper you could see it working somewhat, but we're already seeing the actual proof in the gameplay right now. And for Homecrowd Esports already forced to just stay defensively in their base.
All right. Once we're getting back into it, the game state hasn't changed too much here, but right now Team Falcons, like, their carries are at full build. The 42k mark has been passed. For Miracle, they're going to have to go through at least 2 Lords before they're on even footing with Team Falcons in the later stages of the game.
With having such, like, ridiculous amount of gold advantage right now, I think that Team Falcon's damage can just take the victory by itself. They don't need to, like, execute a perfect gameplay and take someone out. But actually, if they just like deal with the damage they have right now with the gold difference and the XP difference, they can simply take the game.
For Homecrowd Esports have a lot of pressure here. One inhibitor already broken down by the Lord. Gonna be dragging into the mid lane. Team Falcons will take down the second tower. The base is getting broken wide open. Black Dragon form gonna be exposed here by Hybrid as Yahiko continues clearing up the waves. He will not be able to save his base from getting taken naked. And the Iron Hook gonna find Yuzong. Hybrid taken up. Killing spree going over to Valentina. Backline gonna get jumped on, but it's gonna be an absolute mess here in the base of Homecrowd Esports. Team Falcons realizing they've stayed a little bit too long. Hulk, the only one left in the base, going to be sacrificed in order for Leo and Lotric to get out with their lives intact.
Oh man, they underestimated Lunatic Panda. They're like, we got 10k. There's no way. The only person who has been farming hard has been For Miracle, to be fair. He has been doing great in the laning stages.
Yeah.
Once he got out of the laning stage, maybe not so well, but until that point, he's been power farming to get to this level, and he netted them 3 kills.
Ooh, Lotric, he's exposed here. Gets a nice corrosive strike, though, to make sure that Yahiko cannot follow up. Team Falcons needs to regroup.
Whenever I see a Fanny regenerating her, let's say, energy and defending the base, one player in particular comes to mind. I think that player name starts with the word Kyrie.
It's a word. It's not a letter anymore. It's a whole word in the Oxford Dictionary at this point. Let's see whether M5 is going to make that result happen, and I'll be curious to check out the next edition. But in the meantime, right, at least from the way that I see it, Yahiko, I feel like he's starting to become a little nervous in these later stages. There was a very good opportunity for him in that Lord push to actually go out into one of the empty lanes and actually block the wave and save maybe one inhibitor.
I think he was just wary about the threat of the Bloody Hunt, right? If you fly a little bit too far, you get caught out instantly. For Miracle are missing out on a huge source of damage.
And to be honest, Team Falcons right now, they are in trouble because whenever you are given the opportunity, I think that this is the moment for Team For Miracle to do something and to engage for that Lord. And I think that Yahiko can actually do that some split pushing because they need to loosen a little bit of the stress on the side lane. So far, everything is so quiet. And I think that Team Falcon doesn't want the Lord. They want the team fight around the Lord.
I'm suspecting that too as it begins. No, backs off. Really great discipline.
Ooh, the penalty zone flicker gonna find Xerox low on HP. Leo will secure the Lord in the meantime, and Homecrowd Esports will walk out.
Really good game sense overall, a good understanding and awareness of where the map is. They can see that the top wave is not being dealt with at the same time. They know that a good majority of the members have not shown up into lane, so it's safe to assume that they're by that Lord pit. Really well played coming in from Team Falcon once they push them out of the jungle.
Yeah, look here. You can see that the fan is really like playing. I'm not gonna see semi-tanky, but yeah, I think the last item will be Immortality by any chance. But look at the goal difference between everyone. Look at the Nolan especially, 13.7k, and he's already full build.
He's fast, but here comes the Lord. This might be the final push.
Leo instantly executed in the back line, loses Immortality, loses his life. The Lord is crashing into the crystal, but a nice catch by Hybrid. Lunatic Panda with a double kill. Going to find Memory, not going to be able to finish off for Miracle as they successfully defend against the Lord. In exchange for Xerox, like Iron Hook on the Lunatic Panda secures the double. Team Falcons, they could be pushing in toward this Yahiko. I'm not sure if that's the ultimate he was looking for. He wanted Lotric, but Team Falcons will walk out with 3 players alive.
Well, speaking of disrespect, Leo is diving so deep in there when the wave wasn't even close. And more importantly, it's not even just about the wave. It's just get the Lord at the crystal first before you start considering these options.
I think that there was a call inside that, like, there was a miscommunication between Team Falcons because he wanted to buy some time for Lotric to find that opening for Lotric to touch the base, because the base was one touch away from Lotric, or like from any physical attack, like any player actually from Team Falcons could have took that base. But again, 4Miracle are pulling a really good defense. As I told you, if early game didn't work, we have Beatrix to cover it up. And if Beatrix didn't cover it up, we can go for the split pushing. But the instant replay coming to you by Kadia. We can see right here that Yahiko got that kill and Team Falcons didn't get the best use out of that Lord, doing really good actually by dealing so much damage by Lotric, but Lotric got punished by the Novari. We didn't quite see, we didn't get to see the Novari's snipe, but Novari actually got the immortality of Brody.
And that's why you don't question Novarias, right? You just hope they hit their targets.
That is true. And right now, for Miracle Esports is hitting the target of delaying this game until they're able to even up the net worth. Team Falcons, even though they have a massive structural advantage, is having difficulty ending the game here. They're not able to find the angle necessary. Definitely a bit over-aggressive in that previous push. So we'll see whether or not they can adjust, because the longer this goes, the more chance their opponents have to mount a comeback.
Well, I brought the topic up earlier about, Martis in the mid lane, yay or nay. I think in this particular case, now that the game is dragged out to a point where, well, at least for Xerox, he's maxing out his items on pure tank. He is disengaged, more importantly, making sure that, at least for Team Falcons, no matter how hard they dive, they cannot get 2 or even 3 people in that backline. 2 of them get peeled off almost straight away because of Xerox.
Well, actually, I wonder, was that like a card they wanted to play in later stages, not like in the first match? I think that maybe this could have been saved for a while, like used when it's not expected the most. And right now it's just a fast Lord for Leo and for Team Falcons. And I think that this is one of Leo's best plays.
Xerox in trouble. He gets bloody hunted. Black Dragon form gonna be committed. Gets a 2-man petrify here. And here comes Yahiko. He's looking for Lotric. Forces the flicker from the Brody clock. Gets the snipe in the back line. Lunatic Panda though will fall in return. Killing spree over the good night. Iron Hook pulls Yahiko back, but he's still able to fly out. Hybrid is there to provide the peel necessary for his jungle to escape from the clutches of Team Falcons. But Leo, he's in the back line. Not gonna be able to get the execute he's looking for. But this may be enough. The Luminous Lord pushing in mid lane for Falcons. Hulk not gonna get taken out. Winter Trunkian from Leo. Make sure he stays alive for this push. Yahiko jumps in. Nearly takes out Hulk. He still has immortality to Hybrid. Going to lose his own. Yahiko doing a lot of damage. Flying in and out. He gets caught out. Bloody Hunt, but he's actually pretty tanky, and there's not enough damage for Team Falcons to finish. Iron Hook finds Xerox once again, but the Lord taken out means that 4Miracle Esports are still alive.
That's 2 times already. 2 times Team Falcon attempted to go for the end game, but 4Miracle, as well as their minions, doing a phenomenal job coming out at the perfect timing, despite the almost backdoor from Team Falcon.
Well, actually, I'm not being pessimistic, but Team Falcons might not get a 3rd chance, because 1 chance is good, 2 is like, okay, it's great, but 3 chances, like, I think they have used their luck, or like they are pushing their luck a little bit more than they should, because Team Falcons, if at that moment they had the Brody, they might have finished, because they just needed someone from high range to finish that base. So Team 4Miracle is actually doing really good, and we have seen, if the game didn't finish, it was the SMG game, right? They had so much opportunities, yet they didn't take it.
Look, we don't talk about that too often. We're on home soil. Watch your mouth.
Yeah. Not here.
No, I agree with you. There are times where players or teams misread situations, and I think that right now that Team Falcon is really, it's not disrespectful, but also they're not realizing that 4Miracle Esports is actually scaling up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and look at the gold difference. It went from 12K difference, to 1K difference. So actually, it doesn't matter. Now we are 22 minutes in, and I don't think that numbers will matter anymore. But what matters right now, who's building something spicy, since we are like, everything here is spicy. I think that, Novari already have the roaming, so that's an interesting thing to see. But otherwise, I think that everyone is like playing basics and doing like really famous builds by having that Blade of Hypnosis for Fanny and also like the Malefic Roars being semi-tanky. So there's nothing that much to talk about in the builds, but Franco is the only one who didn't finish his itemization. So with that being said, and with that being seen right now, the Lord is 3 seconds away.
Yep. This is going to be a really important one if Miracle really wants to turn the tables in terms of just structural damage overall to get closer to the crystal. But more concerningly so, Xerox went for full tank build. Hybrid as well decided to go for full tank build. So they are the main engagers and disengagers for the team, and everybody else has to play around these two.
But I think having a good amount of peel is going to be pretty important for Miracle here. If either one of them decided to go for damage, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have survived this long.
Oh yeah, for sure. But now, the Lord Dance has begun, and clearly Miracle is at a big disadvantage with 3 missing inhibitors. Let's see how Team Falcon really approaches the situation. They looking for that fight, they look at the back door again.
Well, for me, I'm looking at Leo, because I'm used to see Leo at such like moments doing that split push habit, but so far he's committed to the Lord a little bit, but I don't think they want the Lord. Again, they are asking for a team fight. Good Knight is in a really bad place, and Hybrid is after him.
He's chasing him real hard with the Black Dragon form, gets the Petrify, forces the Flicker, penalty zone as well. Xerox actually cutting off the backline, pushing them back into Lunatic Panda with the News Passion, but it's not going to be quite enough damage. In the meantime, Yahiko 1v1 with Leo. Nolan trying to look for that split push, but he's gonna get stopped by the Miracle jungler. Team Falcon is now regaining ground, pushing Miracle back to make sure they retain control over the Lord Pit.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. I think especially if you're... the Iron Hook onto Xerox. He's full tank, doesn't matter. He also still has immortality. But the big thing for Miracle is they got the Retribution out of Leo. And that really puts Team Falcon on edge, because even if they start rushing this, Fanny could easily zip by and try and make something happen, or go for a fadeaway even with the steel cables.
And actually, for Miracle, even though they don't have that much turret advantage, or like they don't have a turret advantage at all, it just takes one mistake from Team Falcons to finish the game. I'm not gonna say just to have advantage. Xerox is in a really bad spot, but I think that because he's so tanky, Team Falcons wouldn't take the risk to just focus all the resources upon him.
Yeah, it just takes too much of a brass tax here. But now, past the 50% mark, this is where it's going to get interesting.
Xerox still providing scouting. Team Falcons, all 5 members are here. Ultimate coming back up. The penalty zone into the backline. Finds block and Lunatic Panda. Yahiko loves the immortality. Gets the Lord before Miracle. But their backline is getting dived now by the side of Team Falcons. Black Dragon form used. Will Lunatic Panda be the only sacrifice? Xerox now going to be left alone in the lurch. Miracle Esports have gone back to heal. They're looking to make a comeback here. They're backing him up. Yahiko doing a lot of damage, but he's getting terrified. Forced to recall once again. Team Falcons a bit too tanky for Miracle to punish.
No man left behind, unless you're Lunatic Panda. He already died before they made the motto, but they make sure that their front line stays alive, because they're the only people who can buy that extra bit of time for Miracle to reset and get back into the fight.
One of the best things that Yahiko have done at that Lord Dance is that he took Leo away, or like he took Leo out of the way, let's say, before that Lord Retribution battle that we always have between the junglers. So Leo was out, and his immortality was out, let's say, at the time where Yahiko just had his safe and easy Retribution. So that Lord, I think, is gonna be like be defended from the front, or like from a really far place, but Hybrid is coming from the back line.
Yeah, Hybrid, Black Dragon form. He's looking for Leo or Lotric specifically, but he is alone, so he's not going to dive too deep here. Probably the smart choice. Right now, Lord still pushing up top lane, 50% HP. For Miracle, doing a great job of zoning. They could get some towers here finally, but Leo, he finds Glock, gets the shutdown. Now for Miracle, maybe forced on a retreat. Yahiko, with that final cut, going to drop a good night a bit lower, but this Lord isn't going to do too much more for them.
so far, the blocks of the Iron Hooks have been looking kind of good, but when an Iron Hook lands on a great target, there's nothing much you can do. You just have to be at the right place at the right time.
And actually, most of the Iron Hooks are on the Mortis, and every time Xerox knows how to use his second skill in a really perfect time. So really, like, huge shout out for Xerox for knowing that exact precise time to every time be at or like as expected to immune that Iron Hook. So far, Falcons, again, we have the same equipment. I don't think that there's so much changes. Nolan might have, like, yeah, he sold the immortality to continue with the damage, and because, of course, it is now in cooldown. So Team Falcons can finish. I don't know. Are they doing? Oh, are they doing it?
Ooh, they're going for a conceal play, flicker forward, fire. Oh, they're gonna get cancelled here, but Hybrid gonna get his immortality popped out. Here you go, gonna be quite safe to do some damage here since we will no longer have the bloody hunt. For Miracle Esports, still holding on even without Clock's presence, and with the Novaria respawning, Falcons knows it's time to go. Here you go, he got it. He still gets his purple buff.
Okay. So far, I mean, considering how the early game went, it's 28 minutes into this game for Miracle. They're coming back.
I think this might be a not a record. Let's not say well, yeah, it is a record, but for wildcard because it's the first edition. So right now we are making records.
We are, but let's see how the next upcoming Lord is going to work. Because again, death timers get very long at this stage of the game.
I just feel like one of these teams needs to do some kind of split pushing at this point. The fact that there's no macro play happening 28 minutes in is kind of criminal. But there's a lot of waves pushing into For Miracle's base, forcing Yahiko in a very defensive position. This is go time for Falcons. They need to rush down this Lord. Right now, For Miracle going in. Xerox still scouting out. Astral Echo gonna be revealing their positions. Black Dragon form used as well. Falcons positioning very smartly. Finally gets the Iron Hook onto Xerox. He pushes in. Yahiko going in from the back line, but they are delaying this Lord. Falcons is doing this surgically. Yahiko, he wants it. He wants it so badly, but he knows he cannot get it. Falcons finally secures the objective after a tense dance.
Good spacing coming in from Super to make sure that Yahiko cannot get in on that pit. If he gets in, it's going to be an even bigger problem. Great communication from Team Falcon to make sure that they don't try to rush it down. He's nearby. Let's, maybe look for a pick.
And actually, For Miracle are always pressured by the amount of minions and how heavy they are because they have every time to go back to defense.
Hulk with the penalty zone onto Xerox only. Super looking for that bloody hunt here, but the Lord is crashing in. A beautiful mortal coil! Is it a dream? Team Focus is getting juggled, but they get the bloody hunt onto Yahiko. Pops the immortality onto the Fanny. He needs to get out of there. Winter Trunkian Swap is not going to save him. The Lord is dropping the crystal low, but they're able to clear it just in time. Super flickers in. He's trying to break the crystal down, but he gets the immortality pop. For Miracle are still holding. Good night and hug. Trying to stop it. Flicker in. 2-man penalty zone. But he gets picked up. The crystal finally falls to the hands of Team Falcons.
Woo! That was game one. That was a game one. Falcons take it away, but it has been quite the struggle to break that last bit for their opponents all the way from Nepal. What a match that was.
Yeah, it was quite a challenge for the Saudi Arabia team, for the MENA team. Falcons have actually soared beyond their limits. Right now we can see that they need to blow off some steam. Also, the Nepal, the For Miracle team needs to also think what was missing. Was it the Mortis? Was it the engage at the end? Was it that? Was it this? This is the these are the questions that they have to answer backstage, and they have to discuss with their coach to come up with a better performance, and actually a better performance than this will actually secure the game.
I think so. I think there's a lot of refinement that needs to be done here before anything moves forward, and especially for game number 2, adaptations are going to be key. So if that is going to be the case, I think, again, exploiting macro holes in the overall gameplay. Because again, we saw 3 inhibitors down. That was not abused enough. And in a lot of these calls, the way that information is delivered to the rest of the teammates doesn't give a very clear call as to, should I go in now? Should I pull back later? It needs to be a constant flow.
Yeah, in the end, Team Falcons was able to emerge victorious, but that game lasted way longer than it needed to. For America put up amazing defenses, don't get me wrong, but there were so many options Falcons could have taken to make sure that they weren't in a position to go for those defenses. There was no threatening of the purple buff in the later half. There was no split pushing despite having map pressure. But what an insane game it was in the end, though.
A really insane game. Wow. Adaptations is going to be the key, as I mentioned before. What do you think the adaptation specifically for Miracle is going to be?
Well, they have to do something about that Mortis room thing, because for me, it's still a nay. And they did a really good job at defending, and we have mentioned that already from the drafting phase. We know that how much Beatrix can be annoying in the defense phase, and also they have put the responsibility on the Fanny to carry on the early game, which is basically what happens to Fanny users. They have to take care of this early game until if you have a snowball, if you want to do something special at the late game, it buys you time, it gives you space, and it annoys your enemy, and it loosens some of the pressure that's dealt upon you.
Well, out of curiosity, I want to know who the MVP is going to be for this particular match. Let's skew over to it. Of course, Goodnight literally putting his opponents to sleep.
Goodnight was playing a very important role there for the side of Team Falcons, and that is why he's going to be awarded MVP of the game. 82% kill participation in a game that lasted nearly half an hour is no small feat.
I think overall, the way that he played, his positioning, especially the timings of specifically that winter Trunjet, has been quite game-changing for Team Falcon at the very least. A lot of times people want to jump on this Valentina. At least I don't have to worry about the Terrify. No, he makes sure that he is a constant threat, even into the later stages of the game. He only died once, considering how much action went on.
Well, Goodnight is one of those players who study their own build within the game itself. So as you can see here, before we go to the highlights, there's no boots. So he knows what he's exactly doing. He knows the amount of speed he needs, and he knows that Winter Truncheon was the needed or the necessary item to replace with the boots. But here we can see once again and again and again, Yahiko was so annoying to Lotrick. Every time he caught him off guard, and here Super tried to give some space to Leo, and he was able to do so. Goodnight was playing behind the scenes, doing the most effective role, having the most kills, I guess. So 816 was such a really fancy, good KDA. Yahiko kept on pressuring that Logic and that Brody deck, and he was successfully able to provide space and to create a really good environment for Lunatic Banda to farm, but it didn't work eventually to their favor. Falcons are staying on the Fanny blue buff, and that shutdown was actually necessary at a point by Goodnight himself. You saw the decimation being used and being stolen by Goodnight, and he got one of the best uses of that ultimate rather than the Mortis, because Mortis didn't have the opportunity to use the decimation ultimate over and over again. I cannot even recall that he used it even once. Here we can see that they kept on focusing the turrets, and they kept on focusing the neutral objectives, which was what I actually said. Team Falcons, they are doing really good, and they are now, I'm not going to say in their peak performance, but they are doing really decent. Here the HoaX came in one after another, and here actually Super beat it Clock, because we had like this comparison before the game starts. Clock was caught by that Iron Hook once, over and over and over again, and bear up with me because we're gonna analyze a 20-minute game. So here Yahiko was trying to get so much energy from that base, or like that base regeneration, and here he was almost down, but he managed to get some HP to cover up for the passive that was coming from Hulk, or like let's say from the Terizla himself. And Yahiko managed over and over again to pull off a really good defense. So they weren't actually defending so much on Lunatic Banda as much as they were defending on Yahiko's solo skills, let's say, because every time he was using his cables, he was able to make that defense work. Lunatic Banda was there to put his last touches to also clear on a wider range, but Team 4 Miracles, like Ace for me, this match is definitely gonna be Yahiko. HoaX at this moment was trying to get more than, let's say, offered by Team For Miracle. And again, you can see here, he is, as I told you, the ace of Team For Miracle in terms of the defense and also in terms of the early game. It was a really hard defense, but they managed to pull it off not once, but also twice. Yaku here, as I pointed inside the game itself, he did really great by taking Leo out at the time that was needed. Oh, this was the closest moment, and this is the finish moment where Super just went in, but the man of this shot is actually HoaX. I think it was a flicker. Yeah, it was a flicker, a penalty zone, and he managed to get Lunatic down, and the minions just took care of everything.
Decent front line, good delay, annoying Fanny to make sure that Falcon are consistently on their toes. I'm curious to see what the build is going to look like. We have a rough idea already, but I'm curious to see what Falcon build specifically.
Well, I'm gonna have to walk you through some of the good facts. There was 4 flickers on the side of Team Falcons. They were so worried about the Fannies. At some points, Lotric was using that flicker just to get near Super, just to pull back to safety. You know, Franco gives that some kind of
presence.
Presence, yeah. So here we can see that the itemization, even Lotric sold his boots. He continued to actually defend or to rely on the Franco and also on the Terizla on HoaX and Super. In terms of, okay, you guys give me the defense I need, and I'm gonna just go with full build damage, but I'm gonna have Immortality just in case if someone caught me off guard or someone slipped through the lines. But on the other side, For Miracle is actually, as I told you, it is the, let's say, the traditional and the classical build for each single, let's say, teammate and player. So I'm not actually spotting something spicy at Team For Miracle. They were just doing the classic things, which is not bad. It's really fine, because when you master the basics, you get to, let's say, when you master the basics and you execute them well, you can beat whoever, however professional the opponent team was. So the rich guy was Leo that carries Clock with damage deal to heroes, which actually Clock is not used to be in this category. He's used to be in the sandbag category, because now he's dealing damage. He used to take damage, but Good Night took care of that. Even though he was the Valentina, which is really surprising for me, he took the most amount of damage among Team Falcons, the forgotten one, which I don't think that we have forgotten him, because he didn't make an unforgettable performance. He did an unforgettable performance. Sorry, I just corrected, because I said it is a forgettable performance. So he's not a forgotten one, that's for sure.
Definitely not the forgotten one. It's interesting to see them kind of switch out from those roles. But with that being said, I think it's time we're going to throw it over to Rose. It looks like she's got somebody to interview.
Welcome back to the court side with Rose. Hola. Okay, so ahlan, Maro. Hello.
Salamat malam, Rose.
Wow. All right, so Maro, I just saw you a few days ago in Indonesia. We were there for MPLI. Can I ask, what are you doing in Malaysia? How's Malaysia treating you like?
Malaysia is really good. I like the food here, the weather, everything.
All right, so what are you doing in Malaysia actually? Are you here specifically to watch the wild card?
Kinda, yeah.
All right, so which team are you rooting for this wild card?
Falcons, of course, because they are my friends, everyone.
Okay, so before anything else, I want to ask you, Maro, what are your 2 teams that will be getting the last M5 tickets? If one is Falcon, what's the other team?
I think Team Lilgun. They're good, Mongolia.
Oh, okay. Now, earlier on, during our courtside interview, everybody was saying it's SMG and Lil Gun. This time, it's Falcon and Lil Gun. Okay. So, Maro, just now, we witnessed the first longest game in this wild card, which broke, I think, around 30 minutes. Now, earlier on in the game, if I'm not mistaken, there was a 10K gold lead from the side of Falcon. And then, eventually, For Miracle technically stepped up their game and made a comeback. How do you feel about that? Do you think that Falcon could have actually ended the game much earlier?
Yeah, of course, because there was small mistakes in the Lord, but it's fine. I mean, this game, they will do much better.
All right, so do you think it's going to be a clean sweep?
Yeah, of course.
All right, what do you have to say about Super's performance with the Franco? A lot of people have been saying that his Franco is one of the best, actually. So do you think so, and do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, he is amazing. Yeah, really liked it.
Oh, okay. And before we throw it back to the cast, national scene very soon.
Yeah, inshallah.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Maro. I hope you enjoy your stay in Malaysia, and I hope Falcons does their best this game. So, let us show it back to the casters to start the second game in this best of 3 series. Casters, let's be better than great.
Well, Asmaro, kind of interesting there. I'm realizing there's a sort of trend amongst the MENA regions. They talk in absolutes. It's very difficult to tell whether he was being sarcastic or not because it's kind of awkward being like, you know, Super's pretty good at Franco. Maro's looking back at him like, yeah, I'm sure he's good.
Well, look, it seems like Franco is attached to Falcons. Maybe it's one of the requirements to join Falcons as a rumor.
I mean, possibly, because considering everything that has been happening here, the representatives are going to be, you know, looking out for the following years, right? As we've heard, 2 seasons, Yasu said, 2 seasons, and I quote, that's when they're going to start popping off. So that means M6, we're holding you to it.
Okay, hold me to it.
All right, we'll see whether or not they're able to clean out this game number 2. Adaptations is going to be clean. Obviously, there's going to be a need for refinement, but what about drafts?
Now, this is actually a very interesting thing to think about, right? Because that was a pocket strat coming out of Homecrowd Esports to switch Yahiko into the Fanny in the jungle position because he's apparently secretly cracked at it. And we definitely saw proof of that, right? Being able to bring the game back despite a horrible start and keep themselves in it for so long. But I do feel like that some things were not really considered, right? They saved the Fanny pick until the very last pick. They're on the second half. They're on the red side, so they obviously have last pick. It is the most effective time to pick a hero like Fanny when there is no counter pick on the opposite side. They tried to achieve this by showing the Martis and making Falcons think, this is our jungler. You'll have to deal with him and trying to save the Fanny for the end. But they picked the Franco, which is an automatic counter to both heroes, and that caused a lot of trouble in the early few minutes.
Well, actually, some of the Fanny users have fun when there's a counter in front of them.
Really?
So maybe that's something that Yahiko said, yeah, I'm just up for that challenge, bring that Franco.
On this stage, though?
Yeah, this is where you should test your limits, right?
Well, it's not more of testing your limits. It's more show off what you're capable of doing. And I think, you know, we got a little bit of a taste of that. And that's good to see. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to switch back into normal roles, or is this purely based on what their hero pool is, and that's what you have to kind of figure out and mix and match.
Well, I'm excited to find out because we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase for game number 2 between Team Falcons and Homecrowd Esports, where the pressure going to be on the latter now that they are 1 game down. And we can see Homecrowd going to be on the blue side, Falcons on the red.
First things first, get rid of marksmen. I'm seeing Bruno once again. I'm also seeing Wanwan this time, something that Homecrowd hasn't particularly liked in the past. More importantly so, we're seeing that Homecrowd is taking blue side and Falcon is taking the red. So that means that first pick is going to be pretty important for Homecrowd.
Well, Homecrowd is actually having that 1-1 banned for the 2nd time in a row. So maybe Lodric has like something underneath. I don't know, his expertise in meta, because I haven't seen him play that that much with the 1-1. He's most known for Brody, Beatrix, even the Bruno, but seeing that 1-1 is a prioritized pick for a prioritized ban for Team Homecrowd, maybe it's just the meta bans, because as I said earlier, for me, ban phase or like big phase is divided into 3 different sections. Whether it is a meta pick, it's something that's commonly used currently, or it is a target ban for a certain person or a certain hero, a certain a person or role, or something that's commonly used currently, or it is a target ban for a certain person or a certain hero, a certain a person or role, or it might be just you cannot deal with such pick.
Ooh, is it? I'm thinking whether there's a hero that's falling into that third category. What about you, Mustafa?
Hero that's hard to deal with. Well, the Nolan was that. Honestly, you're not wrong, DJ. You're not. He's not the first person to have said that. And I'm actually kind of looking forward to when Arashi's on the table so we can have direct comparison.
Dude, someone said it before me?
Well, yeah, kind of, sort
said before.
Yeah, it's been said before. It's not direct, but it has been said before. It's still very funny, though. Now, coming back to the bans, I see the Valentina, I see the Matilda. Once again, these are very meta picks. Makes a lot of sense, but the fact that For Miracle is banning out the Valentina compared to Falcon last time, who let it through, it seems a little surprising because Valentina is one of those really safe opening picks for blue side.
Well, I think that For Miracle says also something really. In my head, I heard it when I saw that Matilda pick. It was. My head, yeah, Matilda, you shall not pass. This is the second time Matilda is in the ban list for Team For Miracle, and after they have seen what Good Night can do with the Valentina, which I didn't intentionally not mention it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they took the Faramis. I don't know. I wonder what is the third pick.
Suspicious indeed. No, I think that this is a pretty common practice, right? Especially if you are going to play like a high impact mid laner with such a key ability. It's great banning out that Valentina, right? But Joy has been let through, and we've seen Leo play this before. It can still get flexed into the EXP, but on top of an enabler like Angela, this could be a very devastating early game.
Yeah, already Falcons have a pretty obvious start to the game. I actually thought they might go like Angela Baxia here, but the Joy definitely slipped my mind overall. We'll see whether or not For Miracle will grab the tank roamers here to really knock that down. The things like Franco can be obvious, but the Kaja going to be their choice instead, alongside the Baxia. I get the feeling we're going to see the For Miracle players go back to the roles they're more known for.
Ooh, this one's a tough one. This one is going to be a tough one because if we're talking comparatively of these first three picks, clearly For Miracle have the upper hand. Right? They've got the suppression, they've got kill denial, and most importantly, they have a tank that can chase down the Joy if it goes into the jungle. Big ifs all across the board, but it's looking very good.
It is looking very good for Team For Miracle because they have that suppression hero. They also have the anti-heal, which is basically what counters what certain region calls the hospital with a certain region.
It's us. Yeah. There's no spoil. We call it the hospital meta. Look, Flask of Oasis was a problem until they nerfed it, but up until then, please continue.
Yeah, sure. So Angela's actually quite an impressive pick. Whenever she is there, she always have that effect. Maybe she will save you, but maybe she will make you more aggressive. So I don't know which aspect Falcons is gonna look through, or like which aspect will they go from and execute with the Angela pick. So I think that it's enough magical damage because you have an Angela, Joy, and also Helilia. I don't think. Oh wait, there's something. Should I say it now, or
Go
should
for
I
it.
save it for later?
Make a hard prediction.
Joy will go for Hulk because he's known for his Joy XP. And Leo will take another different jungle. I hope they cannot hear me. Can Formicol hear me?
No, they can't hear you.
Yeah,
The
right.
headsets that they're wearing right now, these are heavy duty things.
Okay.
They're almost like isolation chambers for just your ears. But I get where you're trying to come from here. Flex speak into that Joy, and then they're probably going to go for
and
something
he is
else.
popular with it.
He is popular with it. But what is going to be that jungle pick, that go-to? Because it feels like Formerical are kind of like sniffing me out. They're like, all right, let's get rid of the Fredrin first. That's, good starters all across the board. But then his hero pool, like we mentioned right at the beginning of the show, it's huge.
It could be something like the Akai that they have to respect here. I think it will work very well into the Baxia, into the Nether Realm, even kind of counters the Kaja to a certain extent. So if they're going to flex the Joy here, that's probably the hero they want.
I wonder why did they ban a jungler after what I said.
All right. I guarantee you they can't hear anything.
Okay. So actually, after seeing that, Fredrin, I think that they are also doing the same thing. They think that, okay, so Joy might be a flex pick, and it might go to the XP lane. And what will be more annoying than a Joy with an Angela is a utility hero, someone who can take a lot of hits and yet survives, which is like some, as Sadafa said, a Kai, maybe a Fredrin, maybe you can see something else that can take a lot Damage.
Well,
there's the Martis too.
What's it going to be? Are they going to play more early game orientated? I'm hearing a Yutsong pick voice line, but it's not confirmed just yet. Oh, and even another one. I'm guessing that's Claude.
I'm wondering if we're gonna see Yahiko's Leslie that we were talking about earlier as well, right? Late game potential, if we do see like the Claude come out of Lotric, it would be a pretty good counter as well against all the squishy heroes. But I do wonder.
A quick prediction, or like a quick, not spoiler, but whenever I see that Angela is picked and the marksman is not yet there, I always expect to either see Earthel or Claude.
Irithel or a Claude?
Or a Claude, with the Angela.
With the Angela. I mean, those are the usual go-tos. High mobility marksmen that are able to close the distance super, super quick. And then after that, with the extra sustain, it becomes even better. For those of you who are not sure what the final couple of picks are, it's going to be Esmeralda and Claude for the side of Formerical. And topping it off for Falcon, it's going to be Yudzong as well as the Brody. So no switch around in the jungle, just pure lane dominance.
Actually, it's a really good pick, that Esmeralda. It counters so much because Team Falcons are relying on shield-wise heroes because Joy also have like its own passive. She can poke up some shields, and Angela will add some shields, so maybe they will taste a little bit of their own medicine.
Potentially. Let's see as we go into the Land of Dawn.
I'm liking the drafts here. Team Falcons have already taken flight in game number 1. Will Formerical Esports show us something magical as we enter the Land of Dawn for the second time this series?
It's going to be Formerical on the blue side up against Falcon on the red. It's going to be an orange start for Lunatic Panda. Leo going to be starting on his purple buff. Lotric getting chunked out very early on. It looks like, at least for Formerical, they've been doing their homework a lot. They do recognize these pathways.
Well, for Team Falcons, I don't know if they are overconfident because I would like to... Look, it's not just about Team Falcons, but there's something I hate generally when I watch games. If you are overconfident and you get punished for it, I'm saying it inside my head. You deserve it. You deserve to lose.
You make your bed, you sleep in it, am I right? That's how the proverb usually goes. But looking at that top side, First Lethal Wanderer going to be taken away by Leo there. Okay, forcing out the Retry at the very least. He's going to be a little bit behind the EXP for a simple POI in the river. Not that big of a deal. I'm more curious about how this lane, specifically for Esmeralda, is going to go. Because right now, Yuzong, one of the best EXP laners to date.
Leo diving real deep. He's already level 4 as compared to 3 on Lunatic Panda. So even though Baxia should have the advantage, it's going to be Leo that gets the steal.
Well, Leo gets the steal, and actually when a jungler gets ahead in terms of the XP, that means that when it comes to retribution battles, when it comes to objectives and neutral objectives battles, they will have the upper hand. So far, he's doing really good with that Joy, but what's going on in top lane?
Hybrid gets caught in the Petrify knockup combo. The rest of Team Falcons is here, but for some reason, just don't dive the low health Esmeralda. They're gonna give that up in exchange for contesting the turtle.
I mean, they've denied her level 4, and more importantly, they can actually extend their lead if they just take the turtle. I think it's a good decision, but the real question is whether Lunatic Panda wins out this 50-50. It won't be easy, so Super is gonna make the difference.
Out pops the Black Dragon form. They get the puppet on string on Lunatic Panda, so he's actually forced to back off. Already 50%. Free turtle goes to Team Falcons. And even the gold lane, we can see that Lotric is winning against Yahiko.
Yeah, he is having a rough time, despite actually chunking out Lotric very early on, level 1.
Well, there's a question here. Do you think that Team Falcons got under the skin of Team for Miracle?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think especially after game 1 for Miracle, in their minds, I'm guessing like we are going to have to win game number 2.
But they did really great, so they shouldn't pull back that much. I think that they can do something, they can go for more aggressive approaches because they have a tanky hero in the jungle. They have that Baxia, and also they have a suppression hero. And not just that, they have the farmers to engage and disengage and create second opportunities.
I mean, they do, but I think they're going to be, considering that this is going to be Coach Amox, his overall philosophy, it's going to be about these objectives, right? You don't need to fight if there is no way to kind of capitalize on it, or better yet, find an opportunity to extend that lead. And I think right now, Team Falcons are doing that just a little bit better. And for Miracle, they're just biding their time because technically they're not losing too much other than 1 or 2 jungle camps over to Lunatic's Panda.
Yeah, it's not the most ideal because when you have a Baxia jungle, you expect them to be the ones on the aggression, but having a Claude and Esmeralda side lane means that their overall map presence is going to be weaker early on. So it's kind of a weird synergy, but as long as they don't fall too behind, Leo jumping in onto Lunatic Panda, gonna pop the electrifying beats. No casualties here. Interesting engage.
They back away, and again, just stealing camps, because right now Team Falcons are not creating any leads in the side lanes. They're just going to let the bullies do their work and continue to kind of put Lunatic Panda in a more and more devastating situation. Because if Leo has a level lead on his opponent jungler, that means those retributions don't become a 50-50 anymore. It should be a guaranteed secure.
Well, I mentioned in the last game that we are creating new records here. Like anything that will happen will be a record because this is the first edition of Wildcard. So far, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the game, there is no first blood.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It actually hasn't occurred just yet. Let's see. Might just change now.
Hybrid walking into the backline, doing some good damage. Black Dragon form popped by Hulk as well. Turtle dropping low. Hulk somehow secures it for Team Falcon. Here comes the Heart Guard on top of the Yuzong. It's a 2-man Petrify knockup. First blood is finally achieved. It's going to be the fair miss, and Lunatic Panda will follow in quick fashion. 2 kills secured for the Falcons.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. After everything and even a commitment with Retribution. Wait, does Yayuga die here? Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. Beautifully done by Lotric. Clock way too late to do anything about it.
Well, actually, when I just saw Super playing with HoaX, I can only remember some really good memories for Mena is that these two have been together since the beginning because they played for Occupy Thrones and they went to the M4 and again they played in the MPL Mena together in another under another team's name, and now they are here playing again on an international stage. So the amount of synergy these both have is quite a lot compared to a lot of, like, let's say 2 players together in Mina.
Okay. So if there was a 2v2 tournament, it's over for everybody else. Clearly, they have the better chemistry.
Yeah, they have a really good link together. So at some points, I don't think that they actually need to communicate.
Hybrid in trouble, walks into a brush with 4 members, but gonna pop that sprint, get out safely. Conceal used by Clock to try and return to the lane for some reason, but he's actually forced to use Flicker as well because the Team Falcons are still right there.
Man, that was definitely a... Do you want to shut down this tower? Yes? No. Are you sure?
Please?
He walks back in, and this is why you can definitely see that this is a younger region. Like, again, for Miracle, they don't want to let that tower go, but in some situations, you just have to.
Yeah, sometimes you have to give up something in return of using, let's say, I'm not going to say objective because there's not so much objectives that Team 4 Miracle can now contest, but at least do something on the opposite side of the map, use the time wisely, find solutions, whether it was like solo solutions or even team-related solutions. So figure out what's wrong, what's happening wrong inside your team, and try to fix it before it's too late. Because Team Falcons, if they made a second sweep here, it will be a one-sided game.
Yeah, it could be a very one-sided game. And even for Miracle, again, very, very passive this time around, right? Not really forcing it. They had an opportunity on top side when they had 3 members as well as the Kadra ult. I mean, that Divine Judgment could have put down someone like Hulk. And he's not incredibly strong. He's strong, but he's not overbearing.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting the network difference, but here comes the Heart Guard Black Dragon here. Maybe a little bit too early, because this is not an opportunity for Falcons to really engage on. So for Miracle Esports, not going to take too much damage from that.
Well, his name is Hulk after all, so he can take a lot of damage.
We'll see. We'll see.
And he wears green.
He does wear green.
He's pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's also jacked. Like, he's 8 foot tall in real life. The tables and chairs, and thanks to Secret Lab, he looks even bigger than ever. But now, 66 seconds left on the clock. We're already seeing that tier 1s have started to collapse, and more importantly...
Leo forces out the Nether Realm. Xerox dropping low. His ult not gonna save him from the electrifying beats, as Falcons is now taking the fight to their opponents, not giving them the chance to play passive.
Dies with his flicker, and even with the ult, I think he was confident that his ult was going to get him out of there, but no, Team Falcons, they're really putting their foot on the gas.
Yeah, they are just taking turret after turret. They are just taking objective after objective, a kill after a kill. And that was, that's actually the inevitable result from what's happening. Because 4 Miracle is not even trying at this moment. I don't know if they are betting on the late game or not. But let's take a fast look, or like a quick look at on the itemization. So far 6.5k for the Brody, and he already have the items he needs to deal a lot of damage. He's almost around to get his 3rd item, while the Claude is not even near that golden staff that he needs to deal a lot of damage, especially to the tanky heroes on the side of Team Falcons.
Here comes... Oh, wait, they get the initial pull, and Black Shoes immediately out. Like, Team Falcons are taking absolutely everything away from 4 Miracle, and we're not seeing much of a retaliation back, despite all the tools that they have at their disposal. And I think a lot of it is due to whether or not the Heart Guard has been used. I think that's what 4 Miracle Esports is waiting for.
It feels a bit risky, though, to try and wait for that cooldown, because every single time, Falcons are just going to teeter it in front of their eyes here. Even Goodnight alone is already treading Lunatic Panda, forcing the Retry out way too early. Yahiko going for the split push, but Hulk has spotted him out, and he is completely isolated. I don't think he's gonna get out of this one. He pops that sprint, pops back. Oh, beautiful BMI, torn apart memory, not enough to finish him off. Leo trying to chase him down. Yahiko, though, making the hero run. He may be able to escape. Where is his team? They gotta back him up. Actually, Hybrid buying some time. Yahiko gets out of that.
Yeah, it looks like Yahiko's family never left the Land of Dawn since game number 1. He's still split pushing, even on a marksman, like he's supposed to. And honestly, gaining a good amount of space for his team to slow down Team Falcons from taking the initiative.
Yeah, actually, I think that Team Falcons at a certain point made it personal with Yahiko. They kept on chasing him down. Now he's not a hard like he's not a hard pick
Leo
to get
from the
out.
backline, Nether Realm, not gonna be enough. Good night, though. Actually, the one punished in exchange for Xerox. Mid for mid in exchange for the mid tier 2. Team Falcons looking to break down an inhibitor. They got the Lord pushing up top lane.
Wait.
This is gonna be a 4v4 situation. Black Dragon form comes out. The inhibitor dropping real low. Instantly taken down by Team Falcons. Will they choose to back off right now? Xerox is gonna be coming back alive very soon, and the Lord has already been broken out. Leo, though, actually still diving. Nether Realm used perhaps a little bit early, and the Falcons will be satisfied with that.
Right. a moment for them to breathe. At the very least, we're seeing that Miracle is trying to use their abilities now, and very actively, at least for Clock, right? Finding that pick onto Goodnight, that's already a big +1. We need to see that more times, and we were hoping to see that more times in the earlier stages. But now that we're at this point, right? 6.7, it's not like it's impossible to win the game. It's just that recovering just takes one big fight, and it's got to be a good one. It's got to be like 4 kills, maybe even 5 kills.
Well, for Miracle, seems to me like they are running out of time because the odds doesn't look good towards them. But again, I'm gonna tell you, he does have this golden staff. He will deal a good amount of damage. But on the other hand, I think that there's a winter of nature that's gonna pop off for the Brody, so he will be already immune to it soon enough. But looking at the itemization of all the teams, what is interesting, okay, 2 room again with the Lilia, so Goodnight, like he loves to do that double room thing alongside with the Swiss Super. And in the side of team for Miracle again, they go with the basic and they go with the standard itemization. So anti-heal for the XP laner, also like Esmeralda of course wants to spam her first and second skills. She keeps on building that shield up and she keeps on annoying that backline heroes. So for Team 4 Miracle so far, I think that they might do something, but they just need, I'm not gonna say a miracle, but they need someone to step up and to take someone out, and especially in that case, I think they already have the solution, the Kaja.
They need to catch Leo off like they did before, but it looks like for Miracle are not going to contest this upcoming Lord, and now they're just going to go to bounce side.
Yeah, but looks like Lunatic Panda's gonna be the one caught out by himself. They'll slowly whittle the Baxia down, and for Miracle, unfortunately, not even going to be able to trade a tower for his life.
What did they take in return again, Gideon?
Yeah, not much here. They didn't even get the tower, unfortunately. Ended up losing a pick of their own. It's not looking good right now as Team Falcons looking to close out in this game. A very similar position that we saw in game number 1, but hopefully this time it's going to be a quick shutdown.
Team Falcons are actually right now playing mind games. That recalls that are happening. Oh, what is that?
Flicker is the Divine Touch, but with the Black Shoes at the last minute. Goodnight denies for Miracle's potentially final attempt. Black Dragon form catches out Clock, doing some damage, forces out the Netherrealm, but Leo actually gets caught out, dies too deep, and now the Blazing Duet is doing a lot of damage. Goodnight has been picked off, and Hybrid is zoning out the rest of Team Falcons. We're seeing a repeat of game 1. The Lord is gone, and for Miracle are back at it.
Well, maybe, just maybe, it is bedtime for Team 4 Miracle. If Goodnight wins, maybe they just ran out of time and it's Goodnight time.
They found Yahiko. Divine Judgment is way too late from Clock. He loses his gold laner. Here comes Hybrid from the back line. Instantly punished. Not going to be able to regen enough from that Heart Guard. Team Falcons instantly reversing things.
Oh, right now, I mean, they put a big target on Goodnight's head, and Team Falcon were not happy with it at all. With 2 members down, this might just be it. They continue to push forward, but with no minions, they have no way to crack down on this crystal.
Well, the base is wide open for Team Falcons to take. There's no inhibitor turret whatsoever. There's no turret anywhere on the grounds of Team 4 Miracle, because right now they will struggle a little bit because they were already struggling since the early game, and they are playing super defensive, which actually makes sense because they don't have any advantage so far since the early game. They didn't use the picks. As I told you, they can make an aggressive gameplay in early game, and also they can use that Team Falcon might they have overconfidence, maybe it might be the right term, but Team Falcons seems to punish Team 4 Miracle for being so defensive and playing so passive.
Exactly. Hopefully it doesn't come to a point where it kind of gets to their heads, right? You know, you're expecting them to be passive, and then all of a sudden Clock comes up with that flicker play again onto another target. I mean, tough boot diff coming up from Goodnight at least to be able to get out of a really sticky situation with the help of the Heart Guard, but I think this can only happen a couple more times, right? 42k mark being hit by 4 Miracle, which means that their carries generally are going to be full build. People on the side of like Yahiko, for an example, should probably already be completing his final item.
Well, Team Falcons will regret if they didn't finish soon enough. They will regret not finishing soon, because Team 4 Miracle's team fight is actually terrifying. They can take whoever they want with that Kaja, and they can deal a huge amount of damage with that Blazing Duet that will come from that itemization, as you said, they will have enough farm for Yahiko to do damage.
Did they spot Lunatic Panda on the top side?
Yeah, now
They know
now.
now. The Lord is dropping low, but I think the team will have a gentleman's agreement to just reset it here. The setup was good from Miracle, but both teams actually avoid each other's ambushes. So we're gonna restart the Lord dance. Note though, minion wave down bottom, pushing in favor of Team Falcons, and they know it. That's why they're gonna start rushing the Lord down pretty quickly and holding it there, taunting their opponents.
Oh, making sure that it's like at 40% HP. Very, very smart. Look at how big that bot wave is. They have to set somebody down. Oh, they unfortunately reset it now, and then they have to do it all over again.
But after seeing that Esmeralda's on the bot lane, maybe they will start a team fight, and actually there is a team fight.
Yep, their eyes are on Lunatic Panda. They're looking for him. Electrifying beats used kind of early here as Hulk actually gonna get dodged out. NetherRealm clock flickers out to safety. They get the shutdown onto Hulk. Yahiko gonna punish them. Gets the double kill onto Leo. Lotric pops his Wind of Nature, forced the flicker. Even with the Heart Guard, the damage from Yahiko is starting to become a threat. The Team Falcons. Good night, threatening hybrid, dropping him real low, but not enough to finish him off as For Miracle Esports are able to back off with 4 members alive.
So, about the rock, paper, scissors theory earlier, right? It feels like the opposite is kind of occurred.
A little bit.
It feels like For Miracle Esports are playing like, you know, a flat piece of paper, right? Waiting for something to fall into it and then wrap it up as soon as it gets too close. And they might be able to rush it because Team Falcons just want to fight.
Lord dropping real low, hybrid, scouting out, keeping eyes on things. Lunatic Panda will secure the Lord. And Goodnight forced to use Black Shoes as well. The Blazing Duet starting to become a problem. Could this be the start of the comeback for Miracle?
That's what I was talking about early at the early game. Team Falcons, maybe they are overconfident, and maybe with that like recalls and saying like, yeah, we are here to take it all out. We will just like take a full sweep. That's when they get punished. When they don't like use, when they don't get the best out of it, when they are on the top, they will not be forgiven when they make a mistake, and the mistake have been already done and have been already committed, and Team Falcons will now deal with the consequences of this mistake, because right now Team For Miracle has the chance to end this up and send Team Falcons to the 3rd game, and maybe it's good night for good night this game.
Oh, I can't wait for the post-game analysis just to see maybe the gold graph to get a good idea of when the taunt happened and how much money did they lose after. For Miracle, doing a great job. They've taken pretty much a good majority of the outer turrets on top as well as the mid lane while slowing down that bot side, because Hybrid, I mean, Esme, not exactly known for the greatest wave clear in the world.
But it's still going to be enough. This is the stage of the game which is scariest for the side of Team Falcons, because you have a late game Claude and Esmeralda to deal with. Most importantly, For Miracle have to actually make some macro play here. They have all the tools necessary, and if so, could definitely outperform Falcons even with the structural disadvantage. But they do find a Divine Judgment here. That's going to be a Winter Turn onto Goodnight, keeping him alive, but not for long. They get the kill. NetherRealm comes out as well, but Leo, he finds Yahiko in the back line, and now For Miracle Esports is falling apart. Team Falcons running them down. Hybrid trying to buy as much space as possible, but instantly bursted, and Xerox realizing I should not be here right now, flickering to safety. Only 2 members alive for Miracle. Falcons could end this.
Yeah, this is not exactly the best position to be in. I mean, Falcon, they found the right opportunity to actually capitalize on the aggression coming in from Clock. Again, this is his 3rd attempt trying to be aggressive.
Will he finish?
We're diving in. Lunatic Panda pops Immortality instantly. Leo destroying Xerox in the backline. That's a killing spree for the Joy. He knows that his job is done. But there's no minions. Xerox has actually respawned because the fan is passive. Is it going to be enough? NetherRealm popped out. They're working on the Crystal. Falcons has victory in their sights, and they will achieve it. A 2-0 clean sweep for Team Falcons.
GG, well played for Team Falcons. They're going to be walking, well, they're going to be heading back to their hotels today. Very happy with the 2-0 victory here in the groups. And I mean, literally, good night.
Yeah, they will have a good night, that's for sure. But about Team For Miracle, they have done really great. I'm not gonna say and then like into the itemization phase or even at certain points of the game. Or actually, I'm gonna point out one moment in the game where they actually sparked when they actually clicked. The last moment when they had that joy down and they used the best out of it, they got the Lord and they got to get so much turrets, and it looks so threatening to Team Falcons.
It is threatening, but I think both Team Falcon and as well as for Miracle are good at two very different things. And I think certain decisions, certain situations, some teams are better than others at kind of judging it based on their experience.
So you cannot combine both?
Well, you can combine both, especially since I've been looking at a couple of M series, and usually the winning team and usually the grand champions know how to do both. So it's interesting to see the duality of man in this case.
What is interesting to me is the fact that both these teams have actually evolved quite a bit from the research that we've done from their respective qualifying finals to get to the wildcard stage, right? The aggressive team trying to pull it back a little bit, play more disciplined, and then the slower, more calculative team getting the confidence necessary to push in, to threaten their opponents and really pressure out the game. And we're seeing the results of that here. The rock, paper, scissors matchup definitely went complete opposite.
And that's why the